And with the wind doing what it's doing right now, this is going to be smashing, to say the least. With the amount of wind out there, the Swiss will come off port at 2 minutes and 10, the French on starboard at 2 minutes.
It's great breeze, just look at it, but so unstable and full of holes. It's really going to add to the drama.
Really, really shifty here, so really important time on distance for the entry. Definite eyes out of the boat sort of a day today.
Pressure on us.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing coming in. The countdown comes on. You'll see a little green light on the bar. They're about to cross their good in, and they are good to come in. Now it will be Orient Express Racing. They got the win first time round on day one of the Louis Vuitton Cup, and they do it again.
The aim of the game here to take an advantage over your opponent and get off the start line with an advantage. So both boats doing the dance to try and gain the upper hand.
Ok, il a 20%.
Ça pop, James?
Very light,
Breeze has got light, like slow patch for Orient Express.
Happy to say lower, it's massive righty, just a picture.
At the moment, big left.
25 to boundary.
Huge shifts out there. Both teams having to keep the boat sailing fast and on the foils.
In these conditions, really hard to follow a game plan because it's changing so much.
Big gear changes here on both boats. Cyclers having to work hard here.
Par le haut toujours. Tu peux abattre et lancer pour le les deux, juste un tout petit peu. Killing 15, big power dice.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing there. A little off the foils and a little slow there, so they want to try and re-accelerate the boat here. French on their foils, time on distance, probably a dip start by the French. Alinghi Red Bull Racing accelerating, so they should pop up on their foils here.
Inside the last 10 seconds to the start of round robin number 2. This is race 16. And it is a go. Alinghi Red Bull Racing, Orient Express Racing, a monster matchup to start the week.
A little advantage there to Alinghi Red Bull Racing, but the French doing all they can to hang off the hip here.
That's an FT.
Ok, même vitesse, même engagement.
A little unorthodox start by the French. They're not terribly well executed, but they've survived well. They're very much back in the game.
Je l'ai pas à l'écran, moi, j'ai pas...
Breeze currently has gone to the left, and we see Alinghi just pulling an advantage. They've pulled forward on Orient Express.
Oh, they've lost the rudder, the French. They've lost the rudder. Big spill there. Need to get that back under control quickly. Big gain there to Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Need to get locked in here, the French.
Let's go to chase 0. Peter Lester, what would you call that, an unorthodox start?
Yeah, I think some of that's brought about by it's really shifty and the breeze, the pressure's up and down. Off the line, Alinghi Red Bull Racing, they did a pretty good job of jumping back up on the foils at the crucial time, and they've jumped out to a pretty handsome lead and protecting that left-hand side. The wind just seems to be oscillating, but favouring coming off the shore, so the left tack or coming up on port will be the they're making board to the top mark.
Thanks, Pete. Peter Lester, America's Cup tactician, double Olympic gold medalist Shirley Robertson, three-time America's Cup winner Glenn Ashby and Stephen Lukova in the house for another day of racing off the coast of Barcelona, and it's a ripping one.
You lost the boat, keep going. I think we're happy to go one and in right turn if we make it by max.
Yeah, I agree.
With the pressure, we should be able to make it.
Oh, the French there, off the foils. Look like there's an issue on board Orient Express Racing.
Left turn early drive.
In max flap.
Still pretty happy with the right turn, nice getaway.
Accélère doucement.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shifting the course axis to 350.
They're not sure what the issue is there on board the French, but they're trying to get the boat up and going again. Alinghi Red Bull Racing sailing beautifully up to the top of the course here. A huge lead with Orient Express Racing off the foils.
At the start on the opening day of round robin number 2, when Alinghi Red Bull Racing need a win, they've just been handed somewhat of a gift at this point. They will round at the top gate for the first time, well ahead of Orient Express Racing. That's what you call America's Cup pressure coming to play.
This is such a big race for this team. They wouldn't admit it, but really is it's a must-win to have this kind of lead. So good for them.
It's a really big deficit there for Orient Express Racing to try and rebuild. Just having a look here at the French of what happened to them in that manoeuvre. Oh, lost the rudder there. Head to wind check. Unfortunately, just getting too high there on the foils. And losing the rudder there. That's twice on the first leg.
Not too much being said on the chase boat of Orient Express Racing. I can imagine internally there's a lot of grinding of the gears inside the heads as Orient Express Racing, whose deficit is growing against the Alinghi Red Bull Racing, head to that top gate for the first time. Twice losing the rudder on the upwind leg. How costly is that going to be? They will take the right-hand mark, as you said, and head down on leg number 2, race 16, the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series.
These puffy, shifty conditions, surely really tricky to sail the boat well, and those tiny little skinny rudders, you get them high and super easy to spin out.
Even in the pre-start, it didn't look like they were quite in control of what was going on. Do you think that was mechanical or just the conditions?
Certainly difficult conditions.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 340 and lengthening the course to 1.7 nautical miles.
So Breeze getting up and still going left.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing sailing their AC-75 beautifully. Really locked in and fantastic comms on board there.
Looking at the French, they having a bit more right than still one board round up, swing is good.
Happy not to rush the tack, it's quite light just behind us at the moment.
One board round up in 5.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing about to complete leg number 2 of 6 in this all-important first match of round robin. Looks a bit messy getting the bow down, but they're up and racing again, and their lead is a huge one on Orient Express Racing. But they've got to stay calm and stay efficient.
Let's extend at least to the 1 point. And we're very light in front.
Get rid of a few of the bugs off the goggles there with a bit of a touchdown at the bottom mark. I'll be looking to keep it clean from here and just get the boat around the track nice and cleanly.
Painting a bit, turning left. Okay, 2. 1 very light. Four down. Light tack.
see the veins of breeze coming down the course there. Really, really quite puffy and shifty, so definitely an eyes out of the boat day.
Pretty light here.
Onto the Alinghi Red Bull Racing chase boat with coach Petro Sibillo. When it matters most, you've got the right starter, you've got a strong lead. Petro, there must be, at this point, a sense of relief at the moment.
They're going to take the right path.
Yeah, for sure, the guys did a very good job so far, the start and then also after. I mean, it's quite a tricky condition here, very shifty breeze, up and down. You know, they have to keep the eyes out of the boat and play in the shifts. Also was quite tough the beginning of the day, the sail choice, you know, with the storms approaching, deciding the main, which main to hoist, the jib to hoist. So far so good. For sure, it's still a long race in these conditions.
Stay with us, Petro. We're just seeing Orient Express Racing go around that bottom mark for the first time to complete the second leg. How important for the confidence of this team would a win be today?
For sure, it's for us it's key to bring home this race. We'll see. Still long, as I said.
Thanks, Petro.
Thanks, guys.
This is the one unique point here for the left back.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing were, I think, the only boat that went out training yesterday. They're practicing pre-starts. I mean, really needed that day, I think, to reset. Heads were down before then. Just listen to the comms now. Really confident, positive comms coming off the boat.
Let's go on board Chase Zero with Peter Lesser. Peter, you're listening in on comms to Alinghi Red Bull Racing. What are you hearing?
They're protecting the left, and as I look up the course, I can see more left coming. There's actually quite a squall, bit of a bank of rain developing over the land, and that's going to have, I think Alinghi Red Bull Racing will be round the mark, but you could actually see an increase in wind coming down the course shortly. In fact, as we power up, we're in more breeze now, so this top mark rounding could be quite interesting.
I think we'll be happy to head offshore quite quickly.
Yeah, I agree. I will like keep more right more.
Sur la grande ici. Et ça va bien un peu à droite là.
Parce qu'il faut pousser pour la pression, Jess.
D'accord. Il n'y a pas de raison
encore, les gars. Ouais, je suis d'accord.
Il y aura cette pression là.
Communication there between the helm and the flight controller. Jason Saunders flying the boat there. Really nice breeze coming down the course here. Really fresh conditions. Really low ride height, wide cant on the foils for max power.
So, Alinghi Red Bull Racing in a strong position, and they're about to complete the halfway mark in race 16. They simply need this win in the race for survival. They do not want to be the boat that's going home at the end of the week and see all those America's Cup plans, the millions invested, go down the toilet. Alinghi Red Bull Racing, they complete the halfway mark in race 16. Just have to race it clean, as you heard Glenn Ashby say. All they have to do in strong weather conditions. The AC-75s are ripping.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shifting the axis to 335.
Big day for the race committee today. A lot of course changes, keeping the course true and directly into the wind, both upwind and downwind.
Faut vraiment faire un très slow your rate sur le tribord là-bas.
Voilà, je dis.
Sur 6. Je te retire un peu.
Il va rentrer lent là. Ouais. Nouveau down,
on va venir dans 10.
Orange Express Racing coming into the top gate. They will finally complete the halfway stage of this six-leg race. Race 16 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Lost the rudder twice on the first upward leg, and it has cost them dearly.
Ok, Engel.
Garde de mettre trop bas. Continue. Attention, le tout d'un wing de Jim, il est un peu tôt. Ok, 30 Bulgarie. Continue. On est tendance droite, c'est bien. Pas beaucoup plus de pression à notre intérieur.
Ok.
On veut pousser Bulgarie. Ok, Steve, on reste bien.
Orange Express losing distance all the time. They just don't seem really locked in today.
Advice.
Ouais.
Médium. En 3, 2, 1. À bas. En bas.
1. Chic. 1, bord up. Médium. 2, 1. Chic.
Big push for the cyclors on a day like today. Lots of trimming involved with the sails to keep the boats at max performance.
Maintenant, c'est plutôt du droit.
Do you think Orient Express are having systems issues, Glenn? I mean, it just doesn't seem right. It's like they're fighting the machine all the way.
Really, really difficult conditions to sail in here, and Alinghi Red Bull Racing, you know, really sailing their boat as well as they possibly can. And yeah, I think the French are not quite as locked in as the Swiss at the moment, and it's all about being locked in on these boats for max performance.
3, 2, 1.
Boat's going down.
Close. Right here.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing about to complete leg number 4. They appear to be in control of this race, but you never say never in the America's Cup, despite what's gone on with Orient Express Racing. Get a win here, this will be mammoth for the team.
Slightly lighter on the bottom of the core.
It could mean they survive.
Let's double check to connect the pressure.
Yes. Yeah, we can continue, okay. And there's a nice pressure in front of us, do you agree? Yes.
20 to the boundary.
Okay, we'll tack there. Think fast. Being right into. Yeah.
15.
Think fast for the tack. Yes. Let's by tack.
10.
Okay, 5, 2, 1, go down. Close.
And 2. 1. Bottom. Otherwise, on the right here.
There is a lot of expertise, cup-winning expertise behind this team, and I'm sure in the last 48 hours they have rallied together to come out and give such a dominant performance. It looks like a different team.
They're certainly sailing really well. Alinghi Red Bull Racing, no question there.
Orient Express Racing coming to the bottom gate to complete the fourth leg, 2 more to go. You look at your bottom left of your screen, you see how far behind they are. It's 1 minute and 12 seconds, and they are really working that boat.
25 Bulgarie. Si on continue, si tu restes sur cet angle, on sera au-dessus de sa ligne en tribord.
Tu peux baisser la trouille manuelle.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shifting the axis to 345.
En 3, 2, 1. En additif.
Bord up.
Nice clean tack there on Orient Express Racing.
Ça revient dans 3.
Distance staying about the same.
Pression un peu plus.
Let's go on board to the French chase boat. Thierry Gouillard is the coach of Orient Express Racing. Thierry, looks like they're wrestling a wild bull at the moment. Everything okay on board?
As you can see, we had a small technical issue on the 2 first tags, so we had a massive loss at this stage. Now they deal with it, they're able to sail the boat, I would say, correctly and in the game, but unfortunately it was so massive loss that it's pretty hard right now.
Just got to keep pushing, right?
Yes, for sure. Still a leg, so we'll see. But for sure, it's not what we expected, but the way it is right now.
Okay, thanks for your time, Thierry.
On n'est pas, ouais, il y a eu un re-update sur les tacticals.
Attaque plus fort dans le 15.
I mean, hope is a wonderful thing in the America's Cup. They have drawn back some gap on that upwind leg. It was like 1,400 metres on the downwind leg. They've picked up a little bit, but it's starting to just squeeze a little bit more towards Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
2, 1, now. And slow down.
And 2, 1. Bottom. Let's try to keep driving the Traveller as usual.
Really nice clean tack there. Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
Shot, we do an early jibe.
Focus on our good pace.
Lefty.
Okay, twisting a bit here. Right looks very strong. And early jibe. Yes, early jibe. Big righty.
And don't over trim.
Slightly lighter the mark.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing coming to the top mark for the final time in race 16. They are one leg away from registering their first win in the Louis Vuitton Cup. The importance of this win, when and if it happens, cannot be underestimated.
48 knot exit speed there at the top, so definitely not tied to the dot around the top there. Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Really nice jibe and sailing really well down the course.
We'll do one more time for the left map. Let's allow a boat.
Nice pressure offshore. Slightly more lefty offshore, I would say.
That's a little righty.
Je pense qu'il y a peut-être 20, il y a du gain beau et de gauche. Je vais faire early jibe, ouais.
On va tout droit finalement. Continue medium.
Alors on aura la presse à la sortie.
Orient Express Racing heading to the top gate, almost there for the final time. All they can do is keep up the chase. They had a win on the board, but they were desperate to get another win on the board.
Nice manoeuvre there by Orient Express Racing, in the old school terms there, a jibe set at the top, no spinnaker poles out, and spinnaker's getting roasted there, surely. It's a different world these days.
There has been so much pressure on this Swiss outfit. They needed to win this race. So far, so good.
Orient Express Racing, they've just come back on the foils. A moment ago, they were off the foils. It's just one of those days for Orient Express Racing, but it couldn't have happened at a worse time in the last week of the Louis Vuitton series.
J'ai pas trop de marge pour te mettre de la contre.
The French team last to get their AC75. They got the design package from the Kiwis, but have had the least amount of time to get race ready. And I wonder if we're just beginning to see a few of those gremlins.
Maxime Bachelan in control of the yacht at the moment, coming into the finish here.
It's taken them 5 races to get here, but they've finally done it in an important week. Alinghi Red Bull Racing get their first win in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series, and the cowbells will be going off the team base.
Nice one.
Nice one, guys. Very good. Focus.
What a huge confidence booster for this team.
The best is between the two cats.
Yeah, I think Maxa will turn more.
Really solid race there. Alinghi Red Bull Racing, they'll be super stoked with that. Great job by the whole team there. It was a huge team effort, and well done to the Swiss team.
Yeah, an impressive race, really calm and controlled. Great start. And a lot of pressure.
I don't think that
Surely that pressure's gone right back onto Orient Express Racing, because they came in here. Ponton was very firm. You know, we beat them in race 1, we'll beat them in race 16. It hasn't happened. They came off the foils and potentially cost themselves a win. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. They are now 1-4. Identical record to Alinghi Red Bull Racing as Orient Express Racing come across the finish line.
A big change in the course, 100 degrees, massive shift to the right. Just listening to the onboards, they all seem to like the right as well, so we might see them really fighting to get that right-hand side of the track.
So it will be Emirates Team New Zealand that come on board the 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and then Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli from starboard after the 2-minute mark. They're steaming in under 45 knots. Emirates Team New Zealand, they get the green light. Yes, they do. And they're in. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli coming in from the right, just a little bit behind time.
He's staying quite low, happy to go straight.
But they get the green and they are a go as well.
Really big pressure coming down from the right-hand side of the course, so it will be a battle, I think, from these two big teams to try and win that right-hand side of the course.
We've got 17, 18 degrees, 18 knots of wind now. I mean, that is full on for doing these maneuvers in the pre-start.
Wind over here. One down inside. Green 50. Getting on committee lay here. Windy on the right, bit lost. 40 down on there. Yep. 1 bar down. It's 20. They're on 2. Easy. Probably go with attack, guys.
Yeah, big increase in pressure here.
Split up. You got time. Plenty of time. Higher. 40 for the boat.
Luna Rossa tacking up, getting a bit of separation.
Way above boat lay here. Have just tacked 30 to the boat. 80-metre boat, guys. Lions low. We have to go in at some stage. I think I would go early rather than late. Our bottoms, they're all good. They're behind him.
Luna Rossa just inside that boundary on the right-hand side. Big right-hand shift here.
Get it in a pretty push now. No problem going behind.
Luna Rossa going for the attack, going behind the Kiwis.
17 for the boat.
Pushing them to the start.
18 to kill. All the way down.
Heading towards the last 30 seconds for the start of race number 17, the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series.
Push. Line on him. Just above boat lay. He's still close. I think he's
Luna Rossa fighting for that right-hand side.
Strong here. Just don't let him roll you. 3, 2. Still too early.
High speeds here.
Don't be over. Right turn here, boys. 2-1 racing.
Race 17 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series is on. The defender against Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Split tag.
Oh, big touchdown there, Emirates Team New Zealand. Off the foils, massive twist on the sails. Huge gains to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli off the start here. A massive deficit for Emirates Team New Zealand to make up.
Fine up here. Yep, here we go. One. Oh, thanks.
Well, the words of Peter Lester are coming back to haunt them a little bit. He said, when you get a huge wind shift, you never know what could happen. Look what happened. The defender down off the foils, but now back up and going. Second consecutive race start win to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Boundary, you'll be all good here. Just get some numbers on.
Watching the replay here, you'll see both boats right up at cavitation speed there, and Emirates Team New Zealand foil down and losing the rudder there as the board hit the water. So big skid there from Emirates Team New Zealand and a loss of control. Huge skid there, and boys doing well there to keep that under control and not roll the boat over.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shifting the course axis to 080.
So we are thinking one and in at this stage. What feels good, Andre?
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli really locking the boat in here and absolutely ripping up wind there. They are max pace for what these boats will be doing upwind, flat water and big breeze. 42 knots of boat speed there, upwind. Francesco Bruni on the helm.
Yeah, no issue, yeah.
Let's go on the water to Peter Lester and Chase Zero. Pete, wow, what a start, huh?
Yeah, good start by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. They certainly put the New Zealanders under a lot of pressure. Key moment was when they rolled over the top of the...
Whoa, hang on, Pete! Hang on!
Big one here for a Luna Rossa.
Okay, recover.
Oh, I just got that back. That was super close to doing a head-to-wind check there as well for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. So really tricky conditions here, Pete, out on the water.
Yeah, they're going to be long on starboard because the breeze continues to clock round to the right, which means starboard will be the long board. So Luna Rossa in a really strong position.
Yeah, let's check in next leg. Yeah, almost the ley line, okay?
I've been early jibe.
Early jibe, but no rush.
What better way are we looking into?
Better way and Stampella after.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli is steaming into the top gate for the first time after a moment. It was a heck of a big moment. They got themselves under control. You heard the cool voice of Jimmy Smittle saying, no panic, let's just keep on going. And they rip around the top mark for the first time. How far behind are Emirates Team New Zealand? Have they made any gains after coming off the fours at the start? Well, the gap's not as big as one might suspect, and it's sitting at only 16 seconds. Game on.
A big twist there on both sails, getting around the top mark there, and 48 knot exit speed there, Emirates Team New Zealand. So being fired down the course.
We've got 18 knots of boat speed, right on the edge.
Just a little replay of this tack, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. They looked all good, and it just really close. That rudder was so close to letting go there. And really, really big moment there for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Lucky to keep the boat under control there.
Let's see where they set it. Maybe a little higher right eye thunder if you have it. About a minute this way. That looks better, Andre.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, 49 knots of boat speed downwind, so
on the left at the bottom.
Definitely holding the throttle fully open at the moment.
I think our range is like 80 to 90, really.
Coming back to defense.
First downward leg in Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli have got their foot on the accelerator.
Not at their target position.
They're lengthening this lead on Emirates Team New Zealand. Remember, this is a no points race, more a bragging rights race.
Still a bit out. Keep an eye on it for you. Copy.
Sailing in great pressure there, Shirley, down that side of the course. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli really locked in, sailing well.
It might not count for points, but it's great practice, and it's the first time we've seen these yachts race in anchor in this kind of wind.
3, 2, 1, anytime.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 2 nautical miles.
So, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, they've had a moment. Emirates Team New Zealand have had a moment, and both were on the first upwind leg, and we've still got 4 to go. Do not go anywhere. The AC75s are putting on a show today in strong winds off the coast of Barcelona. The first true grey day in the city. They will take the right-hand mark as you see it, Louis Vuitton Prada Pirelli. Just ease it around. And then head upwind on leg number 3.
Hey, good on Jim for now.
Delta at the top mark was 16 seconds. That's what Emirates Team New Zealand were trailing by. As you might expect, they picked up a little bit of time on the downward leg. Now they have it at 17 seconds.
Handball. Keep going. Got it. Oh, that's a 97. Thank you.
Look at the wind mapping here. Shirley, the ghost boat, showing the bend in the breeze there. So expect to see a bit of a left-hand wind. Should be a slight advantage to Emirates Team New Zealand initially here as the breeze bends.
Onto the Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli chase boat with Philippe Presti. Great start, Philippe, but you had your heart in your mouth in a moment with that tack upwind.
That was a bit stressful, that's for sure. The wind is super gusty, and that's really a challenge to sail the boat today.
It must make you feel good, though, when they had that, well, the moment going upwind that they collected it pretty quickly and they're just getting on with it.
Yeah, there was an imbalance on the boat between the trim of the jib and the main that creates this little hobble. But I think now we're back on track. Very challenging, the course between the clouds and the shore effect, and yeah, it's going to be another 2 legs. Pretty funny.
Well, the gap's closing. We'll let you watch this one.
Thank you.
I think this is average phase now. This is a long tack by far. Copy. That's lefty on us. Give me a bit of gas. Just keep pressing into it. Nice, mate. Now they've just got over a ladder rung there, so they can do it in one after that tack now. So you might want to wait till we can do the same. Agree. And copy.
We're hearing the voice of Nick Antridge.
It's only 20 seconds away there.
Port driver.
Better angle up there. Please just. I think we step up once we're over. RPE. Still slightly right here, or you reckon this is? I think that's average, eh? Maybe increase it. 3, 2, 1.
Helming duties being transferred on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli from Jimmy Spithill to Francesco Bruni, and beautifully smooth tack there, and they'll be hoping to keep their nose in front in this great battle.
Andre, we'll take a little investment up before the tack, okay?
Copy, copy. Always mind the
This is the race committee. We're moving the leeward gate, shifting the course axis to 090.
Go in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, big slide, guys. Smooth turn. Bit of a chin. Up. Are you trying to build? Just check the next leg, kicker.
Yep, I will, just to give you a second. Okay, we have time both sides, okay?
Okay, so we got left turn, we'll take the gate.
Yep, exactly.
I don't want to go too far, just because it's light on the left.
Prada Pirelli about to complete the 3rd leg, which is the halfway point in all these 6-leg races.
Your call.
They've had their moment already, as have Emirates Team New Zealand. Now they simply get back to business. Look at that knot rate heading into the mark. Just on 44. Slows down a little bit coming down into the left mark, and around they go with 44 knots around the mark. That's just crazy. So it was 17 seconds at the bottom end in favour of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Oh, increase for the beer.
And they have made a good gain upwind, the Italians, as Emirates Team New Zealand go around that left-hand mark, as you said on the screen. Strong weather, strong wind. Pretty average weather out there on the water, Glenn.
Yeah, you definitely need your goggles on today. About 120 kilometres an hour of airflow over the windward cockpit, probably about 140 kilometres an hour of airflow going down that leeward cockpit side in between the jib and the mainsail. So increased flow on the leeward side, and definitely need the goggles on.
You'd be pretty pleased you're not swapping sides like they used to.
I remember those days well, and it's not overly pleasant getting flushed out the back.
Sounds like bugs and teeth weather, that.
It sure is. Really difficult to sail the boats accurately in these conditions.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 2.1 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 0.95.
It's the longest course I think we've had, Shirley. Breeze up and boats absolutely boosting, so we're high 40s downwind and low 40s upwind, so we're covering some distance here and the course getting stretched out accordingly.
We have a slight gain to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, but not much in it. It's really hard to make any differences between these two teams.
Push, boys. Plug in 3, 2, 1, and more down.
Still soft out of this, boys. Give a bit of power. Very soft, actually.
Lovely 12 knots.
Up with Lundo. Got a lot of helm here. A little jib car, maybe. And power up the jib cutter.
See the heart rates there of Bruno Rossetti and Emmanuel Liuzzi. Pretty much
with that, only 20 seconds, guys.
with the power requirements today. Huge wattage,
Maybe go a little bit fast,
providing the hydraulic energy to move those sails around.
We can hear the discussion in the trimming loop a lot more than normal, so the cyclers, they got it hard today.
Yeah, we love the racing at this level, this much wind, they're not so flash on it.
2, 1, here we go.
A big power up out of this, boys. Nice power up, yep.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 100.
Really shifty conditions now as this breeze is dropping, so both yachts having to power up the sails, looking for a little more camber and depth to sail the boats at max speed. You hear Jimmy Spittle there. Need more power, you guys. Keep it powered.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli coming into the bottom gate. They'll complete leg number 4. Has Emirates Team New Zealand picked up some gains on the downwind leg? We'll soon find out. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, 2 more legs to go. Can they get the win? Get off the water and smile across the water to Emirates Team New Zealand. Say, we got you there. We're 1-1 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series.
Coming up round up, 5.
This is in that phase then, yeah.
Go.
Emirates Team New Zealand going around the mark. They've got 2 legs to go now.
Right. Keep going, eh?
Yeah, big lull in the breeze from what it was on the last lap. So boat speeds dropping there back into the sort of mid-20s now compared to 40s on the last upwind. So a huge lull in the breeze there.
Too late now. Let's go to boundary. Slow there. Yeah, all good.
Both teams in a pretty small jib. I mean, a huge push now to power up everything they have.
Bit of switching gears here in both state, guys. North hill.
Coming at it fast. Over. On foot. It's frozen.
Better pressure always right still.
real dynamic now, so make sure we catch everything.
The risk here is that the breeze actually completely shuts down, or to the point where one or both boats may be off their foils. So this race is not over, and Mother Nature will dictate the playbook.
Beat me to it. I was going to say, is there another wrinkle in this race with 2 legs to go? Well, it'll also show who maybe has got the better boat and soft the wind too, right?
Certainly be interesting. These jibs that they've got on are set up for big breeze, and the breeze is dropping, but looks like it's still hopefully enough there to get around the track cleanly.
Both boats feeling the pain right now.
Doing a big knob. Back all the other way at the moment. You go, you try it. Yeah,
Following us.
No rush, but
There's a really good pressure coming in 10.
probably staying here.
Too fake quickly. See what happens. Easy. 80 southwest now. It's light.
Hitting on this upward leg, it's leg number 5. It's going to chase 0. Pete, what do you make of this so far? Has that wind come significantly down?
2, 1, and board. Easy, Louis.
Alrighty, a few technical issues. It's a big old day out there on the water. But we are seeing some spectacular AC-75 racing. And it hasn't all been perfect. But boys, it's been spectacular.
Breeze now to 10 knots, so it looks like Luna Rossa got a bit of a puff there. That is a big change, isn't it? They started in 18, now down to 10.
Good pressure.
Stand by, guys. So in 3, 2, 1. Drive it down.
First day we've been able to see into the eyes of Jimmy Spidell and Francesco Bruni.
Really good.
They look fully focused.
Okay. We are on the right side. They are to leeward of us, so...
At full concentration on the course. Numbers, see the eyeballs scanning. It's a continuous scan. Numbers, course, breeze, numbers, course, breeze.
Just try to...
Round and round you go.
How many screens would they have?
Oh, there'd be 4 or 5 screens there with hundreds of
Let's not
numbers
overdo it, okay, though,
decipher.
Jimmy? Because just if we get caught as low as it's a shit fight.
Really good path here in 10.
They are on our left side, so keep that in mind.
Breeze now down to 8 knots.
A little more heel.
I'm just worried that it's going to get light at some stage and then we have to rebuild. So 31, I would say minimum boat speed, please.
The pressure is looking really good up here. Really solid. Definitely not getting lighter.
Copy that.
Gonna get flat on B, are you still happy with this? I think it's a good -1.
Good mount, guys. Going well. At this stage, unfortunately, it's a big bias for the left mark. What do you think if we do 2 tacks? And I don't know, your call.
I think 2.
2 tacks? Yeah. So in that case, we need to keep it fast.
So, transition flat here. Nice. And by. Let's just go on the line, have a look, because all the software changed.
Go on lay. But keep the speed.
2, 1,
and here we go.
Let's go.
Constant communication between Francesco Bruni and Jimmy Spittle is just delightful to listen to you. They take you through exactly what they're thinking, heading up towards that top mark gate for the last time. You can see in the distance, top left of your screen, Emirates Team New Zealand well behind now, but that wind pressure has certainly dropped dramatically, affecting both boats. One more leg to go for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Even start slowly going there. Nice. Really good control there.
Yeah, I've lost all race software.
Okay. It's coming back, I think. I lost it as well, so...
I'll ask the race committee.
I think we can just go on boundary.
But yeah, ask the race committee.
Yeah, race committee, Italy. Yeah, we lost our race software. We can see the boundaries, we can't see anything else, can't see the marks. It's back now.
Probably back now.
Race committee copies.
Parallel boundary, yeah, I agree. 120.
I don't think it's all the way for me.
Quite a bit of rain coming down there. By the looks of things now as well.
Emirates Team New Zealand coming into the top gate for the final time in this 17th race of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. It's been one of those days, not just for this team. It's the Italians have had a moment in the race before. The French had a big moment as well. So it's all going on a rough old day out here in Barcelona.
Luna Rossa did so well on that upwind leg. I mean, they picked their way through the breeze, but also changed modes into the softening breeze. I mean, how impressed were you?
They definitely linked a few shifts there, the Italians, and really good eyes out of the boat. It's definitely one of those days where you really need to be looking far up the course, and a lot of mode changes, a lot of gear changes, and you really need to sail cleverly. So that you've done a really good job there.
We heard the panic from the Italian boat when they lost the electronic map that they have. How hard is it to sail the boat on the track without that?
Yeah, you're flying blind largely without that. That software's super critical to getting the boat around the course cleanly. All your information is there, so you're going back to flying without instruments when that happens.
Big gust here. Holy shit! Let's go up by a fucking yacht or something. It's like wind.
Apologies for the colourful language there. Emirates Team New Zealand, not sure what happened there. It sounded like possibly a little clap of thunder in the distance, possibly. Spooked the herd.
They're sailing very high, like if they ever left it. Have a look on me.
Yeah, they're sailing
really dynamic day here in Barcelona.
We're in two different breezes.
You got good pressure.
We know early on in the piece there was some talk of thunder and lightning. We've heard some thunder right now. Lightning's a no-go with these boats. And the race committee will be very wow. Now you can see why someone went off. Oh my goodness. Near miss. That is a serious moment in the 17th race. Lightning on the race course.
They're stopped.
Emirates Team New Zealand pulling out.
Stand by.
Here, it's about to get
Yeah, I think Mother Nature
This
really...
is the umpires, New Zealand, outside the boundary more than 100 metres. You are disqualified. Race awarded to Italy.
You're going to turn right here, so go away from that lightning.
Yeah, Mother Nature obviously not happy
Next move will be
at the moment, and veging her fury.
Outside of the two and park there, yeah?
Luna Rossa bailed out as well.
If you're on a carbon boat with a massive carbon mast that's filled with electronics, it is potentially a low risk, but a risk to you and also obviously the equipment. So they're keen to get out of the way.
We are 2 minutes 52 and counting towards the start of race 18. Port entry at 2 minutes 10. American Magic starboard. Ineos Britannia at the 2 minute mark. And then we are on.
It's still pretty light. Big factor in this pre-start could be trying to get the boat to sail in your gas, trying to stay out of their gas on your own gas.
Looking at that right now, just on the foils, American Magic. So this manoeuvre in this light air on that side of the course has the breeze filled in. This is absolutely a critical entry here for both boats. Very, very light at the bottom of the course by the looks.
Probably going to have a piece of us. Even if we got a
So it's port entry from American Magic. Brucing Tom Slinsby pop out of his cockpit. He's done that a lot before, particularly the last light race day we had. And in come Ineos Britannia.
American Magic very late. They have a lot on.
Be a dial down here or dial up on the back foot. American Magic. Both boats doing everything they can to stay on the foils here.
Arrows on him here.
The breeze is very soft in this bottom left-hand corner.
The British there, ducking down below in the gas there. 23 knots boat speed, barely foiling, not fast enough to stay on the foils in a manoeuvre at the moment, the British.
BMG down, it's good. Working away, 2, 1, board down.
60 seconds and counting to start of race 18.
He's jibed around. 30. Happy, slow as he can be.
American Magic high of that start line, but have pace.
He's almost off the foils.
Yeah, the British there just a bit slow, sailing back through their gas now and the previous gas, so they are off the foils.
Yeah, so it's going to be a...
It's one tack and then... Just let me know when we need to go to stay on this breeze.
American Magic now have to stay on the foils.
So just us on the line. Okay, I think we can make...
He's
coming back to us now.
These
16s, we're going to get some gas here. Okay, we're late. Full takeoff. Happy to go. 17. Turning up all the way up here. He's got a little...
American Magic still need another manoeuvre.
18, here we go. Making big push that. If you can work up to the lane, agreed.
American Magic there, tacking into fresh air there. They will be in fresh air there, so the British now on the back foot. American Magic could potentially dial the British here. They're going to have to duck and need to get through the start line there.
Tight up here, working up.
American Magic crossed the line for the start of race 18 against Ineos Britannia in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series, and we are a go.
Super lucky by the British there to get on the foils, like real touch and go there, and American Magic opting to tack straight away, so I've got the boat's actually quite even now.
Ineos Britannia did so well to limit the damage. That could have been game over.
It's going to be my button from here.
It's coming. It's winding up slowly. Just keep it a little charged.
Okay, he's turning up. Okay, so it'll be my button, my wheel. Okay, he's inside boundary. Okay, he goes. Okay, step by in 3, 2, 1. And turning.
Tries to lift high.
We're in a high build here.
American Magic pushing for height, climbing high, making life so difficult for the British.
British having to tack away, only a very short distance, Shirley, to that boundary again, so 2 quick tacks needed by Ineos Britannia here. American Magic with the upper hand.
2. Good push, boys. 1. And turning.
Softer for this build, goodies.
So American Magic will be lining the British up for the next tack, so they'll be wanting to tack right in front of the British on this next tack coming up. Ineos Britannia trying to gain enough ground that they can actually take a slight advantage.
Very similar side to side. I think we just keep short siding him here if we can.
Yeah, okay, he's come back. It's my...
This is the umpires. Boundary penalty GBR. Boundary penalty GBR.
It's all right. Here we go again.
The British unforced error, boundary penalty. That's a big loss there of 75 metres relative
He's got a boundary
for the British.
We're just going to build a little here.
When you consider what they had to do at the start to get themselves up on the fours and look like they were going, that's a kick in the teeth to Ineos Britannia on this first upwind leg. Let's go into chase 0. You've got to hand it to the British, Pete. That start, when what was going on, that was a pretty strong way to go.
Yeah, it played out nicely for Ineos there. They did well to get out of jail, but certainly now they've got the clamps on them by American Magic as they push them back to that right-hand side. And, of course, that's where Ineos last time got that penalty. It just looks to me as though Ineos is just right at the bottom end, a little less manoeuvrable than American Magic, but it's still pretty tight. But Ineos won't want to get another penalty as they go over to that right-hand boundary.
Going well here. Still not...
Probably will face us from that.
Boundary. Okay, he's in boundary now. He's starting to get ready. Okay, stand by. Or down here in 3, 2, 1.
American Magic, big clamp there on the British. Not many options for the British here just at the moment, so gonna hurt them if they can't live there.
22 knots. 21.
There's a good gust here.
Right, no chance, guys. Great work.
He's pressing through. Anything to gas him.
Pressing down a little. We probably want to lay this. Actually, other marks favoured.
He's not going to lay left. There happened to be one.
Right.
But he's very slow, struggling.
Oh, British possibly off the foils here if they don't leave here. Both boats having to do another tack to get through that top gate. So all about staying on the foils here for the British at the moment.
Down here in 3.
So both teams earning their and showing their sailing chops today in light air conditions on race 18. The New York Yacht Club's American Magic will hit the top gate for the first time, and will take that left-hand marker, as you said, and start that first downwind leg. That 75-metre boundary penalty has really hurt Ineos Britannia. Challenger of record now heading towards the top gate and making their way through it. They'll be playing follow the leader at this point.
Looking down here in 2, 1, all the way down, yours, fine.
Many options there, Shirley, for the British. Really had to just sort of suck a bit of gas there and just get round the top gate, and they'll be trying to stay in touch and keep the game alive.
Match them here, yeah, a little bit further.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.4 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 190.
When you hear that, you know it is light as far as the wind goes when they start shortening the course to make sure we get a full 6 legs of racing in.
It's 180 degrees.
We have between 8 and 10 knots at the top end of the course, so it's not super light, but it does seem pretty patchy.
I think with this breeze just initially filling in, you know, you do get a few little wobbly bits and a few little bits of hot and cold air that make it quite tricky. So what the top of the rig is seeing, what the bottom of the rig is seeing can be quite different sometimes when it's filling in.
So if he goes, he's close over course. If he goes, I think we just roll with him.
Yeah, happy with that.
Okay, breathe, 190 it is in the right there. Take it, yeah. Stand by.
In nice lefties with pressure here.
All down. 2, 1, 8. Standing.
He's shot.
Come in. 2, 1, going board.
We're down here in 3, 2, 1.
It comes. I chuck up here, I think.
Just seems like a little more pressure down that side of the course in general. I think, Shirley, we saw the boats fighting for that right-hand side upwind. And,
oh, hang on.
Little issue there.
Big one.
It's like the Traveller just didn't ease there. A little bit overpowered there just for a second, and little heart flutter there for American Magic. You can see the loss taken out of that manoeuvre.
Happy to go back here.
Really wacky here.
The smallest mistake can be so costly for any team, even when you're in the lead.
We just heard port helmsman Dylan Fletcher say it is really wacky. There's a lot going on, as you say, Glenn. This breeze is just establishing itself. It's early days.
Not laying right.
Both teams just really having to use a lot of oil from the cyclists here. Big job for the boys to push, provide the energy to adjust the camber and depths of these twin skin rigs.
They will probably go this left turn here. Got a big letdown in now in front of this puff. Yeah, pressure out. There's pressure out this left-hand side. Yeah, they look like they're pushing for right turn.
American Magic coming into complete leg number 2, race 18 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. They have a solid lead against the Challenger of record, Ineos Britannia. They had a little bit of a moment on that downwind leg, but they're through the gate, around the mark, and heading up for leg number 3.
Really nice rounding there from American Magic, just judging that lay line to perfection out of the hook up, out of the jibe. So quite a solid gain there by the Americans.
Ineos Britannia just making their way to that bottom gate. A lot of work to do to catch them upwind.
Ineos Britannia with a nice rounding there. Higher boat speed, but quite a deficit to make up. The Americans will be looking to sort of come across and then basically tack in their line to sort of give them some dirty breeze. Interesting to see what's coming down the course breeze-wise in the future.
At 186.
Well, here's a look at the wind field and the ghost boat. Likes both sides. The ghost boat, that's a good sign. They're just more even than we think it is.
And then Mother Nature changes and the optimal route becomes also different again.
It's 165, big level.
Let's go on to the American Magic coach boat, the chase boat. Coach Tom Burnham joins us right now. Coach, you'd be pretty happy with the way the team are controlling this race right now.
Yeah, they've it was an interesting start, that's for sure. We've been waiting out here for these breeze to fill, and it just got to be enough to start racing, and it was a tough start to manage for everybody, both teams. But yeah, the guys sailed a great first beat and had a little bit of a wobble on that downwind that scared us over here. But right now they're doing a really nice job. So it's still pretty tricky out here. It's a bit of a changeable day, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Tom, Glenn, yeah, it didn't just scare you, mate. We were all a bit scared as well, looking at the TV screens here in the commentary booth. It was definitely a bit of a moment. I'm sure there would have been some edge of seat, clenched butt cheeks for you guys as well as us, and they did a good job to keep it, not doing a head-to-wind check again. So, yeah, definitely some great racing. Got to keep sailing well in these tricky conditions, and nice job for you guys with your sail selection.
Yeah, thanks, Glenn. Yeah, it's definitely, as you say, super tricky out here. So it's going to be interesting to see how this whole day plays out and the whole rest of this race. So, yeah, let's definitely a little clenched over here, and we'll see how we go.
Nice, mate. Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, guys.
Coming out.
Small gain, you might suggest, by Ineos Britannia on this upwind leg.
They've got to speed them up.
A real bottom range tack there for American Magic, down to almost 20 knots, so would have been a full power exit there. Big job for the recumbent cyclists here, Stephen.
The breeze is down in general. He's out. He's not quite open course, but I think we should just go back when we've got the pace.
Okay, stand by. And in 3, 2, 1.
Nice made.
Just get the sense that Ineos will make a gain. Let's just go on board and see what's going through their head.
Race committee, could you move the buoy off the race course, please?
Very nice here.
10 seconds on the box. Stand by.
On the way back for a right.
2, 1, pause down.
2, 1, made.
Very well. 2, 1, stand by. It will probably hit us, so if you can get a high mode out of it, once you built. Yeah.
Let's go look at it.
Heading towards that top gate to complete the third and final leg. Just a quick check-in with Pete on Chase Zero. American Magic doing a nice job here at the moment.
15 seconds.
Yeah, that 6 boat lengths they made on that downwind leg on leg 2 was vital, and they've been able to capitalise on that to really consolidate their lead.
20 seconds to right turn, gents. Breeze is down a bit. Okay.
The New York Yacht Club's American Magic still control. But they are back in winning mode. They want to be in winning mode. They've only got 2 race wins in this Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series, with the other 2 nations behind them starting to sniff something. So this is a big day for them today. This race particularly. Ineos Britannia playing follow the leader again. And the halfway stage of race 18 has been completed by both boats.
Okay, stand by. 2.
Little gains there by the British, really nice rounding, really nice exit speed. They'll be looking to sail up the exhaust pipe of the Americans here.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.3 nautical miles.
This race still very much on Ineos Britannia, really halved the distance between them and the USA.
This race very much still alive. Anything can happen from here, and British sailing their boat really nicely here, and little gains to the British.
There is some pressure here. Yeah. What felt like was against this side. Yeah, we got the beast. Come on. Yeah, agreed. Just big ridey here, that's the only thing. Yeah, we are just pulling on them the whole time here, but the next section coming up in 15. Back in the left, maybe slightly now.
Ghost boat showing the optimal route there, so both boats
He's right on us, by the way.
going the way that the computer says.
We're in an open course.
30 seconds.
2, 1,
Okay, he's gone. Okay, stand by. We're down here in 3, 2, 1. And turning.
Let's go on to the chase zero with Peter Lester. Peter Lester, what do you make of this one? This is tightening up here.
Yeah, good race, good upwind by Ineos. They clawed right back into American Magic. They're going jibe for jibe on this downwind. This bottom mark, hey, from now to the bottom mark, absolutely crucial. Just course managing the last third of the course is so vital, and it affects your exit from the bottom mark gate. So this will be a good one to watch.
Both boats exiting there full power on both the front sail and the main sail. And then it's a big grind to depower and accelerate the boat, reducing depth.
Take it hard, but everyone's going to set up for left hand, so let's just see. Not go right hand wide here. Little tough to be honest. Yeah, 30 metres, so good option.
Yeah, I know. I think it's a tough manoeuvre for us.
He's building on us now.
Yeah, he's going to lay line at least, so okay.
Let's go in a box. 2, 1, board down.
Happy then? Stand by.
2, 1, made. Perfect. Quite well. 2, 1, stand board. We'll ball one headed right here, guys. Yeah, agreed. Takes the main.
So the British one in right, so American Magic having to make a decision.
Looking like you'll almost give yourself room.
And Patriot heads to the gate, completes leg number 4, 2 to go, and that gap is narrowing. You can imagine Ineos Britannia, that they can smell a kill here like a shark. Can they finish it off?
Ineos doing a nice job there, just putting themselves in a position to entice American Magic to take that left gate, and they've jibed to take right. So split tacks, potential gains on the left-hand side of the track, so all on.
Looking at this. They continue. Okay, no slower than this. FT is here, but what are you talking about?
This race reminds me of a quote that Tom Slingsby said about a month or two ago about this racing. He said, you know, if you sail well and they're even boats, this becomes a sailor's race. We're seeing every little bit of that on show today.
Yeah, it's hard to say who might be quicker than the other. Just when I think it's one, then I think it's the other. It's all been about racecraft, doesn't it, in picking your way through this actually quite difficult racetrack.
How critical is leg 5?
They are still ahead here. Yeah. More pressure coming on.
I think this is the leg of the race for me. Obviously, the first leg was a fantastic battle, but this leg 5, I think, will be the determining factor of this race.
3, 2, 1. Stay tack. I think we have to tack out. Stay tack. Okay. Stand by here. Coming up. 2.
Keep the press on here, guys.
Forward down.
Yeah,
3, 2, 1, mate. Turn it.
Yeah, just got to concentrate on our tack.
Understood. 3, 4.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish marks, shifting the course axis to 185.
Okay, 25 this way. Really worried about staying high.
Both boats still having to go upwind round the top gate and then down to the finish.
Let's go on the chase boat for Ineos Britannia coach Rob Wilson listening. Probably not the best time to come and have a quick chat with you, Rob, but congratulations for that start. You look like you're in a bit of trouble now. You're hunting them down.
Yeah, no, it's encouraging, you know, in a way, like the first race in the round robin one, you know, we beat them, but they came into us a long way. So, you know, in a way, this is actually more encouraging than that. It's just showing good potential.
All right, I'll leave you alone, mate, because this one is going to be tight.
Thanks very much.
Decision time for American Magic here, Shirley. You hear Tom Slingsby will listen in.
Stand by. 2, 1.
And turning. Rest. Really hung up.
Turning. 2, 1, go on board.
I think we build and go back.
Yeah, copy.
Put in hitting hard here, guys. 2 more tacks.
Okay, speed's coming. Focus on this. Gate is even. It's coming on. 20 seconds to boundary, which is also ley line. Pressure looks good left side.
Let's go to chase 0. Peter Lester, how tight's this one going to be?
Yeah, this is good racing, and the long board is still on that port, going port up towards the top mark. So what American Magic are doing are herding the action over here to the left-hand side of the course, looking to put a real good clamp on Ineos. But Ineos look quite pacey to me. I think we've seen a step up from round robin one.
Taking that. High mode here. They're real slow. High wheel. Short wheel. Good there. Okay, 37 here. Potential left gate here.
Yeah, Ineos, really nice job of putting the bow down early. This race is absolutely on Ineos having to survive there, but doing a great job, and potentially a passing manoeuvre here coming up. Nothing in this race.
It is all on, heading to the top gate for the final time. Don't go anywhere. Both boats around to complete leg 5. And the race for home begins. Oh, the Americans. American Magic.
Let's just get settled. All right. Go hard, gents. Go hard, guys. Everything you got.
20 seconds.
A big touchdown there, American Magic. They didn't need that then. Huge gains to the British.
Down. And turning.
Put out. It's soft. He's well ahead of the moment.
We've made some good games so far.
Potential race on our hands now. Having a look at the replay here of just what transpired there around this right-hand mark. Ineos Britannia attacking to take their big leeway skid to windward, getting super high on the foil there, and they actually did well to actually keep the boat straight here. Bang, down she comes, and a huge wash-off of speed there, so real frustrating there for the team. It was a fairly straightforward textbook rounding, and now Ineos Britannia take the lead.
Slightly left, isn't it? Yep.
Mate, you've got to watch out.
Which doesn't look that amazing the other side of us. Maybe we carry on.
Yeah, I think so.
Still a couple of really important manoeuvres coming up here for both boats, so anyone's race at this stage.
How much you have to wonder is that pressure? How much is that pressure?
There's definitely some pressure on both teams here, but definitely advantage to Ineos Britannia here. They just have to keep sailing the boat clean and could pull a big upset off here.
1, forward down. 3. Oh shit. Okay. Hold a second.
And the British having a big wobble there as well, so not their best drive either. You see the speed difference there, 39 knots versus 26.
And there's the finish line.
This is absolutely all on. Got slight advantage still to the British because the Americans still have to pull off one manoeuvre, but so do the British. So big race on here. Have to have a good manoeuvre here. The Americans, this is going to be bow on bow. Big decision time here for American Magic. They will have to avoid the British coming down.
Yep. Right-hand mark is very favoured. So
And they're crossing. So a bullet, I feel, has potentially been dodged here.
More down if you want.
We are at the finish of race 18 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series, and American Magic have got out of jail, and they get win number 3.
Nice work, guys.
Breathe a sigh of relief, American Magic fans. You got it, but boy, that was close. Really close. Beautiful race sailed by Ineos Britannia, but again, they come up with the big donut in that one. You do not get any points for second place. Wow, what a race.
Well, I haven't had my heart rate go up for quite a while watching racing, but I think I might have got it above 45 there. That was exciting.
Rotation going in.
So much of that race was about accuracy of the manoeuvres, wasn't it? It was not until the very last one was this race decided.
Here comes Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. You'll see the bar by the ITA there. That flashes green. They are good to enter.
I've got him maybe a little late.
There it is. They are green. They are coming in. Tiny bit late. Then comes Orient Express Racing from starboard. And they get greenlit as well for the dance.
Yeah, fantastic entry there by both boats. So the French now putting the Italians under pressure and having to put themselves in a solid position here.
N'oublie pas, c'est la grosse gauche, faut pas descendre trop bas dans la boxe. On est content de faire un last manœuvre par le tac, je pense. Essaye de killer tout ce que tu peux là, Kep. Ouais. Là, c'est à 30. Ok, je suis à Bordeaux. Ok, Bordeaux ici. Ouais. Allez, un peu sur le Bordeaux qui est chaud. C'est chaud. Allez, je regarde.
French opting to tack there. Nice move, keeping their air clear. The Italians now looking to sail forward and take the advantage to leeward if they can.
This is the umpires. France boundary penalty. France boundary penalty. Get behind Italy after the start.
Oh, the French there, an unforced error. Unfortunately, pre-start.
And struggling to get back up on the force. Oh my goodness.
Bit of a deficit to make up, having to get 75 metres behind from the start. The Italians here locking the French out to windward, so not only do they have a penalty there, caught to windward there, so dip start by the Italians here, and they'll be wanting to just rebuild speed and then extend out to that port side of the course, left-hand side looking upwind.
So a little dip start ready for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli as the clock counts down to a start in race number 19, and Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli are away, followed by Orient Express Racing, who've got to serve a penalty.
Stand by.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli will immediately tack here as well.
France penalty clear.
The French doing a nice job of washing the penalty there off in the tack, keeping in touch, and now having to try and sail the boat fast on the jib and keep their air clean as much as they can up this work.
Keep it fast, okay, guys?
He's in a little fast mode, but good mode for us.
Negative one, copy.
Orient Express, the last to get their boat, really are trying to catch up, aren't they, Glenn? And still seems to be wrestling. Still, the unforced errors are coming.
Yeah, pretty good there. That's still pretty good mode.
Just having a look at the ghost boat here, Shirley, showing a huge header there on the right-hand side of the course. So it'll be interesting to see both boats go bow down into this. You can see the French there just sailing into the leading edge of that.
Increasing in front of us, but he's slowly trending right.
Slowly trending right, so the wind field spot on.
Be handy to have, wouldn't it, that wind field?
Well, we're getting close to boundary, so we hit him, right?
Yeah, at this stage, yeah.
A little gain to the French there with that right-hand shift, but Luna Rossa will be looking to just line up. When the French tack, they'll be looking to tack straight in front of them here.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shifting the course axis to 165.
Yeah, we are on him, so...
The breeze has gone quite a chunk back to the left-hand side.
There's not much runway for the French there to tack back, so 2 quick tacks here needed by the French to keep their air clean. Little wobbly tack there, just keep the rig powered up on these slow conditions.
Stay high.
That's normal mode here.
51 coming up.
Just a second, guys.
Let's go to chase zero. Peter Lister, thoughts on the start of this race, mate?
It'll build if you can, boys.
Complete control by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. They just held Orient up, and now that the action really is getting so far over towards that right-hand side, Luna Rossa will have a pretty comfortable advantage at this first mark.
You're one and in right at the moment. Early jibe probably though.
This is the pressure. Good speed for the tack.
So both boats looking for a right turn here, coming into the top. French still just hanging in there, so doing a good job just to survive here. They just need to stay in touch and make sure they keep sailing air forward if they can.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, race 19, lead Orient Express Racing at the top gate.
All the way,
but despite having a bit of bother on that first upwind leg, the French are not going away.
Grosse presse à notre droite.
Ghost boat here, Shirley, saying pretty even global downwind leg there for both boats, so it'll all be about lining up some puffs. So shifts not playing a big influence there, but more about the pressure. So you can see Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli there sailing into that green area, which is more pressure, so they'll take a little gain as they go through the middle of the course, but not in angle, just in speed.
Well, they might be doing 35 knots, but it's currently blowing between 7 and 8. So it is light, it's not increased as we might have expected.
On board Orient Express Racing and seeing them sailing towards the boundary here, they'll be needing to execute a nice clean manoeuvre here.
Not too big on the left, yeah? 170 is actually...
Let's get into this puff a bit more. I think we go, boys. Oh, we're 10 seconds here, light.
Okay, mate.
On. Let's go.
Really nice ride height control there from the foil trimmers. Berto Molinari, Andrea Tessi doing a great job keeping that silver rocket locked in nice and level, nice and high, low drag, good coast, and lovely manoeuvre there.
Let's go to chase zero. Peter Lister, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli once again in the rhythm.
Small gain on the right mark here.
Yeah, they've stepped away nicely on leg 2. Their manoeuvres look lovely. The wind on the water looks a hell of a lot more steady than it did, and it's up a little bit. Wave state's up as well. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli are just reveling in this stuff.
Officially, you got your about 5.
2, 1, happy?
Yeah, good now.
Luna Rossa, the probably right turn here, left turn looking at the screen.
Coming in to complete leg number 2 of race 19 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. And Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli in charge against Orient Express Racing.
Nice.
Good pressure straight ahead.
Happy -1 hill.
160 is a bit of a lefty, okay? Not huge, but...
It's the little things that are making a difference for Orient Express Racing, and the one line that keeps coming up frequently, they don't want to hear this, unforced errors, is hurting the French. They complete leg 2 and hit on the upward leg. Leg number 3.
L'air est du gauche, on y va direct.
On continue. C'est bon, c'est même tac, il faut y aller, non?
Ah oui, Attendez.
Nice tack there on Orient Express Racing. They need to keep sailing the boat well here to keep in touch and put some pressure on the Italians.
Luna Rossa made a massive gain on that downwind leg. I mean, just fast manoeuvres, just look perfect.
Yeah, their coast in their jibes look pretty impressive there, and French just needing to keep that beautiful blue boat locked in and wheelsed up, and if they're sailing well, they're definitely going nicely. So still a few shifts and puffs out there, so only one little wobble by the Italians, and potentially the French can be right there. So both teams having to focus hard on sailing the boats well in these light air conditions.
It's a big ask to expect Orient Express to necessarily win this race, but they've got a lot of confidence. They can just have a good race, put a clean race together.
Let's go on to the Italian chase boat with coach Philippe Presti. Good performance at this particular point of the race, Philippe.
Yeah, great start from the boys. And, you know, I can hear on the comms we have a little bit of issue with the racing software that doesn't click from upwind to downwind. But I hope the boys will cope with that.
You don't sound your usual confident self, Philippe.
No, because I was in touch with the base trying to solve the issue, and if I can solve this racing software issue, that will help the team. So that was I was a little bit on a rush.
Okay, we'll stay out of your way. Thanks, bud.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shifting the course axis to 170.
Up now. -1.
A 5-degree shift of the course there, so probably around about sort of 50 odd metres as a guess there for a mark shift. Just race committee doing a great job keeping the course true and square.
I'm with you.
Got a nice path here in 3.
Coming up a bit.
All the boats have the same race management system and the same software. But if that doesn't, if there's an issue with that, it's very difficult to sail.
Let's quickly go to Chase Zero. Pete, just having a look at Orient Express Racing. They're struggling a little bit with that boat today.
Yeah, I don't know why, because it's a quick boat, we know that, but maybe it's been compounded by the fact that Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli are going so well. Look, over the 2 races that we've seen, I think all the teams have stepped up. I was really impressed by Great Britain in that first one, and Luna Rossa have really just punched on from where they finished against Emirates Team New Zealand in the lightning race.
And punch on they do. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli have made the halfway point in race number 19. 3 legs done, 3 to go for the Italians.
See that mast rotation getting dropped in there by the Italians, just powering the rig up around the top mark there.
And getting to the top gate for the 3rd time, Orient Express Racing.
The
They've hung in for a while, but now, once again, it looks like the Italians just hammer down. And this is on the downward leg. Orient Express Racing, complete 3 legs.
Nice rounding there from Orient Express Racing. That's exactly what they need to be doing, and sailing the boat nicely there.
Garder droite ou pas?
Ouais, je pense pour l'instant.
Back on the chase there, Pete. What do you got?
Well, that second upward leg was just an absolute beauty for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. They took about another 5.5 lengths just on one leg. I just think the French team Orient just are struggling with their manoeuvres, and maybe just a little bit rattled when they look down the track and they see how quick Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli are in this race.
Up the go, we're close to late.
On board with Jimmy Spittle, just about to take over the helm from Francesco Bruni, so pretty much taking over there. Board coming up and full control of the yacht. Francesco now taking on the tactician navigator role to leeward and base settings of the yacht. So
of the beat is in the big right with pressure, and here it's all shitty and left.
You really have to trust each other, don't you? It's not just your driving skills, but tactics, strategy.
We have to decide if to go on and in the left gate. Could be an option. Or join in right. I don't like the UFO, so...
It's better wheel. The wheel is fine in this condition.
The only time you want to hand the helm over earlier is if you lose a rudder and you want to stitch your mate up on the other side of the boat. Quick hands, wasn't me.
Let's go on and in left, man.
But at the end of the day, you've got to sail the boat well together, and the French are doing a really nice job there of being locked in and sailing the boat well.
Lefty.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at this particular point in time not putting a foot wrong in race 19 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series.
That's 57 on the right.
Spittle and Bruni doing the job, working in sync. They'll complete leg number 4 of this race with 2 to go. The French are hanging in. The delta was 37 seconds at the top. Let's see if they've made up any time. There's a round go of the Italians on the final upwind leg.
Lovely rounding there. Switching from downwind settings into upwind settings on the yacht. Getting the heel locked in. The more efficiently you can do that, the better the performance. Lovely jibe aboard Orient Express Racing. Nice, big, deep sails there, exiting the jibe. A really fantastic manoeuvre there, and they're sailing the boat well.
And Orient Express Racing will take the small wins like that any day of the week. They're down and up again, and also down by 3 seconds on that downward leg. Delta now 40 seconds.
Pas vraiment beaucoup de guts, mais il faut prendre ça pour retourner, je pense.
Là, pression dans 4. Tu veux y aller?
Ouais, vas-y, non, c'est pas mal, je pense. J'ai l'impression qu'il y ait plus.
Attends, je vais attendre un tout petit peu, sinon je t'envoie dans une molle, là.
Ok, fais au mieux. On peut aller jusqu'à la bande suivante, si tu veux. C'est dans 20, la bande d'arrêt. Il y a une gus sur la bouée, je pense qu'il faut prendre ça.
Ouais, carrément.
Pressure on the boundary, the French, so nice comms there on board from Kevin Pepenet and Quentin Delapierre.
Ah oui, un bordel.
Let's go on the coach boat for Orient Express Racing. Thierry Douillard is listening in. They're struggling a little bit today, Thierry.
Yeah, we the plan was to have the left side of the course. Unfortunately, we did a mistake at the pre-start. We are not able to manage to be on the left, so the long port tack was a big loss for us. But yeah, against a team like Luna Rossa, you can't do that because it's pretty hard after to come back. But we try to keep the gap pretty close and to see what happens in the next.
All right, thanks, Thierry.
If you're a French fan, just a little reminder, France and Alinghi Red Bull Racing are at the bottom of the leaderboard. They have 1 win apiece, and so from here on in, every win, if they can get another win, it is so vital. If they don't, and we get to the end of the series and they're on equal points, there will be a sail-off between the 2 bottom teams. Lots of drama. But if you're Orient Express, really just being able to refine the process a little bit better, and then you could be in a good shout of getting another victory.
It's a hard learning curve for Orient Express Racing, but we've seen they can handle this beautiful boat. But consistency is one word that keeps popping up in every helmsman's playbook. If you are consistent across the board, consistently good, I should throw in, because that does make a difference, then everything becomes a lot easier.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line, shifting the course axis to 165.
3, 2, 1.
Another solid manoeuvre there. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, and keeping that bustle or that keel fin just out of the water. And
hard to say.
Yeah, back and forwards. I think we just...
Beautiful trim there. Fantastic shots.
It looks decent pressure where he is, so I think going straight is fine. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli have completed 5 legs, 1 leg to go to the downwind leg and to the finish line. They are unfazed. You can just hear through their comms. Unfazed. Okay, another day at the office.
Hey, catch.
And down they go. Leg number 6, the final time for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Nice.
We take her down here. It's a big lefty.
Oh, real solid.
Orient Express Racing. What gains can they find? What can they find out of each race to make them go better and faster? The old adage, a fast boat wins the America's Cup. We know, and we've seen in the preliminary regatta, this is a fast boat. But you've got to sail it fast. 1 leg to go for the French.
Continue un peu. Ouais, c'est bon, Matt.
Ouais, super.
Nice rounding there from Orient Express Racing. Nice slingshot around the top there. So not changing much of a deficit there. So sailing the boat nicely and keeping in touch. The distance not increasing, which is a good sign for the French team. So just keeping it smooth and sailing the boat well shows that they can stay in touch and take it to the other teams.
Okay, drive. Decent pressure to windward. We are middle of the course. I think we go straight a little bit here.
Yeah, it feels like it's going right too now.
Jimmy Spittle having a look around. McGlenn, you've worked quite closely with the French team. They are very impressive, aren't they? I mean, particularly the 2 helmsmen. They were dinghy sailors in the Olympics. Really cut their teeth on the Sail GP circuit and learned how to race against Jimmy Spittle and Ben Ainsley and Tom Stingsby. And I've come out on a boat which is so complicated and really done well.
They certainly have, and different to a lot of other boats. The AC-75, you know, massive team effort to get these boats up and operational, and not only the sailing team learning, the shore team, everybody, fantastic group effort, and to see the boat there sailing so well is a real pleasure, and hats off to the wider team for getting to where they are, and a lot of racing to go. So it's not over yet, and a lot of great racing coming up. So doing a great job there.
30 bandes d'arrivée. Il y a plus d'air là-bas, il est plus...
Moi j'ai plus d'air, faut y aller.
Really big cambers there, big depths in the mainsail of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. You see the mast rotation angle. Really deep, powerful sails there as they sail down only into sort of 7.2, 7.4 knots of breeze. So you can see how light it is on the water and needing to power those sails up for max performance.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli get another point on the board on day 6 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Their record is perfect, unbeaten so far. Can anyone take down Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli?
Gonna go to the right?
Yeah, we can drive.
Listening to those two, it's like, well, should we go have a coffee now? That's another race on the boards. Yeah, just okay. Yeah, little espresso maybe, and off we go again. But that's the impression you get. They are so in tune with that boat, the Italians, that you just shake your head. You really do. They are a joy to watch in action.
Stand by.
Vas-y.
Ah, ça va pas. Top down.
Express Racing with the final drive heading towards the finish line. They'll drop to 1 and 5 in the Challenger Selection Series. Still plenty of work to do for the French as they come across the finish line to complete race 19.
Désolé pour la péno, les gars, déjà.
So it will be Alinghi Red Bull Racing coming in on port at 2 minutes and 10. American Magic coming on starboard at the 2-minute mark for race 20.
It's quite righty there.
Hey, keeping the speed, we are a bit late. Trying to have the max speed. On the left.
New pressure, big pressure coming back, no problem for the start.
Going straight away low.
Can come down to
big left.
2, 1, 5.
They get the green light, Alinghi Red Bull Racing, so they come in from port, and here coming in on starboard will be the New York Yacht Club's American Magic. Ooh. I don't know about that, but did they get in a tad early?
Continuing. This is the umpires. Entry penalty USA. Entry penalty USA. Get behind Swiss at the start.
An unforced error by the Americans there. Alinghi were in trouble after that wobbly spike off on the toe, and how the tide has turned. Advantage Alinghi Red Bull Racing. The Americans now, no matter what happens in this start, the American team have to drop back behind the Swiss team of 75 metres. So the pre-start will still be on, and the Americans will try and get a penalty on the Swiss. But if the Swiss can keep clear, the Americans will have to start behind 75 metres.
So tricky to pull it off and be aggressive to try and get that penalty on the other boat when it is light wind.
Happy to continue.
Start line looks very pin end biased. Expect
happy to go there.
The Swiss to lead back.
It's 12 to kill. He's on 2 high, so he's on 1 now.
Time on distance now for Alinghi Red Bull Racing, just keeping it nice and smooth. The Americans there having to put themselves in a position where they'll want to accelerate, attack possibly, and wash their penalty off to stay in the game.
He's still high and slow.
Yeah, 12. 20 knots.
Okay, 5 to kill.
Watch out the speed.
Push one boat.
10. Hitting the board up here. Forward coming up.
Gate, 6 boat lengths.
Hitting gate on the second. 7. We're going to just build into attack out of this.
5. Slow down the cup.
4.
Last 10 seconds of the start, and race 20, the pre-start almost done, and it's almost ready to go. We hit 0, Alinghi Red Bull Racing, but American Magic with the early entry penalty.
We go with them.
Okay, 2.
1 quarter.
1 down. Turning here.
2. 1.
Max pressure on the right.
I see more pressure coming down on the right.
Just having a look at American Magic's early entry here.
Penalty
Must have
clear,
been
penalty clear.
super close. And that's their positioning of the early entry. So it's an unforced error there by American Magic, having to drop then behind 75 metres. So big job for the Americans now to dig their way back into this race.
There is a long way to go, but how do you think the French must be feeling right now if this rolls the Swiss way?
Certainly, Linky Red Bull Racing doing everything they can to put the elbows out and keep the Americans behind them. Americans are doing everything they can to try and wriggle free. So, big job for the cyclists here with these early tacks. A lot of tacking, a lot of manoeuvres off the start. So, it's going to be a battle of the legs for the next 2 minutes.
It's going to chase 0. Peter, you couldn't have wanted a worse start for American Magic.
Well, both teams made mistakes with, that early spike off by the Swiss, but they recovered from that pretty well. And then American Magic, just a slight error. Looking at the conditions, I think the left-hand side just looks a little bit more pressure on the left, and it's further out to sea for sure there's more, so wouldn't surprise me to see Alinghi protecting this left.
What a huge wind for the Americans there out to the right, and you looked at Alinghi Red Bull's track there, and I've got the Americans ripping across the middle of the course there. Be interesting to see if they cave again through the middle, but they definitely got a good one there.
We're talking about backing under here and going back. I don't think we're going to get to him, are we?
Far to late.
Could be quite a close cross here, but I think Alinghi Red Bull Racing just crossing there, so again to the Americans, but still a stronghold on the race by the Swiss.
Thinking to accelerate here, pressing now. Okay, stand by. Put down here in 3, 2, 1. Put down. And turning.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing, early advantage on American Magic in race 20 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Both having made mistakes pre-start and at the start. And as you can see, we might be in for another thriller off the coast of Barcelona.
Once we're settled out of this. Okay, you are clear in 3, 2,
the Swiss are around.
1, all clear.
So too are the Americans.
Okay, stand by. Down in 3, 2, 1.
I think he's sailing into some light air there. You can see from the wind field, a lighter blue there being a lull.
Come to it.
And American Magic, probably the first boat to sail into that slightly better pressure. So interesting to see if the Americans can chop away a bit of that lead
It's right
from the Swiss.
favour at the bottom. Actually, 150, so quite a big lefty as well here.
I can't see anything amazing out this side at the moment.
So, open course from here. Slowly coming back right.
Swiss lining it up not too bad there. The breeze through the middle of the course, so the Americans got into it a little earlier, but the Swiss getting the best of it all the way through that middle sector.
It's 30 to boundary.
No problem with pace here, the Swiss team.
Yeah,
and you can see the difference in boat speed there, just sailing into that slightly better pressure.
Amazing.
17 to boundary.
I think we can go
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.25 nautical miles.
And turning.
could sign a slightly longer course. There's a target time of 23 minutes for both boats to finish. Race management will keep moving the course to achieve that.
This is pressure. It does look softer as we get down.
Lovely job there on Olympic Red Bull Racing.
Just don't pay for it too much. And we would split to the right. So.
What are we doing on the battery target? Right part looks close, but he's probably gonna go for a split.
Not too much separating these two boats. They're complete leg number 2. It'll be a Louis Red Bull Racing finding their groove in race 20. Who'll round the right-hand mark for the second upwind leg, which is leg number 3. And taking the opposite mark will be Patriot, American Magic.
2, 1, coming up.
Lost a little bit of time on that downward leg. 4 seconds to be
building it down.
True, but long way to go. Long way to go.
Good pressure on the boundary. 35 to boundary.
Yeah, we're going to go all the way.
Looks really good pressure on boundary.
He's in a nice right shift there. We'll dig into this.
It's 160.
Okay, let's take it away. Him concentrate on us up here.
15 seconds.
Stand by. We're down here in 3, 2, 1. And turning. He's going to cross by 5-6 lengths into section 10.
Tacking in 3. Okay. Tacking 2.
1. Go down.
He goes on. I think you need to build and go back. 2. Happy to go back.
And 3, 2, 1.
Nice one, tacking back. Nice pressure.
Go back.
Just build the speed before we go back.
It's 40 seconds.
High speed. Still pressure intense.
Still a really open race here.
Some good pressure again on the boundary. Got 25.
Going down.
Let's go on to the changeback for Louis Red Bull Racing, which is Pedro Sabello. Pedro, lovely recovery from the pre-start touchdown.
Tacking back.
Yeah, fortunately the breeze was enough to take off again there, and yeah, so far the guys are doing a good job. Of course the condition is quite patchy and light at times with this southeast pattern, so we'll see. It's a tight race, still open.
How are the nerves? You get a point here, it changes everything.
Yeah, I think yeah, it's an opportunity for us for sure. Yeah, it's said it's quite tight. So far they are doing a very good job to control American Magic. They look sailing well.
Okay, thanks Pedro.
Thanks guys.
Going for the tack now.
Happy to go. 3, 2, 1. Fall down.
Peter is on the entry.
Every maneuver now has to be perfect. There is very little in it.
Okay, very nice gain here on stack.
No pressure here.
We are 9 o'clock. Tacking back. Happy to tack in 2.
A new calmness on the comms, Louis Red Bull Racing.
Yeah, this is where the cyclors earn their money in a tacking duel on an AC 75. Big battle of the horsepower here, moving oil, every manoeuvre. This is where you see what your opponents have got in the tank.
Guys on the tanks, very good.
The lights, maybe don't go too early on the ley line.
From here, we go to the right back when it is.
To trade back.
Louis Red Bull Racing have done so well in these manoeuvres and just clawing back the meters as we get up to the top of the course.
Are we going to do a tack set?
Attacking the boat beautifully. The Swiss, really good job there by everyone on board. Making it hard for the Americans just to get any scraps there.
Go for the left turn now.
Americans having to sail back through the dirty air.
It's safe, we can either go either way, but
intersection, so
go straight, nice pressure here.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing, there's still not much in this race. American Magic holding in there. Leg 3 completed by Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Halfway mark, still a long way to go. Nerves on a knife edge as they get round.
Nice pressure coming back in front.
Nice left G.
Follow well.
There's American Magic coming towards us. They will complete the halfway stage. Lost a little bit of time on that one, leg 2. Delton's now 23 seconds.
35 this way.
Yeah, let's try to link some shifts here.
On
edge here, Mike. Right on
looking at the trails here of both boats, and the Americans just getting clamped every single tack. So the Americans having to sail through a pocket of dirty air, not getting stuck in the dirty air, but having to sail through a pocket of dirty air on every exchange. So really nice job there by the Swiss to put the Americans on the back foot. And you hear the recumbent cyclists there on the American boat. They are absolutely on the rev limiter. Those boys doing a great job just to keep manoeuvring the boat. Hopefully.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.35 nautical miles.
Oh, and a big touchdown, unfortunately, by the Americans exiting that jibe. Are they running out of oil?
That's settled.
Oh, big loss there to the Americans, big touchdown.
Let's go on board to Chase Zero, Pete.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal. Now, I just wonder whether, you know, the recumbent cyclists don't generate the... and they've touched down yet again. They're right on our bow at the moment. They've popped up. But I wonder if they're just running out of hydraulic capacity compared with the cyclones on board Alinghi.
Watching the traveller bar if it's not moving.
Oh, I think they're out of oil. Yeah, Tommy Slingsby, you can see their heads moving there.
Come on.
Yeah, I think they're out of oil.
Slowly rolling.
158.
It's just my trap.
So the American Magic team there, the cyclists having to provide the energy to move those sails.
2, 1.
And if you run out of hydraulic power, you cannot trim the sails accurately, and we see the boat touching down. And
that's some massive heart rates and some big wattage. We've had heart rates off this boat at over 190 beats per minute.
That's absolutely flat out for the American Magic team. And will that be
that's pressure for the rounding
again to the Swiss?
Yeah, we're not
the Swiss have definitely put the Americans under pressure there, and is the chink in the armour for the Americans their power? Who will know?
To all just really do a good job.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing coming to the bottom mark to complete leg number 4 with a healthy advantage now.
I choose left. Yeah, so far behind, I don't know what.
I'm sure those on the chase boat will be starting to get just a little bit excited about this, because if this plays out, it would be win number 2.
Pressure all the way.
Jumps them ahead of the French.
Really nice races in front. Yeah, keeping left until they pass the mark. Okay, it's far against Norwich. Ready? Okay, big left team. Right mark is looking pretty good at the top, still having left in. 17 to boundary.
Okay, stand by attack.
Patriot coming in to complete the 4th leg. Margin really starting to hurt them now. They'll head around that mark and head up for second to last leg in this race. Advantage, Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
Comes back.
Let's try to pick some shifts. It's pointless just throwing tacks at him when he's gaining.
60.
You can hear the frustration, can't you, Tom Slingsby's voice?
They're pretty soft here.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing just have to keep it smooth and just keep executing their manoeuvres well, and they could be taking a big scalp, a very important point in this round robin series.
Picking fucking hull.
Apologies for the language there, coming off American Magic. Very frustrating times there when you're on the rev limiter.
Let's go into American Magic's chase boat with coach Tom Burnham. Coach, frustrated, grumpy, where are you at the moment?
Yeah, definitely not happy, that's for sure. It's been a tough race so far. It's definitely didn't start out well and not going well now, so definitely a bit frustrated for sure.
Can you put your finger on what's going wrong?
No, I'm not really sure, actually. It's hard to tell. We don't, when we're this far away from them, the comms don't work that well, so we're unable to hear all the stuff and get all the data off the boat, so we're going to have to look at it later when we get back, but certainly not going too well.
All right, well, at least you got 1 point in the bag today, Coach.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, guys.
If it is an issue with oil, getting enough oil for all these manoeuvres, and there has been a lot of manoeuvres, to start to question their choice of bikes.
Yeah, look, it's a really unknown for us sitting here, speculating. Only the guys on board, and then the team will know what's going on there. And it's easy to speculate, but could be anything going on with their system there and the way they're sailing the boat. So
Stand by. Watch out, a bit more down this tree.
We can only guess.
Let's talk about sailing boats, and Lingy Red Bull Racing aren't doing too much wrong once the race got away. Peter Lester's on Chase Zero, our hydrogen boat. Pete, what are you seeing with the Lingy Red Bull Racing today that you like?
I just think it's their best race. They look to be comfortable with the boat. I wonder what they've done in the little bit of time we've had off. I think they've stepped it up. So I'm really impressed by Lingy. They started off a bit rough around the edges when they spiked off from their tow up, but they have not put a foot wrong. And that tacking duel on the second windward beat was vital, that they hung on, and we'll hear more, I'm sure, from American Magic about their ability to move oil around the boat.
Well, it's the old cliche, how you respond to adversity is everything.
We've got a bit of data from our data analyst team, and the flight on USA has been all over the place, between 1.8 meters and 1.2, and compared to the Swiss, which is flying so much steadier.
And it's steady as she goes for Lingy Red Bull Racing, Shirley, as they come into the top gate for the last time. Decide to take the left gate as they see it, right gate as you see it on your screen, however big or small that screen might be. Man, can you imagine what's going back at the team base right now? Those Cowboys will be going on to midnight if they can bag this win.
Yeah, the Bells will be getting a flogging this afternoon if Lingy Red Bull Racing can hang on to this race, and really sailing the boat well there. Niels Tunick in the back there with Nico Stahlberg. Full send. It's pretty much a full hill climb. Fantastic job there by Lingy Red Bull Racing to keep the boat smooth and keep the oil going to those big twin skin mainsails and jibs.
American Magic coming from the bottom left of your screen. You can see the wind IQ and where the strength and the weakness of the wind is. Just remember, boys, the simple one, green is good. Lighter it gets, it's not so flash. Not so flash right now. American Magic, they are trailing Lingy Red Bull Racing. But remember, they've already got a point in the bag today. They have 3 wins so far in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series.
Put down in 2, 1. Put down. And turning.
Still some puffs and lulls on the course here, Shirley, and you see how dynamic that wind field is. So as we saw in the previous race with Emirates Team New Zealand having to sail almost past the finish line to get their final jibe in, it's not over until it's over.
If you're the Swiss, you just have to stay low risk. Keep it fast. Really talk through the procedures and the manoeuvres. Just reduce any risk in this leg.
Yep.
20, happy to go anytime from here.
Yeah, quite light. Just going in 5 in better press. Pressure on easy 3.
If Lingy Red Bull Racing get the job done today in this one race, this is a regatta changer for them. They go 1 point ahead of Orient Express Racing. Now, it's not done. but they've drawn the confidence from that race win against the French a couple of days ago and confirmed they can win again, and win again against one of yachting's heavyweights.
We talk a lot about momentum that we're in sport, and in this game it is never truer.
Facing a lefty, so not too early at the bottom.
A bit later in front.
It would be nice to talk to Arno after this race. We didn't talk to him last time. We'll go so flash, and I think he'll be a very happy helmsman if they get the job done here. 670 odd meters, the gap between Alinghi Red Bull Racing and the New York Yacht Club's American Magic.
Yeah, we don't pressure for the jibe.
Lefty 5.
About 8.3 knots at the bottom of the course there, so should be enough wind for Alinghi Red Bull Racing to execute their manoeuvre okay. If we're seeing 6s, we'd all be sitting a bit more on the edge of our seat, but 8 knots at the bottom of the course, touching 9. They're nearly there.
Happy to jibe in 2. Out. Into jibe.
2. 1. Down. Goes. Plus to trap.
Right side. 2. 1. And forward again.
Quite high in angle.
And there'll be some sighs of relief after pulling that jibe off, Stephen.
Man, will there be sighs of relief, and there'll be hand high fives, low fives, fist bumps, the whole 9 yards. Alinghi Red Bull Racing have just knocked off one of yachting's big guns in race 20, and they will get the win in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series and go to 2 valuable points. How about that? Job well done.
Yesterday it was my sister's birthday, Arno. Huh? Yesterday it was my sister's birthday. Nice one, guys. Really good job.
Must be the period of birthdays. I think we've all had one in the last week or so. Must be the month for it. Must be something around Christmas time, I'd say, or New Year's maybe.
And in come American Magic, and the debrief is going to be a quiet one, but it's going to be a firm one. What went wrong? They got a win in the opening race of the day, but they've been pummeled in the 4th race of the day. American Magic crossed the line. It's the news you want to hear. It'll be a port entry for Ineos Britannia, a starboard entry for Emirates Team New Zealand, who, and let's remind everybody, they are running out of race partners, because once they're done this weekend, they're racing against themselves.
Yep, your old Nigel no mates after these few races, and a big gap then for the Defender to wait and see who becomes their challenger for the America's Cup AC37.
Also, if you're Ineos Britannia, I mean, it's a great chance, isn't it, to try new things, new settings, new techniques.
All good here, Don. Hey, working out. Quite light here at the moment.
So 2 minutes and 10 seconds is the intended time that Ineos Britannia are allowed into the box to start.
Clear to come down. Backing down. Right in this box.
And in they come. Now waiting for the Defender of the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup.
Got across. Happy pass all the way down. That here. Okay, working up. Okay, what do you think then? Just up into zone 1, stroke zone 2. They continue. Bit breeze inside. They're going quite high up. Yeah, they are driving.
Both boats very experienced match racing teams here. And we will see the boats getting pushed hard here in the next 1 minute as they engage to try and take an advantage over their opponent.
Yeah, like top way left at the moment. Yeah, you are having staying high at the moment. Absolutely.
Slight bias on the pin towards that left-hand side of the start box.
Both these boats in their last race starts had average starts. The race, the opening part of the day, and we go back to the day when Emirates Team New Zealand faced off against Louis Vuitton, Riverosa Prada Pirelli. So this is work still being done.
The Defender is setting up high.
Just watch, don't get in too slow. They don't have a shutout on the boat, no. 20 to kill us. Hey, killing 1 for the pin. Yeah, they're trying to stay opposite. Should be on.
We'll see a big speed build shortly on Emirates Team New Zealand to put pressure on the British.
Get on the charge fairly soon. Time. Time to come down to us. Okay. They're going to get just around the boat, but they'll be sort of mid-line, I think.
The New Zealanders on the prowl, heading in.
We've got a big down to come down. It looks like here.
Big speed delta there between two boats, so 10 knot speed differential there. The British having to accelerate hard here.
British look happy to lead back, win that pin end.
Let's go. A little bit flat. So 3, 2, 1.
Racing again in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Challenger of record, defender.
Good initial pressure, right, actually. Going okay at the moment.
Great start by Emirates Britannia.
Just some pressure inside of us.
Basically, Emirates Team New Zealand just having to hold gauge all the way to that left-hand side of the course to then put the pressure back on Ineos after the next tack.
Like 3/4 a length. Yeah, it's just this right inside of us.
Emirates Team New Zealand have done really well there. I don't know if there's been a little bit of a right rotation, but I'm so well to hang in.
I think they have got just a little right. You heard that.
They're up quite aggressively to Louis. It's time to push now, so pitch. Recover here, boys. They're almost in zone. 20 seconds to boundary. They'll probably go at zone, so...
Comms from here will be about hitting the British on the exit of this tack.
Now, they'll press the tack. They might go here. Stand by. 1. Up to 1. Board down. 2, 1. Made. I exit here. I will. And up here. Struggle here. That's flat. That's flat. Push through. Push through.
Oh, and the British there off the foil. Early they came in with really deep out on the jib on that exit of that. And big loss there for the British, unfortunately. Very nice positioning by Emirates Team New Zealand. The British having to dig hard here to accelerate the boat and keep their air clear.
It's a tough manoeuvre as well because you don't want to come down and build pace because you're falling into the boat front.
It's going to chase zero. Peter, I can see you there on chase zero. What did you make of all that?
Well, for me, the key to that was a good start by Emirates Team New Zealand. They held the action all the way to the ley line. They gauged away enough, so as they came up to the boundary, the New Zealanders started to go in a boost mode. So when they tacked, the New Zealanders were 3 knots quicker than Ineos. That meant when they came out of the tack, straight into high mode, and we've seen that picture before, going to Emirates Team New Zealand.
If they go now, would you just
it's a great shot here of the two jibs. The British jib is taller. I mean, I don't know if it's just a different shape or a different size, but definitely looks different to the Kiwis.
They're probably going to go before them, otherwise we're going to take gas on the way out. A little bit to the left. Let's go. Go. Button. 2, 1, forward down. 3, 2, 1, mate.
Yeah, square head jib versus pin head jib, so slightly higher blue loading or sheet loading on the square head jib and slightly higher head loading on the pin head jib, so less load on the actual sheet on the British boat, slightly more on Emirates Team New Zealand, but both achieving similar jobs and similar outcomes, so nice to see some design differences all achieving similar results.
How many jibs can you measure in?
About 5 or 6 on these boats, so every 2 knots of wind speed up or down you can be on another coat of jib, so very finely tuned, looking for an advantage over your opponent, and all important to get that weather call right from your meteorological team.
It's a little higher on average. It's lefty now.
Both boats on the right jibs at the moment.
Emirates Team New Zealand into the top gate for the first time, leading by some 200 metres on Emirates Britannia, the official challenger of record. Still a long way to go. You take race 18 where GBR were looking really strong and sailing it beautifully. This is far from over, but you cannot make mistakes.
I think we get a little tow-away soon, I see.
Emirates Britannia coming to the top gate for the first time. 5 legs to go. All concentration. Nathan Outteridge on port helm for Emirates Team New Zealand. Around go Emirates Britannia.
Little touchdown there by the British, which is not ideal if you can avoid it, and To be honest, I don't think the British did a bad job of that start, and just a bit unlucky. The ghost boat there showing big shifts on the course now compared to last race. And a lot to play for here. Very much an eyes-out situation with the British driving early, and hopefully taking a little gain on this next starboard tack downwind against Emirates Team New Zealand.
We've seen Ineos Britannia have great downwind pace. Let's see how they go next to the defender.
Hey, look left compared to your above. Here, I'll start looking downwind. That's going to be a little more bow down, Pete.
It's really nice inside winds off that last helming duties at the moment. With a little green wheel there, signifying he's actually controlling the boat at the moment. Nathan Outridge obviously not steering with his hands on the side of the boat, having a look around. He'll be looking at his screen.
They obviously are going to be 2 jibes. We could do it in 1, just. Maybe a good time to go. It goes back right and it's better for us. Look up there. Yeah, okay. We go right here.
So that was on board Emirates Team New Zealand. Let's see now what they're thinking on Ineos Britannia.
20 seconds. Okay, stand by here. 2, 1, board down. Let's go with 2, 1, lead. Then time out. Stop, land here. 2, 1, go board. Please match. Nice, get it going. 30 seconds.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.3 nautical miles.
And knocking it back. Okay, nice gains here, guys. Okay, where's this pressure? Potentially they going lighter there. Quite soft in front, yeah.
Big gains to the British here, Shirley. Look at the distance just getting chewed up there as they sail in pressure.
They're way better than VMG. They've got great pressure there.
Jibing, you can see that puff coming down, or that extra pressure coming down that side of the course. So British jibing to try and take advantage of that extra wind coming down that side of the course to take an advantage.
Getting light towards the bottom here. Boundary in 10. Push second half of jibe. Yeah. Okay, stand by. 2, 1, board down. 2, 1, lead. Turning. Time out. Let's go with 2. Fine, go board. Quite hook up there. Yeah, hold the push here. Good breeze right now. There we go. Taking main lads.
Emirates Team New Zealand will be lining up for middle gate here.
Right in here at the moment.
And leaving both options open for either rounding, depending on what they see as the favoured side of the course for the first part of the beat.
Nathan Outridge called it. He said we can do it in 1 just. 1 jibe on that. And Ineos pretend that we'll do it in 2. True to his word, Emirates Team New Zealand coming into the bottom gate to complete leg number 2 in this Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. No points on the board, but more importantly, race practice. Checking the opposition out. Same deal for Ineos Britannia, official challenger of record. They round that right-hand mark, head up on the 3rd leg. A little bit of a touchdown too.
I've seen this as a bit of a theme for the British, just every mark rounding, just a little bow down, touchdown. I'm not sure if it's when they actually changed from their downwind mode to their upwind mode, whether that's actually changing something on board the boat, but it does seem to be a bit of a theme with the British. So Emirates Team New Zealand tacking back, not the best angle there for Emirates Team New Zealand coming across the course, but good boat speed, but just trying to not let the British get something that they may not have seen out that right-hand side of the course.
Let's get on to Chase 0 with Peter Lester. Intriguing little race so far, not at the halfway point yet, Pete.
Ineos showed good pace on that downwind, and they also, on the right-hand side on the downwind, there's a bit more pressure. And you could hear Ben Ainsley talking about that, and they just milked that all the way down into the bottom 3rd. For Emirates Team New Zealand, now they'll just try and match them on the second windward beat. I got a feeling they'll protect the right-hand side as they do that top mark approach.
I'm nervous about the top right, to be honest. I think we want to go with in this one.
Going left quickly here.
But yeah, like we're caught between the 2 breezes, so.
I'd agree with Andy Maloney there. Just that angle that they had on that previous tack, they really caved in towards the British, and I'll take a little gain, and then they'll be back into that right-hand pressure again. So almost having to commit a little further, perhaps, to stay
I'm attacking speed. Left is the
in good
danger
position
side.
strategically wise.
That's happy to head again. I think we're already too fast. Just picking a good lane.
It's sometimes tricky, isn't it? You're trying to just have a loose cover and not be too aggressive, and like you end up sailing up the middle, not in the new breeze.
Trying to up the accuracy, boys, a little. Yeah, moving things at 90 speed hard and button, and on out of the sailing. Coming into more pressure on your hip here.
Let's go on board Emirates Team New Zealand chase boat with coach Ray Davies. Nice race so far, mate, but we're seeing some good speed from Ineos, aren't we?
175 and 150.
Yeah, it's pretty dramatic conditions out here. Definitely some pretty big holes in it still, down to 7 knots and up to 11 knots. But yeah, pretty much all over the show. But we had a good start, held to the boundary, and were able to hurt them pretty hard out of that left-hand side. And I think Ineos had a pretty nice run. Picked up they joined a couple of nice dots, but I think we're away again now. We're back in phase. It's going well.
You got to make every post a winner when you start to run out of races, when you're done with the Louis Vuitton Cup, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We're just trying to make as much out of these days as possible, learn as much as we can. You know, you're learning a lot off every race we do in these in these Challenger series. So it's been great to be part of it, and it's going to be a little bit tough watching it from the sideline over the next month. But you know, we got some plans up our sleeve.
I'm sure you have. Thanks, Ray.
See you guys.
Emirates Team New Zealand have really clicked into some great breeze. They've been sailing, I think, about 8 degrees higher than the British.
I think the British just a tack or so ago may have had a touchdown, lost a lot of speed there, which has opened the gap to Emirates Team New Zealand, and it's all about sailing the puffs and the shifts well. And when you're sailing a couple of bad angles one after the other, you absolutely cough up distance big time quickly. So very much a sailor's race out there at the moment with lots of puffs and shifts.
If you're one of those challengers and you're hearing Ray Davies say, oh, well, it's going to be hard, but we've got plans up our sleeves, you start just to get slightly nervous, because we know there's a lot to play and a lot more developments on all the boats in the America's Cup. But the Defender, how much quicker can she go? We'll just have to wait and find out. They will complete leg number 3 and halfway in this Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series match against the official challenger of record, Ineos Britannia. And around the mark goes Taihoro.
All of that pressure, I think go all the way at the moment and just try and clear all that gas.
Ineos Britannia coming into the gate. They too will complete the 3rd leg. Still a long way to go in this race.
5 seconds.
Glorious day on the race course off the coast of Barcelona for the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup.
100. Obviously. Yeah.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.2 nautical miles.
There's a little less breeze there on the course. Race committee just shortening it up a bit to try and hit that target time. 23 minutes per race.
You can see from that shot of the windfield just how complicated the track is, and I loved it when we heard from Andy Maloney, the trimmer of Emirates Team New Zealand. He's like, just forget about them, keep our eyes on the course, because this is complex. It is about joining the dots.
It's extremely tricky, and sometimes you've just got to focus on yourself to make sure you're doing the simple things well on your boat. Very hard to defend when it's puffy and shifty, and very easy to lose ground. So almost having to keep attacking the course, surely, even though you're actually leading the race.
Sometimes you need a voice of reason to get you on the boat.
You do. That's why you don't sail these things by yourself. A lot of information on board the process from all the crew, even the cyclists chipping in for course management and pressures and where they're at with the hydraulics. So big team effort to get the boat around the track.
Okay, let's go here.
Just interesting having a look there. Oh, a great shot of the foils of both boats, and super high aspect ratio foils, very, very efficient and perfectly designed for these light to medium air conditions. So unbelievable performance with such light air. Keeping these 7,000 kilogram machines flying through the
get
air.
in, obviously, but I think you're going to get a good towaway. Very nice job. Yeah.
Beautifully locked in there, Emirates Team New Zealand, and having to foil trimmers having to keep those air bombs or that little pokey bit that's sticking out the front of the foil. For those that aren't initiated to foiling, that's full of mass basically for measurement purposes. So some teams opting for a slightly skinnier foil section down low and then carrying the weight a little higher for the centre of mass or centre of gravity measurement check. All teams doing slightly different jobs there, and you obviously don't want to be dragging that through the water. And the foil trimmer is doing a good job there just to keep that out of the water at all times. Luna Ross, a very similar concept as well.
The foils are a lot thinner than we saw in New Zealand, and longer.
There's a long way left. Happy now, Pete? 3, 2, 1. They're probably going. I don't think they're laying length at that.
Always a delicate balance with the foil designers and the engineers. The sailing team always pushing hard for as minimal as you can, and the engineers not wanting to give you something that's going to break or bend. So a lot of lessons learned since that previous America's Cup in Auckland.
Emirates Team New Zealand about to complete leg number 4 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series race against Ineos Britannia.
Coming up here now. And you have to go
slight gain just made by Ineos Britannia on that downward leg. 2 to go.
British still in this, Shirley. If Emirates Team New Zealand make a little mistake and do a touchdown at any point in time, the British will be right there. So it's definitely not over yet.
Well, their first race of the day came down to the last 2 legs. Wow. Yes, Britannia.
Big job to keep the boat on the foils here. Shirley, down speed. Oh, and I think they may have just come off. They've got slow. They've just misjudged that ley line slightly. Having to do a double shoot with both foils down, and unfortunately for the British team, they've washed off too much speed to get around that mark.
Looked wonky coming in, didn't she?
It was just a really wobbly little bit of breeze there, I think, for the British, and they'll have to do a full rebuild here, accelerating back into that pressure, but they have to get foiling, and they have to try and accelerate enough speed to execute the tack before they get to the boundary. So, unfortunately, a big loss there for the British team.
They've got good pressure now.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line, shortening the course down to 1 nautical mile.
Ineos Britannia fought so hard down that run. I think they gained between 80 and 100 metres. All came down to the accuracy of that ley line.
Shall we get to it?
Breeze getting lighter across the course. I think you can see even Emirates Team New Zealand there down to 27 knots of boat speed now, which is still boosting, but you just watch the British coming here, exiting out of the jibe full power, having to put that windward foil down to keep the hull clear of the water, which actually washes off speed, and then you see the jib with just no air in it as they have to do that double manoeuvre and basically just running out of power there. Another angle here, just as they re-accelerate, and unfortunately for the team, just not being able to keep the boat on the foils there. So quite a big deficit there to make up, but as we've seen previously, one little wobbly tack and you're back in the game for the pass. So both boats now sailing in quite light breeze.
Just a constant reminder of the brutality of racing here. You get one little thing wrong. We say it all the time, but you know, if you want to be in that final of the Louis Vuitton Cup, you cannot afford moments like that.
I sit way on the downwind Turkey, you reckon? It's pretty happy over here, just get through this.
Glenn, how much of the accuracy in those manoeuvres is about people or about systems or design, or how does that work?
It's it's a huge combination. Obviously, you work long and hard, you know, as a sailing team member with the designers and engineers to develop the boat so that you can use it and get the best out of it. But it's a really important part to be integral of that design process, and all the team sailors have a massive involvement with the boat and how it gets operated. So it's a really important relationship that, you know, is probably the difference between winning and losing the America's Cup.
I think you're there. I got it now. Making sure I got the speed. No, you're way further, mate. Way further.
Just a quick check-in on Chase Zero with Peter Lester before Emirates go through the top gate, mate. What do you make of it all?
Pretty funky at the top. It's sort of the breeze is on and off. I thought it was just going to build nicely and be a good, solid breeze, but it isn't. And I think that's why we're seeing some of these almost unforced errors. And, you know, for Ineos at the bottom mark, they made such a big gain on that downwind, but layline not quite right, and you just pay such a huge penalty if you hit a light spot at a crucial time.
Pretty funky, eh, Pete? You better get off all that 70s music you're playing on Spotify out there at Chase Zero. Hey, how about that? Pretty funky. Heading into the top gate. It's leg 5 of 6, and Emirates Team New Zealand now well and truly and comfortably at this point leading Ineos Britannia.
2. And all the way down. 6, 8 here, so just be careful of the bottoms. They've gone now. I think we could go soon. Just building and watching the boat, the wind speed. We're going to get one more pulse before the jump.
Quite an important manoeuvre here for Emirates Team New Zealand coming up.
They're going to be following you this way, so button. Make sure you've got plenty of speed when you try and cross the gas.
Just staying a few knots above their minimum foiling speed there, Emirates Team New Zealand, so safe exiting that manoeuvre.
Nice gust here.
No shades of grey in that one, Stephen.
It's the best phase we've had all day. And a few jibes where we've been lifted massively out here. Yeah. It's nice when you drive into a degree lift. They've got a big run.
It's like hard work in this second race of the day for Ineos Britannia.
Keep forward now. 3, 2, 1, 8. 2, 1, going forward. Going up.
Just digging it out of there. The British 21 knots of boat speed. Really got to get the shovels out here. Big, powerful main. I think they're just okay at 20 knots of boat speed there, but really, really close to coming off the foils there again. And very light on the course.
Yeah, we've got 5 knots of breeze up the top end of the course.
Cyclors still pumping away on Taihoto as they head towards the finish in this race of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Emirates Team New Zealand, the defender of the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup. You can see our hydrogen, one of the hydrogen chase boats there following through. Keeping an eye on what's going on. What's going on right now is that all things being equal, it's going to be a very comfortable win to Emirates Team New Zealand.
Should we go? 2, 1, and board.
Team New Zealand, marginal air out there, very, very soft, having to really, really keep the boat smooth here. See the power coming into both sails there.
I'm happy. Forward. Button. Back up window the finish.
Beautiful job there by the guys. You see the angle that they're coming into the finish. That is foiling experience 101 right there from probably arguably 2 of the best foiling sailors in the competition.
Keeping it hot.
Keeping it hot, yep. You don't have to win by a kilometre. You just got to make sure you stay on the foils, and doing a great job.
Emirates Team New Zealand get the job done on another race day here in Barcelona against Ineos Britannia. And the defender notches up another win.
Heads up, boys. Nice one. would have been fun on the tree.
Pretty much says it all. Nice one.
Yeah, happy we're on.
Yep, Marius van der Poel, Dougal Allen, Louis Crosby and Marcus Hansen there will be definitely having a good lather on after that big push out of those last couple of jibes. You're pretty much going full power and sailing with Marius in the last America's Cup out of some of those light air jibes. I think it was race 8 with a small jib on. They're the sort of guys you want to have pumping some oil around.
Sorry, leather on. Racehorses in there, are they?
Yeah, no, you wouldn't want to be eating your dinner off the floor of those cockpits at the moment. That's for sure. British will take some valuable lessons away from this race, though. Always learning opportunities, and I think the British didn't do much wrong off that start and certainly put themselves in a strong position. And I think that little right-hand shift was potentially what just gave them a bit of breathing space to windward for the Kiwis, and I think the British really did a good job there. Not much more they could have done in that situation. I think they executed that quite well.
They look slightly more vulnerable in the manoeuvres.
Time to go on board Emirates Team New Zealand. Nathan Outridge on port helm. Challenging day out there, Nathan.
Yeah, very dynamic day, that one. Very, very shifty. Blair and Andy were doing a great job of calling some good gusts for us. But, yeah, nice to get a win.
Oh, Nath, Glenn, you guys obviously sailing right out to the boundary there to get that last jibe in. That was Moth Sailing 101. Just keep it on the foils. What was the combo heading into that?
Yeah, that was nervous moments when you see 5 knots on the dial as you're about to jibe to go to the finish. So but luckily for us, it was a little puff just above, and we managed to get a little pulse into the jibe and make it through in one piece, but we're almost back upwind to get to the finish. So the kind of day it's turning into, we thought it was going to be a bit windier, a bit more stable, but here we are in 5 to 8 knots and quite dynamic conditions.
Nathan, we'll take you back to the start. It was so tight between the two boats, but you just managed to creep off and extend and get some distance. How good was that start?
Yeah, it was a tight start. They did a good job of keeping it nice and tight in the leeward position there, but we managed to get that nice righty off the line and just live long enough to get to the boundary. And when we both tacked on the boundary, you know, bottom speeds were right down at the bottom end there, and we executed a nice tackling and yeah, managed to take control there. But it's definitely not easy out here, and that one could have gone either way.
Appreciate your time, mate. We'll see you against the French later on today as Ineos Britannia crossed the line. 3 minutes and 2 seconds, the winning margin to Emirates Team New Zealand. Just what you want to hear off the coast of Barcelona that had, well, a rough night last night. Look at that sea stow. We should probably get into that straight away, shouldn't we, team?
Definitely going to be bumpy out there, Shirley. Not going to be an easy day for both the trimmers and helmsman and flight control. Whole team here having to work really hard to keep the boat on the foils.
Yeah, we can see it in that picture, all from different directions, almost pushing them upwind, and a bit of debris in the water as well, just outside the side of the racetrack. So plenty going on.
So it will be American Magic coming in from port. 2 minutes and 10. They're steaming in on the right-hand side, starboard. It'll be Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at 2 minutes. So to get their time and distance on point. And it looks like American Magic are going to be perfecto today. Green light as they come on board. They are good. Now waiting for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli to come in on starboard.
Maybe in 2 forwards. Yep, maybe 2 forwards onto across.
Running in a tad late, so let the battle begin.
Okay, stand by, guys. Into 2, 1, 4 down.
Great breeze. We've got 11, 12 knots. I mean, perfect for full-on engagement.
Stand by, 4 down.
See the swell there. Real differing there, so they're actually reaching across at sort of 90 degrees, but with the swell behind them, so real battle here for the teams to sail the boat well.
Big day for the trimmers, controlling the flight.
Sport down in 2, 1.
Decision now whether to jump and lead back or push.
Oh, no.
I think we take that on, mate.
He's not jumping, so we're just going to kill him.
Let's try and use the boundary.
Ready to kill boat.
2.
Okay, turning up here.
15 pin.
Well done, yep.
The line is square, so no massive advantage turning back early.
I think he can still shot.
I
think we go for a press.
Down.
2 boards.
Yep.
It's 21 knots.
Probably tight to Louis. Pressing a little here.
Spin.
I'll take good sails.
It's 5.
Just a check,
He's pressing down.
20 to kill.
Happy to
3.
turning down hard here. And then turning up hard into turning all the way up.
Both boats manoeuvring on 2 boards, just slowing it down.
It's just above starboard lane.
Both boats killing time here, trying to gain the advantage. So Americans have to watch for the hook here from Luna Rossa Prata Pirelli.
Here they go.
It's 8 line.
Coming down here.
Still just okay at this. 5 line.
Jimmy Spittle going for the push, trying to hook them.
Rolling up.
He's up.
Up it. All the way up.
Just can't get there.
Up it. All the way up here.
Clean start, race 22, American Magic, Luna Rossa Prata Pirelli.
They're pressing a little here.
So I've got the advantage there early on to the American team there. Great job, great execution there, forcing Luna Rossa Prata Pirelli surely to tack away and give themselves a chance to stay in the game.
Yeah, not the best tack by Luna Rossa. They got slightly down speed, just laboured through that turn.
And turning. Good wave to accelerate there.
American Magic kept it simple, didn't they? Straightforward and with great execution. This is a big match for them.
Okay, guys, just picking the moment. Stand
Looks
by.
like quite a bit of surfing going on this port tack, so swell behind, so everyone knows what surfing's all about, and then punching back into it again on the starboard tack. So Luna Rossa now punching into the swell. American Magic surfing, so you should see bigger numbers on the Americans.
I'm happy to duck him, yeah. So coming down a little, it's okay. Hold course there, it's your wheel.
I got him.
Confirm it, is shaving behind.
Snowed up.
Oh, really close race here. Next manoeuvre is really critical on both boats here, so...
Boundary.
Happy for a boundary.
Pressure here on our right.
Okay, in this next wave.
It's going to chase 0. Peter Lester, clean start, but a lot of tension in this one early.
Yeah, good start by American Magic, and then a really good comeback by Luna Rossa. They came back and they won that first cross, which was crucial. The next convergence will be interesting in terms of gauging pace. Have American Magic got enough to take that first starboard advantage as they come back together? Sea state is really jobbly. When I look at it on the screen, it certainly doesn't do justice to how messy it is out here, and also big gusts of wind up and down.
Jobbly, I love that. That's a Kiwi expression, but certainly describes it well. Waves from lots of different directions. I mean, I've just seen that all the cyclers' heart rates are 170 plus. This is a big day for adjustment.
Small dark echo.
American Magic right-of-way boat here. Luna Rossa having to give way to the Americans, so you'll see the Luna Rossa Prata Pirelli team duck behind the Americans here. Green is good, red is give way, and American Magic there deciding to really nice tack on a nice wave there if they can just keep it foiling well, putting a bit of pressure on the Italians.
Just going to try to hold.
American Magic lost quite a lot of pace in that tack, not the tidiest. Luna Rossa, just, I mean, beautiful example here. We can just see them almost crabbing to windward, just gaining the meters.
Nice mode here. 32 is a good number.
I got him.
Got him? Yeah, no slower, I think. Echo. Next wave trying to go forward.
Yep, I will. On you.
Nice. Hey, so now it's just us on the top here.
Better right at the top.
Let hill from here.
Yeah, okay, we're on ley line there now.
They're close, we're close then.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, and 4 down.
Stand by. 3.
Easy lay, okay?
1.
A little bit of bias on the starboard gate. We should think about it.
Just the attacks there by Luna Rossa, Shirley, just look really nice, and little gains to them every manoeuvre by the looks of things.
Busy first upwind leg for both these boats. It'll be Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli, and they'll go around that left-hand mark as you see. Gee, it looks tough out there, doesn't it? They're followed by American Magic, but they will take the opposite mark and head around the right mark ahead on the first downwind leg in race 22.
Go hard, guys, go hard.
Massive manoeuvre by the Italians, that tack, barely, but they're so confident just to throw the boat around, exactly what they want with it. They wanted that right-hand side of the course, and they got it.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.6 nautical miles.
Breeze just dropping a little there on the racecourse. Mel Roberts there and Ian Murray just shortening the course a click to hit that target time of 23 minutes.
The wind field showing more breeze as the boats get to the bottom half of the track.
Quite get to.
I don't see him.
It's pretty similar.
Okay.
Anything, call this a little lefty at the moment, or average.
Yeah, hard to see pressure anywhere.
On the low side here.
Bit of light everywhere.
If we go to open course.
What's the favourite? It's pretty square at the bottom.
Then we just find a nice flat spot and we jibe.
Yeah, we come down one. Might catch.
Just see how much sail movement there is there, Shirley, of the trimmers just trying to keep the boat in the groove in this sea state.
I think we're happy just to go to boundary here and just try to make most of the pressure.
A little bit of trap up.
It's coming down a touch, better pressure all the time.
Steering the yacht here is really tricky. You're really looking to get yourself on the top of one of those swells and actually start turning the boat before you go down. So the steering of the yachts today is super critical to take the advantage of those swells and really accelerate and minimise the trimming that you needed to do.
It's a nice game there.
Yeah.
Another big cross coming here. It is still tight, 50 metres.
Shot at him here. I'm not going to push it too much.
I have us crossing.
Give way boat, Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli.
We've got to be careful.
And then we're just crossing, we've got to lay down the bottom.
Go straight back.
Nothing in this race there. Fantastic execution of manoeuvre, American
I
Magic.
think we actually might just go a little fast, and we'll probably be splitting in left turn.
Really interesting to hear the comms on American Magic, and Paul Goodison is very cool, not rushing that they know they've got time, and as you saw coming downwind, they've got plenty of speed. They were heading 40, 42, 43 knots.
Happy for just a nice duck and then take the left. Might not be a duck.
Definitely not a billiard ball surface. Billiard ball table, nay it is. Super lumpy, and to do 40 knots of boat speed and 10 knots of breeze in these waves is absolutely incredible.
Not sure we'll get the right mark here. Probably use that left.
Put down here in 3, 2, 1. Put down.
Both boats heading towards the bottom gate for the first time. It was 14 seconds advantage. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli at the top gate. Going to get them again. Only just.
Grabs in the centre.
So Luna Rossa go around. American Magic go around. It's almost in unison. Very balletic that round.
195.
It's a super tight race here. Anyone's game. These next manoeuvres absolutely critical to take the advantage. Americans sailing their boat really well.
American Magic gained 11 seconds on that downwind leg. They were honking.
It's 24 seconds.
Nice ridey here, but we've got to go anyway.
Ghost boat Shirley saying that we should see an intersection at this next cross, so it'll be really interesting to see what plays out of both sides of the course.
The American Magic just sailing into a little bit more pressure.
Subtle lead change.
He's coming back.
Going upwind to on the third leg of race 22. Got a feeling about race day 6 and the GBR. American Magic race. Got that feeling about it.
It's close. Okay, he's coming up now. I think we're happy to duck. It's a bit of a duck, so coming down here, my wheel. That's really good. Got him. He's just come down. We can approach this out.
Yeah, another really close cross there. Absolutely nothing in it, so both boats being pushed hard.
Yeah.
Right, click a jib sheet on if you got it, just a little.
Get the speed going up again. We've got 25 here.
Okay, we have to find a good moment to go, maybe after the G-spot.
Maybe just a click more immersion.
Not slower.
No, it's hard.
On board with Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli. James Spithill at the wheel at the moment. Francesco Bruni, navigator, tactician, course manager.
3, 2, 1.
Let's quickly go down to chase 0. Pete, this one's really tight.
Yeah, it's a good race now. Something that's happening on the water, there's a bit of a tide line out here, and at the top mark you can see the water is more, it looks a little bit like a bit of pollution going on, but more importantly that's the debris line, and there's a lot of stuff in the water. There's wood, there's bracken, there's branches, and that will really give the teams a bit of a heads up. They have to be careful and look in the water what they're sailing through, especially in the top third of the course.
10 seconds till it's round the back.
Big cross here, Shirley. Big decision for Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli.
Or we could try. He did a pretty good job.
Just nothing in this race. Both boats being sailed really well. The Italians pushing super hard. Equally, the Americans.
Happy either way.
Let's go for it.
Yep.
Okay, stand by. We're down here in 3, 2, 1.
Lots of questions a couple of days ago about the maneuverability of American Magic. They didn't have everyone saying they didn't quite have enough oil to make the magic happen, but today they are matching Luna Rossa move on move.
Good pressure. He's making gains on us here. He's quite a bit higher. He's tacked back there. Taking height if we've got it here, guys.
Yeah, trimming up.
So it'll be my button. In a section 10, it's bow on bow, so...
It's coming.
Okay. No, we're not going to do it. Coming down a little. That's it, hold there. Yeah, coming up from there.
Okay, trimming up.
Yep.
American Magic, no option there. It's too close to try and tack.
Fantastic comms on board American Magic there. It's all happening extremely quickly.
It's just lane.
It doesn't look great at the left, so probably just settle and go.
Yeah, a
little bit of shit on the bow.
All good with this angle.
There is nothing in the opening race of day 7 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli, unbeaten so far. Are we about to see that change today? American Magic sailing beautifully today. The Italians go round halfway through this race.
He's coming with us, okay?
I'll be there.
And right on their tail, American Magic.
Following his line a little. Okay, stand by. Board down in 3, 4, 2, 1.
And board's going.
Blue way. Got no grip. Okay, turning.
Hey, he's matched.
These manoeuvres just so difficult in these waves. Both teams doing a brilliant job flying the boat. Not an easy job in any role on board the yacht at the moment. And if anyone thought that foiling racing was going to be boring in swell and waves, well, I beg to differ.
We can hear them on board picking their way.
And now he jibes, we let him go.
I agree with that. I agree with that. No lower here, 1 up.
High speed here.
Going well, huh?
Let's go on board the Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli chase boat with Philippe Presta. We've got a race today, Philippe. This is a really good test in challenging conditions.
Yeah, very challenging condition. Super high sea state and very dangerous for the maneuvers. And I mean, the boys did awesome to the last beat just to come back and get the lead. And we get the same mark, which is more comfortable, you know, at the end to control the game.
Okay, thanks for your time, Philippe.
You're welcome.
Yes, good grip there.
Francesco Bruni there talking about the grip. That's both on the foils and the rudder. The skinny little rudders, super vulnerable to letting go, so big job there for the helmsman.
Left for both, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Very short for him to do too.
No, we just got to try to get back to
Also a tough manoeuvre doing the UFO on these waves.
Just check the boat speed there,
Little build here.
down here. Looks a little bit lighter and lifted now in the front.
Okay, we're going to go here. Stand by.
Hey, middle of the track here. Nice puff on here.
I'm pretty sure he's going to come one and in with us, I think. If not, he's going to pay the maneuver, I think. He's driving.
I think we got to lay here.
We go to lay, copy that.
No pressure.
Yeah.
Well, the hero currently on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli is Nicholas Brezzi, who's producing over 900 watts solidly.
A little left, okay? That's for the light.
He gets man of the match.
Certainly does. It's about 800 watts more than us three in the commentary booth would be able to put in, I reckon, so hats off.
Crabs up a little, okay?
Copy. Good try, boys. Listening. A good game to us, boys. Not yet, yeah.
Definite little gain there, Shirley, on that downwind to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Just out of that top mark, it seemed that possibly a little more breeze down to leeward initially and a little gain.
Strong leg number 4 for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. 2 to go, and they wheel the silver bullet around ahead on the final upwind leg. Coming up pretty close behind is American Magic. Neither boat has done too much wrong today in these conditions, and they are challenging conditions. 19 seconds the delta now. That's the time that they are trailing behind Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
I'm sure we'll have a look. It's a great view, isn't it? I'm sure we'll have a look at the wind field in a sec, but in the last beat, it looked like the gains were on the right-hand side. And certainly Luna Rossa heading over in that direction.
Back one here.
Ghost boat here, giving us a little view of what the course is looking like, and just showing Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli there a slight advantage. So, as we've seen though, one wobbly manoeuvre, and the game can change.
Slow press.
How speed is that? Continues at the moment.
Just pick a moment here with no rush, please.
Okay, a little further here. I'm just going a little left.
Go flat with the jib, Nick.
Let's go on board the American Magic chase boat with Coach Tom Burnham. Coach doing a good job in trying conditions.
He tacks back now. I think we got to go back.
Let's try again. Hey, Coach, Stephen here on ACTV. Doing a good job in trying conditions.
Yeah, it's pretty tough out here for sure. And the guys, it's been a lot of back and forth. Unfortunately, the Luna Rossa guys got a little jump on us on that last downwind leg and kind of lost touch of them here. So we're just trying to claw back in to have a shot in the last run.
Yeah, but a lot to like about what you're doing, right?
Yeah, for sure. The guys are executing a lot of things really well here today. So it's definitely tough conditions. It's not easy with the sea state, but yeah, both boats are sailing really well today.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
Looks pretty nice up here, right?
Where you go back once we're open course, not long here till open course.
Yeah, we'll go back on that. Just put a touch in the bank.
It's showing more right favour now at the top gate.
Hey.
193.
Not that long ago, you couldn't sail foiling boats in waves. They're making it look easy today.
They certainly are. I can guarantee you.
Really good wave ahead of you to press into.
It is not easy, and Tom Slingsford there indicating a nice swell to get on there and accelerate the boat. So real juggle of a bit of surfing, bit of sailing, multi-sports all combined into one on these AC75s.
But it's pretty far.
The trimming and the flying the boat job split between the two trimmers on each side.
It's been opening up here.
It requires
we're
such
marginal whether we're
synchronization.
Yeah, copy.
Only 20 seconds.
Little soft, but it looks like better pressure in front.
I'm tempted to go one engine.
Yeah, visually it actually is okay.
Press.
There's one pressing.
Yeah, my bad. I agree.
Okay, one engine, boys.
Good pressure coming in here. Let's get her fast.
And throw a bit of shit up here. Just keep your eyes out on track.
Okay, getting close.
Nice pressure from here on.
Hey, stand by.
Anytime.
3, 2, 1.
Well, heart rate going 160 when they're going straight. Look.
Watching the wattage here, this is where you push hard.
All good, guys. Nice wave as well.
Cesar Gabia there, really sending it. Back of the boat there.
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli looking good with one leg to go in race 22 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series.
Some around the mark, so go tight to the mark.
At this point, they're on course for a 6th straight win against all the other challengers.
All good.
Building up, yeah.
Hey, 23 to the boundary.
Thanks for making it down if you want.
The pressure looks good.
And in comes American Magic.
Getting under.
Haven't done too much wrong. You heard Coach Tom Burnham say they're executing everything. Maybe one or two whoops here or there, but that's about it. So still a good day out, but they're wanting points. You've got 3 points on the board. That should be enough.
Okay, stand by. We're down here in 3, 2, 1.
From main, boys.
Speedway.
Just having a look at the Ghost boat here, which is sort of the computer prediction, if you like, of the best way for each boat to get to the bottom of the course. And not a whole lot of options here for the Americans to get back into this on this
I think we might go out of here.
downwind.
3, 2,
Out my trap.
Americans hoping for a mistake by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli to open the door for them.
He jibes back. He's on open course to go through, I think.
Onto the chase boat, Chase Era with Peter Lester. Peter, what are you liking about Luna Rossa today?
Let's just pick our best
Yeah,
time.
Luna Rossa just edging ahead every leg out to, 27 seconds at that last mark. They just look to be a little easier than American Magic. American Magic, control-wise, just doesn't seem to be quite as steady as Luna Rossa, and Luna Rossa sailing a little bit deeper at times.
Well, we don't push this boundary, okay, guys? Stand by. Go in 3, 2, 1.
Keeping it safe, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. No need to take any risk. I mean, they made the majority of their gain in this race on leg 4, that downwind leg. And it'd be interesting to see the stats after the race to see if it was just pure boat speed. But
I'm on the jib of it.
They look
5 seconds
impressive on this downwind.
I think we just pick our best time there.
Good mode. No lower.
Really locked in pitch there on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, so the fore aft pitch really locked in there. That keel line keeping nice and parallel to the water surface. Really difficult. Looks like they're sailing in flat water, but they're not. It is very bumpy out there. And
coming down with a bit more
doing a
left
fantastic
pressure.
job there, keeping the boat
all good.
Very impressive.
How do you achieve that? What's the key to making it look that
Give me a little buffer, okay?
Well, you need good people on board, but you also need good people behind the scenes in the wider team.
One anytime.
Absolutely can make that happen for the team.
We are at the end of race 22 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. And the silver bullet, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, is going to remain undefeated. They will go to 6-0.
Okay, 2 boards here.
They are a machine in this regatta.
Bravo, Nick.
Bravo, Nick.
Nice, Bretty.
Thank you.
Nice, boys.
And in comes American Magic. They hung in them for a good 3 legs, but on that downwind leg, 4th leg, Luna Rossa Prada probably just went away. So another point for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli and nothing for American Magic.
Let's just go more down and go on to here.
I'll tell you what, if you're a sailor on that boat knowing what's going on with Ineos Britannia, then you'd be there'd be a slight bit of apprehension, wouldn't there be?
I certainly think that those guys would have wanted to stop and absolutely check the boat to make sure it was A-OK, and a big battle coming up here, and you don't really want to leave anything to chance, and great opportunity there to make sure they're on the same power package as the Swiss, so not far to entry here, and we are going to see a great battle.
Great conditions for this race. Got 13, 14 knots.
And Ineos Britannia coming on board. They've got to come in, and 2 minutes and 10 cannot come in beforehand. Oh, on the money, got the green light. Coming at starboard will be Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They too look good. They'll get the green light. You'll see the bar light up. And they are good to go as well. We've got a race.
Bit on left here. Yours. He's going for circle. Okay, yours. Slightly lighter. Fully made. Keeping low.
British going into a circle here, so a little bit more breeze now. We'll see a few more manoeuvres now that the breeze is getting up.
40 to Bandry.
105 for the pin. Okay. Pressure coming down on the right.
All the way around. Happy to start to go up.
So they up here.
Diving now is quite further away from
50 for the and the left is still pin bias.
Time to go.
It's
44. My wheel.
Max Bachelin calling a little bit of pin bias and a lefty. Might tempt them to lead back and on that left-hand side.
Both boats trying to get the advantage over their opponent here, so trying to force the other boat into a decision and a mistake.
Go past if you want, go past.
It's coming up. Holding here.
The British there, the giveaway boat.
20 for the boat. 6 for the
boat. 8 board down. 8 board down. Holding up here.
It's all about mathematics, isn't it? Time and distance, boat speeds.
Pin is open here.
Be patient.
The British will speed build here and try and put some pressure on the Swiss.
Pin is open, guys. 9.
Stay with it. 11. Okay, up hard. Up hard. Here we go, boys. Hit it. Okay, board up and high mode. Okay, board's coming up now. Racing to the line.
5.
Ineos Britannia pushing.
Racing.
Okay, level boat switch.
Straight.
One bottom.
Stay with it. As in the line for now. Go.
Okay, it's racing here, guys.
Okay, mate's coming on. Mate's coming nice. Yep, that's the mate here.
10 seconds to go for the start of race 23. Looks like we're going to get another clean start off the coast of Barcelona.
Nice.
And we do. It's game on between Ineos Britannia and Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
That's what jumping in.
Great start by both boats.
Both at top speed there, upwind, so a real drag race here out to the left-hand boundary. British trying to keep clear air above. The Swiss trying to come up underneath them and force them away early, so a real great race here.
Keep an eye on the bottom speed.
So powerful. If you can get to that left boundary with an advantage. Ineos Britannia just moving forward.
33's here. Nice. Don't get stuck in it too low. You're pretty quick here. They're working up. Okay, your wheel. Come on. My trap. Your trap.
This is going to be hard for Alinghi Red Bull Racing on the other tack.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing just surviving there. If they put their bow down here, they'll stay air forward if they can get on a little swell here. So both boats in clear air there. Slight advantage to the British. They'll be in a fast mode here, trying to put the bow down and get across the front of Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Alinghi Red Bull Racing just trying to keep their air clear and survive here.
Dylan Fletcher helming Ineos Britannia on port side, pushing down, giving maximum bad air to the Swiss.
From here,
40 knots of boat speed there, upwind.
Just a little bit more, we're on the little left.
British doing a great job at the moment, controlling the race.
Guys, keep it going. Keep your way. Stand. Come in.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing still just in clear air there. The apparent wind so far forward on these boats.
Okay, heat tags. Okay, so stand by for a good moment. Okay, stand by here. Yep. 2, 1, forward down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning. 2, 1, going forward. Oh, yeah.
It was a fantastic overhead shot. The perfect time to tack on the wave.
Another tight start. This one time is race 23. Let's go to chase 0. Good clean start. Quite a gripping start, Pete.
Yeah, good start, but slight advantage to Ineos on the line, and then they drop kicked that as they went over towards the left, and they just pushed forward. I'm looking at it, I think Ineos has picked up their game, certainly on the upwind legs, from what we saw earlier in the regatta. A good start for this one for the Brits.
They look like they're also going head up for right turn. They may split, but I think we're happy here. Stand by. Yeah, it'll be 15 the other way, pull the bear away. 2, 1, forward down. 2, 1, mate.
Blink or you will miss it, because that has got to be one of the quickest first legs we've seen in a long, long time. Ineos Britannia, look at that. Look at the sea state they're dealing with. A little bit of a nosedive for them, but they will head through the top gate for the first time, trailed closely by Alinghi Red Bull Racing. You cannot, in this game, make a mistake. Points are critical. Around go Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Desperate for an extra point to keep Orient Express racing at bay. Mind you, the French have to win too, and they're up next.
Big right still.
145, not over.
Close boat there, showing not much in it on this downwind, so both boats having to sail well to...
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.65 nautical miles.
Both boats having to sail well here. Very, very difficult conditions, and both teams sailing really nicely at the moment. British just getting a little tow away there and a little puff, Shirley. Lead extending there.
Nice there, no slower. Good mode here.
We've seen Ineos Britannia being really quite pacey on the downwind, so great to see them in a little bit more breeze. Looks like they're just slowly extending, just a nudge quicker than the Swiss.
Yeah, looking like they're sailing into more and more pressure there, and the first boat to get into that pressure, taking the advantage and just extending with the extra boat speed, gifted by Mother Nature.
Could batch if you want to. Set up the right turn at the bottom. 10, 20 seconds this way. Can we just continue to load on? Agreed. It's going to be strong left turn, right?
They'll beat it.
Yeah, left. Yeah, exactly. Nothing in the gate bias.
Second half push on the
jet wave set here.
But I'm happy to save the time.
Okay, 3 seconds now. Stand by here, guys.
We are on the downward leg for the first time in race 23. Ineos Britannia played their delay card. You heard the coach say that. Hit a log as when they came out to start working themselves up and get ready for this race. They checked their rudder. They had a dive rudder as well. And Britannia looks like she is as happy as anything in these conditions and flying beautifully. Absolutely beautifully. They are such a joy to watch when they're at speed, these AC 75s.
Push on this one, lads. Your trap. Hey, trap. Kind of harvest a bit. Here we go.
Heading into the bottom gate to complete leg 2 of 6, and it's Ineos Britannia, the official challenger of record, whipping around that left-hand gate and heading up on leg number 3. Good downward leg and a good gap on Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
Happy to a little bit of Louis Vuitton.
In comes Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Gap has lengthened from what it was at the top. It's now 21 seconds, but there's a lot going on out there.
Two board turns.
Like when you want from him.
And they're backing the nice pressure just in front.
Lefty.
Board with Arnaud Saraphagas there. He's steering the boat at the moment, turning the boat into the tack and then exiting the boat, transitioning to Maxime Bachelon and becoming then in control. Arnaud now keeping eyes on the British.
It's almost as if the sailors are relishing these conditions.
Just having a look at the 3D ghost boat here. Seeing both boats sort of sailing the course, and gap looked like it's maintaining almost exactly the same there from where they are to the top, providing everything stays equal. But the British sacking off the ghost boat idea and saying we're going to tactically stay in touch with these guys and get over the top of them.
Happy transitioning to big surge, big wave side. Give pressure on the bow, they tack.
Ineos Britannia doing the job so far as they are on the upwind leg on number 3. Rob Wilson, the coach of Ineos Britannia, joins us again. Well, how are you nervous right now? What the comms coming off the boat saying everything's okay, Rob?
Yeah, no, it's all hanging together. More than that, to be honest. Yeah, they're obviously doing a nice job. So yeah, we're pleased.
Just looking at all the boats that we've seen so far, they seem to be just jumping into these conditions, loving it, just loving it.
Yeah, they are loving it, but it's hard. It's tough for all of them. Like especially you know, Alinghi. They've spent quite a bit of time down here in Barcelona, and you know they're very good in these conditions. So you know it's nice to be in front of them.
Yeah, I know. Never, always looking over your shoulder. Thanks for your time, bud.
Thank you. Bye.
Brilliant shot there of the British, and just maintaining that lead, Shirley, on this upwind, not giving much opportunity for the Swiss to get back into it.
Nice guys, should be able to get to ley line here. Taking main here.
Nice defending by the British.
In the water here, guys. Yeah, nice.
So Ben Ainsley there on the leeward side of the boat, on the downwind side, looking at the course management. He'll be taking over helming duties on this next tack.
3, 2, 1, mate. Turning, don't mind. 2, 1, going forward.
Let's just remind you of the last time they met, and it was a very close race, and then Alinghi Red Bull Racing fell off the foils at the top gate at leg 5, and then Ineos Britannia fell off the foils right down the bottom, which almost had Ben Ainsley, quote, bricking himself because they could have been run down. Now, if that happens again today, the wind's a lot stronger. He will not want to be in that position.
Nice work, boys. Nice work, lads.
Of course, these teams come a long way since then.
They have, haven't they? In fact, all the fleet is really starting to push their boats harder, and everything looks a whole lot cleaner. Ineos Britannia steaming in to complete their 3rd leg. That's the halfway point in race 23 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Series, and race 23.
120, 130, slow the turn. Anytime.
Fantastic rounding there by Ineos Britannia. That wasn't an easy one, punching into a couple of really big swell sets there. Great job by the flight control.
And not too far away, in come Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They've completed the halfway point now, and they head downwind on leg number 4.
Happy with the time? Yeah. 1, call down. Close. Guiding at main.
2, 1, and for it.
Really tricky conditions there to execute the jibe in the ghost boat there, Shirley. Potentially showing a little gain early on and then a little extend again for the British. So really interesting to see there. The wind field on the actual water, which is what's happening with the LiDAR sensors scanning the course and showing us exactly what's happening on the course looking down. So we get to see what the sailors see on the water on our screens.
ridiculous that we're racing around like this right now.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.8 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 205.
Nice, thanks lads, sorry about that. Nice work.
Ines Britannia look really strong on these downwind legs, don't they? They've wheels going downwind. They look so good.
They've pushed the fast button, and Britannia loves these conditions. Let's go on the water with Peter Lester, who is in these conditions. I'm sure he's not suffering too hard on the hydrant, but are you, Pete?
We're pretty well in the top third of the course. It's pretty bumpy for Chase Zero and this stuff. But on that second windward beat, Ineos Britannia took 14 boat lengths out of over Alinghi from the last time they were up here. So that's a pretty sizable gain, you know, as we get sort of halfway through the race. But impressive performance. Ineos is reveling in these conditions.
This is a nice backup too from what Ben Azy said at the press conference 2 days ago. He said, you know, we get this thing right, we are dangerous. And they look dangerous right now. Really, really dangerous.
Ines Britannia have taken 200 metres in the last lap.
Been consistently 2 or 3 knots quicker on this downwind, so they're really sending it, the boys.
Ineos Britannia, they are just flying into that bottom gate to complete leg 4 and 2 to go. They have got the afterburners on this afternoon.
Okay, we're past intersection now. Okay, good speed here. Breeze is still mean. Slight right and even. What are they doing? It's still coming downwind. Yeah, it's still following for now. Still a little way off. Look at that. Okay, they can't see them. Yeah, I think
In come Alinghi Red Bull Racing to finish leg 4. They've got a lot of work to do because today Britannia is flying.
Straight into attack there, Stephen. So round up tack, split to try and take a little advantage if they can to claw their way back into this race. Distance sailed there. Obviously a little more to the British because they're further up the racetrack, but average speed there 37.3 knots, so over a knot faster, or around a knot faster in boat speed in general. So the British really got the hammers down at the moment and doing a great job. Alinghi Red Bull Racing just hoping for a mistake really from here by the British, because quite a deficit to make back, and the Brits certainly sailing the boat well.
Nice work, come well here. Come back left a little bit now. All good, continuing here.
I don't think we're being unfair to say this is probably the best we've seen Britannia go in this regatta so far. They have executed beautifully today.
Ines Britannia have been fast and faultless. It's been an impressive watch.
2, 1, and on up.
It is impressive how all the teams are improving. I mean, I guess, you know, they've been testing for months by themselves, and the speed of learning when you're in this environment is off the scale for all of them.
Certainly is, and Alinghi Red Bull Racing sailing their boat well also, but the Brits just absolutely have the hammers down here and picking some beautiful shifts and getting on a couple of really nice swells there upwind I was watching, and really, really nice moting there from the British team.
Working back up. Good pressure going to us now.
Ben Ainsley steering the boat there at the moment, and Lee McMillan and Glenn Mon looking down above there, and Cycles working hard, powering the sails there. You can just see how much flatter the sail setup is once you get up to speed compared to the exits of the manoeuvres. So big gear changes there and really accurate trim. Boat's looking good.
They tack now. We could tack if you want and get that turn. Stand by. Yep. 2, 1, pull down. 2, 1, lead. Static. 2, 1, down board. Oh, nice.
Nice high bottom speed there from the British. Linky Rebel Racing also a really nice tack. So unfortunately the Swiss just getting the scraps at the moment, not really able to do any damage to the British. Fluid foil there, keeping the whole boat out of the water and needing to be trimmed to perfection. Accurate trim.
One mate.
The slightly, well, very out of breath voice we hear coming off Ineos Britannia is Matt Gottrell, who's sort of the lead cycler. He's the cox of the four, getting the best out of his team.
And the team is doing a cracking job today, Shirley. Ineos Britannia, for the last time at the top gate in race 23, heading downward and home for the finish line.
120, 130, 40. Not trap. Not trap. Nice lad. Very good speed here. 30 seconds to boundary, past intersection, open course.
Beautiful day in Barcelona, watching from the beaches, Barcelona or Bocadel, where both they have race villages and fan zones, and people just thoroughly lapping it up on a glorious Saturday in Barcelona. As in come Linky Red Bull Racing. They will complete their fifth leg and head home as well. They would have loved a point here today. They're not going to get it. And they'll be watching nervously in the next race that comes up between American Magic and Orient Express Racing.
Coming down. All the way down.
Ice pressure here. All the way to the lift here. 207 big right here.
Had another increase in pressure. You see the mean wind on the bottom of the screen, 15 knots. Who'd have thought?
Definitely breeze slightly more than what everyone was potentially thinking, so all teams having to adjust their settings to make sure the boats are being sailed well. Obviously your sail selection critical for that performance, but also how you set the boat up as well, and then obviously how it's operated. British doing a really good job there of checking the boat over after a little butter issue earlier on. Absolutely locked in there and sailing the boat high and smooth.
Let's go to Chase Zero. Peter Lester, you talked about liking what you saw of Ineos Britannia. More evidence that you were on the money.
Yeah, no, she's looking good and loving these conditions, and we're going to get a bit of a handle on her relative performance, because later in the day New Zealand will go up against Switzerland, so I think we'll get a good gauge once the New Zealanders have a crack in terms of how good this performance by Ineos is. Right now I'm saying it looks really good.
Sure, Ben Ainslie will be happy after this race, because he set the press conference 2 days ago. You know, it was an up and down day last time out, so they wanted to put on a good performance. They have put on a great performance for the second race of the day, day 7 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. And this will pretty much guarantee them into the final four. This will be win number 4 when they get across the line for the Challenger record. 4-win, 2-loss record in the Challenger Selection Series. So, job done. Ineos Britannia. Beautiful performance today off the coast of Barcelona in race 23, and they get that extra point. 4 wins for the Challenger of record.
Nice work. Nice work, boys.
Fans are happy about that, sitting in the fan zone or the race village, or even on the beach. It's amazing what you can see from sitting on the beach in Barcelona. They've had a real treat actually with the 12-meter classic, the Pooch Classic as well. And how about that? Yeah, we did okay. Mum hit a log, fixed that and got going, and we look fast today. In come Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They have one more race day, but it's a non-point scoring race. It'll be the 4th race of the day against Emirates Team New Zealand. Alinghi Red Bull Racing crossed the line, but come up empty-handed.
Just holding here, left. And coming up.
So we are good to go for another race in this Challenger Selection Series off the coast of Barcelona in 2024. Identical boats, different experience. Orient Express Racing will come in on the port, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Starboard will be Emirates Team New Zealand, and as we saw in the last race, you can be pinged if you come in early, and that's exactly what happened to American Magic in race 20.
No points at stake, but for Orient Express, a lot of learning and a lot of confidence.
Almost perfect entry by Orient Express Racing, leaving to the last minute second.
Yeah, perfect timing there by the French. Great job there. Emirates Team New Zealand entering, and everybody thinks these two boats look fairly similar. Their eyeballs would be correct. Emirates Team New Zealand selling a design package to the French team, similar to F1 selling packages. The French team opting for the design package and pretty much having an identical package here.
Pretty soft breeze. Emirates Team New Zealand just staying high, trying to stay out the gas of the French boat.
Just trying to go through all our gas. Here we go now. What are you here? First still going, different jump if you can. Head tacking. Thoughts on tacking to Louis? It's all. Go full. Yep. 2, 1, and board.
Oh, the French there. Off the foils. Very, very light in that bottom corner. Emirates Team New Zealand there. Big power up of the mainsail there. Team New Zealand just keeping the boat on the foils, and really soft there for the French. See the massive camber there on Emirates Team New Zealand, keeping the boat on the foils, so they will do a dip start, and the pressure will be on the French to try and re-accelerate surely to get the boat back up on the foils.
It seems so high risk, that bottom right-hand corner.
Stay off the line, Andy. Yeah, heavy straight still.
Just about judging time and distance for Emirates Team New Zealand.
Turn around it. Yes. Switch. That's still off, so just stay me over. Yep. No, all good.
Lining up the start for the last race of the day. Time on distance to a pinpoint precision, and Emirates Team New Zealand are away. And Orient Express Racing are languishing, trying to get up on their foils.
They have only 6 knots of wind in that bottom corner. Going to take a while.
Boat's needing around sort of 6.5 knots of breeze to accelerate, get up on the foils, and you see the boat speed there of Orient Express Racing. We'll need to see that climb to close to 20 knots in displacement mode to lift that 7-ton carbon fibre structure out of the water with all its crew. Manoeuvre here from Emirates Team New Zealand to keep the boat on the foils themselves.
Forward. That's still not off. That's just 3 NGs. Slightly more pit on that one. Just turning back right here a lot. Yeah, so
the replay here of the tack there by the French, so a little delay, and then really needing to power the boat up there, really needing max power on those sails exiting that manoeuvre, and quite flat there initially, and just allowing Emirates Team New Zealand there to get inside and dig their way out of a potentially vulnerable position. But the French up and going now, which is a great sign.
Let's head to the water chase zero. Peter Lester, thoughts?
Well, obviously downrange, the teams that can foil in 6 knots have a massive advantage, and Emirates Team New Zealand and Luna Rossa have shown that today. And it's all about time on the boat and refinement, and I'm sure Orient will learn that given time, because we know this boat is quick when it's clicked in. But a little bit disappointed for the French in that one. I think they were cherishing having another crack against Emirates Team New Zealand.
Of course, for French fans watching, this is a non-scoring race, which is a real saving grace for the team. But really, they just need to reset, refocus, and learn as much as they can, refine the processes during this race so they come out tomorrow firing.
The big question, though, is for Orient Express Racing, when they get back into point-scoring races, they could be running out of time.
And Emirates Team New Zealand, Stephen, off the foils themselves, so down they go. Can the French stay on the foils? This is a really critical attack for the French if they can stay up. And it looks like they may have been able to keep the boat on the foils, so 2 sister boats there, and a mistake by Emirates Team New Zealand. Possibly we will see a pass here by the French.
And this story takes another turn out of the blue. Mother Nature, what's she up to today?
As we've seen the past couple of days, Mother Nature playing a big part in this round-robin series, and a big job for Emirates Team New Zealand here to actually re-accelerate and pop back up on the foils. The French just ripping bearing there, and gauge all in one. You look at the distance clocking down there. The French just have to keep it ripping here, and we could potentially see a huge overtake, and then the French taking quite a big lead if they can stay on the foil, surely.
It's never over. You can actually see how light it is where the Kiwis are. They only have 5 knots of breeze. Just beginning to sail into a little bit more.
Excavator buckets going hundies, and back on the foils there at Team New Zealand. So now the pressure on the French to execute the manoeuvre, and their boats will almost be bow on bow exiting this next tack if the French can stay foiling.
Emirates Team New Zealand demand so much of themselves. They aim for perfection every time. The debrief, there'll be some wrinkled noses on that one.
It's coming up a little.
Yep, French stay on the foils. Now the decision on the French whether to cross or duck. So this will be the call.
Easy cross, left shift on them, big left shift on them.
Nathan Attridge calling easy cross, so they've got a big lefty out there, and advantage Orient Express Racing. So can they pin their ears back and just send it?
The afternoon just got a lot more interesting.
We have a race. Orient Express Racing. Oh, how they would wish if there was a point-scoring race at this point in time. But they have the lead on the defender, Emirates Team New Zealand, as they hit the top gate. They hit the top gate for the first time in this race, leading the defender through.
I can guarantee there was no sandbagging going on by Emirates Team New Zealand. There'll be a whole lot of people speculating, oh, they've just tried to do that to make the race interesting. I can absolutely guarantee that is not the case. Both boats pushing hard, trying to learn as much as they can in this valuable time on the water.
Emirates Team New Zealand round through the top gate, taking the left-hand mark as we see it. Now they're on the chase. Identical boats. Big brother hunting little brother.
Big jibe there, and it just showing the ghost boat there that the French have actually jibed in a really nice position. What the ghost boat's saying, they will make a big gain over Emirates Team New Zealand if they can carry on the way they're going according to the ghost boat simulation.
Yeah, the ghost boat loving that right-hand side of the screen, the right-hand side of the run.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.1 nautical miles.
Mollissant léger. 45 bandes d'arrivée, j'ai l'impression qu'on chope de l'air à votre droite là. Ouais, attends un peu, ça va venir, ouais.
My French is probably not as good as my daughter's, but talking good pressure and good gains there, so I can understand it about a fifth of probably what I should be. Yep, sailing into pressure, hauling it in. Great comms on board the French boat. And the gains coming there as predicted by the wind map simulator and ghost boat.
Ouais, super, c'est vraiment bon bas par rapport à lui. Dans 15 secondes, j'arrive.
Massive difference in the VMGs. Look at that.
That wind field just on a day like today, just so accurate and really impressive, showing exactly what's coming down the course there. So wonderful tool that we haven't seen before in the America's Cup or even really in the sport of sailing. So fantastic technology. And the French extending there, sailing into better pressure, and Emirates Team New Zealand in average wind, the same colour wind that you see outside the boundaries, that is average wind. So green, more wind, and the more blue, lighter blue, less wind. So big gains there to the French team. Pressure jibe here for Emirates Team New Zealand in fairly light air, so potentially sailing through a little bit of gas there of the French team. A bit of turbulence off the back of their rig, but they've gone through and bent that air already. So
trying to get these boats being numbers off a bit. I felt like it's felt way too slow. I think it's anything up the course.
Orient Express Racing heading towards the bottom gate.
Orange Express, slow off the foil.
No, can you believe what we are seeing in this last race of the day? My goodness, Orient Express Racing are down for the second time in this race. And now it's Emirates Team New Zealand on the hunt, sensing something. They'll crawl through the bottom gate to complete leg number 2.
French just need to get round the mark, get to about 90 degrees and rebuild, and you'll see Emirates Team New Zealand, if they can execute this jibe well, will basically sail straight round Orient Express Racing. So the French have to get round, build the speed and repop. Really interesting decisions here for Team New Zealand. You'll see them just blow right the way around here.
A little soft between us and the
Emirates Team New Zealand will go around Orient Express Racing. How many more curveballs can this race throw at us?
Buffalo Girls around the outside, and that is really painful. The French building there, and they'll have to rebuild again as they now go through the gas of Emirates Team New Zealand. So that's a double penalty. And we've had another lead change in tricky conditions here. So big gas bubble to build speed in there for the French. So really tricky to accelerate when you've just got your gas mask on.
Onto the chase boat, Chase Zero, our hydrogen chase boat with Peter Lester. God, can you believe what you're seeing, Pete? What's happening down at the bottom end of the course?
Well, last time I came on and I had the old commentator's curse, so I'm just going to keep my mouth shut now. But it's got quite light and funky, and it's really cellular looking over the course. When the top of the breeze is probably about 7 knots, but the bottom is right down there under 6.
It looks quite dynamic, Pete. The Sea State playing a bit of a part there. Just looking at the mark rounding here of Orient Express Racing and just not being able to keep the boat on the foils there.
Yeah, even though it's been light, Glenn, the sea has got up, and as is always the case here, there's more seaway running than is showing by wind speed, you know, so the net effect is it's just another variable that the crews have to handle and manage to keep the boat on the foils.
Just looking at a replay here of this bottom mark, and Emirates Team New Zealand just around the outside, and then Orient Express Racing just putting the gas mask on, and really tricky to build from there. So another lead change, and Orient Express Racing, you know, their jibe at the bottom there, just jibing a little thin on a marginal lay line, surely, and ultimately paid the price. So unfortunate mistake there.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shortening the course to 0.9 nautical miles.
Less breeze, shorter course.
Maybe a little bit past the Pete.
It's not going to get any easier.
Pete, what do you have?
Well, it's more it's just got really patchy, and coupled with that is the sea state is up. For me, looking up the course, the left-hand side just seems to have a wee bit more pressure, so that's on the seaward side.
Fantastic picture there.
I know the NFL season has just started in America, but we don't want touchdowns here. Touchdowns are not good.
No, touchdowns in our sport are not what you're after.
Should give just slightly more wind.
Well, if you're just joining us, you're wondering if the water of Barcelona is actually turquoise. You might be disappointed. It is a beautiful blue colour, but we have a wind field, a real-time wind field, which is showing us the breeze. Any greenness, good.
Emirates Team New Zealand now with the lead on Orient Express Racing after going behind when they touched down, but a touchdown at that bottom left end has cost Orient Express Racing again. And the defender of the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup will scream around that left-hand mark and head down halfway through the final race of the day, day 6 of the Challenger Selection Series.
Massive push there. You see the cyclists just full noise there.
Yeah, easy. Fun. Little header and
straight into a jibe. So not only do you get to do the manoeuvre, you get the joy of then having to power everything up again.
And board. What's your range, do you think, BT? That's it, mate. I think 145, 165. Probably get there in one from here for one. Okay.
I didn't have much time to look at it, but yeah, I think so. That's good.
That's about the right range, guys.
I mean, Glenn, they are really taking these races seriously. New Zealand, I mean, soon, as you say, there will be Nigel Milmates racing the chase boat. I mean, are you surprised how seriously they've taken it all, how important they are?
I think the importance of race practice absolutely cannot be underestimated, and they've taken the opportunity to join in this round-robin series. Obviously, no points on the table counting for anything going forward, but certainly valuable race experience, and as well as Chris Salthouse and Ray Davies can drive chase boats. It's not quite the same as racing against another AC75, and you certainly learn a lot from debriefing that, and every single moment of time on the water, as we're seeing here with Orient Express Racing. Very, very important minutes and lessons getting around the track.
Orient Express Racing complete the halfway mark. They are struggling. That boat's going close again to going of its foils.
They're just not giving themselves a huge margin, the French, to tack and then build out of the tacks. You know, in this light air racing, it's really, really tricky. You've got to sort of go quite a long way past where the computer will be saying where you should be able to tack in that breeze. You've got to hedge a little bit to allow yourself to build, and very, very light there at the top of the course as well where they are. So, as Pete was saying on the water, very patchy, very shifty, and we've just seen the French team sail into a very, very light patch there, less than 5 knots where they are at the moment. So
Emirates Team New Zealand about to complete leg number 4 as Orient Express Racing struggle at the top of the race course. 2 legs to go for the defender of the America's Cup. Hasn't been a perfect race by anybody's standards for either team.
15 seconds and it's an open course.
Nice mark around there, Emirates Team New Zealand.
Go all
Very
the way
locked in.
unless you think it's getting stopped on the boundary.
Nice little puff here.
Yeah, I think best in 5 is a good lane back through.
I think the next one might be 80.
I think it's just outside, but yeah, all good.
You see the pace of the foils going through the water there in only about 7.5 knots of breeze. So speed, making speed, your apparent wind speed generating.
Right here, but I think it's going to go back. Yep, forward. Really nice tech.
Time to go on board the chase boat for Emirates Team New Zealand. You're in the lead, Ray, but a far from perfect race so far, right? You guys are hard taskmasters.
Yeah, far from perfect. These conditions are pretty tough. Pretty big holes out here, and yeah, we've got to join the dots, and it's not over till it's over on these conditions, that's for sure.
What are you learning every day you get out there, particularly about other teams that you might have to face?
Well, today we're learning a lot about this type of day, these conditions. It's not your standard breeze round to the right southerly with it being a steady flow. This is way more left than we'd normally seen. It's way more dynamic. So it makes for pretty interesting calls around the racetrack, and they're not like lasers. You can't just tack on every shift, so you've got to really try think a long way ahead and try join the dots. But you know, we're getting into it now, and there's a lot of really good comms about the lulls more than anything, and that's the most important thing. Just keep flying.
All right, thanks, mate. We'll talk again.
Yep.
Seeing a slight difference here in both boats too, just for the viewers watching. Emirates Team New Zealand on a slightly smaller jib than Orient Express Racing. So Emirates Team New Zealand opting for a J2, which is not the biggest jib. Orient Express Racing on the J1, which generally means that you have a bit more power on the J1, but a little bit more drag. So upwind, slight advantage if you can stay foiling on the J2, but the J1 just allowing a little more power. So Emirates Team New Zealand there opting for a slightly smaller front sail and faster but harder to keep the boat on the foils. So you have to execute everything really well, which is fantastic practice for the team, and they'll be learning a lot about how the boat setup is.
We've got a great view of that tack and just how much the sails, particularly the Traveller, is moving. And when we had that double manoeuvre at the top of the course, we just heard that the peak wattage was 1100 through the jibe. And when we've seen before, it's like 200 or 300, occasionally 400. That is off the scale. Back-to-back manoeuvres, you're asking a lot.
Yeah, I think Cam Webster, Dougal Allen with Louis Crosby, and certainly Simon van Veldhoven, the Rhino. He can push some pedals, old Simon, and a fantastic member of the team, joining Emirates Team New Zealand early on in the America's Cup over in Bermuda. First of the cyclors for Emirates Team New Zealand.
Emirates Team New Zealand will one final tack into the top gate for the final time. They'll take that right-hand mark as you said and head down on the final leg. You talk about Simon van Veldhoven, a Kieran cyclist in his previous life and an Olympic cyclist. They called him the Rhino because he was just used to bash people out of the way in the Japanese professional leagues and get out of my way, I'm coming. He's got thighs the size of what we call kauri trees in New Zealand, one of the oldest trees in the world, and they're big. And so is the Rhino.
He's certainly got a powerful differential, old Simon. He uses that to great advantage, particularly when you've got to pump oil around on these AC75s, as do the rest of the guys. And super solid lineup there of power team. Kim, the trainer of the team, absolutely doing a brilliant job there, and there will be no shortage of wattage in the future for the team going forward. So massively cambered sails there, just to keep the boat on the foils, and a big push by the guys.
So Emirates Team New Zealand heading towards home. The question is what's going on with Orient Express Racing, and I don't think a lot is going on.
Making pretty good VMG down, but yeah.
Very, very light air on the course now, and you see the cycles on both sides. They'll be settling in now for this downwind. The big pushes are in the manoeuvres and the mark roundings, and it's almost a recovery zone in any straight line period, so they'll still be putting in plenty of power, but won't be at their max. Andy Maloney and Blair Chuk there flying the boat. Good comms there on the patience, just holding that windward foil in, not raising it too early and rolling the boat to windward, making sure you've got the aero load balancing the foil load to get that windward foil out of the water. So a real juggling act there in these light conditions to keep the boat on a knife edge.
Right now, it's pretty glassy on the jibe. I'd say in about 15 to 20 it starts to look better. I don't need much entry speed as you got.
Easily. Start charging on this one.
See the hydrogen chase boat there in the background. That's our camera boat with Peter Lester on board. Fantastic camera operator and boat driver as well. And
all the way is okay for me.
It's probably the only boat that can keep up with the AC-75s these days in waves. So some fantastic shots there from Chase Zero.
Emirates Team New Zealand are on the final leg, and Orient Express Racing, Pete, what's going on with them?
Well, Orient are still trying to get out of the water, but I've had the privilege this time to come all the way down this downwind behind Emirates Team New Zealand. And as they go through their manoeuvres, it's interesting when you're only, a few boat lengths behind them, to look at the sequencing as they go through the jibes, the coordination with changing, the rotation of the mast, the traveller control, and really the comms coming off the boat, how rehearsed it all seems.
Emirates Team New Zealand are coming home. They can see the finish line. They're going to lap Orient Express Racing in this final race of the day. The debrief on this one is going to be a long one for Orient Express Racing. They can just thank themselves that it wasn't a points scoring race. But Emirates Team New Zealand will get the job done again on the last day of the racing in day number 6 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. And the defender gets another W and more practice under the belt, because that's exactly what they need.
I'm just coasting. Yeah, sorry, I just want to get a little higher.
The cyclors will be very, very happy to get across that finish line on a day like today. A slightly smaller jib. It's a huge range of gears you've got to go through the gearbox there, and hats off to all the cyclors today on a light, puffy, shifty day. Fantastic effort from all teams to push these boats around the track hard. So definitely not an easy job, but something they train hard for and absolutely love. So they love hurting themselves, those guys. So you like us all poking ourselves in the eye and punching ourselves in the head for 2.5 hours, which sometimes is what it feels like here, Stephen, in the commentary booth on a light air day. But fun and games for everybody. We're having a good time as long as they are too. So.
And that's all we want to hear. One more race, a super Saturday off the coast of Barcelona. This will be our 5th race of the day. Luna Rossa will come in from port, and Ineos Britannia will come in from starboard.
Ineos Britannia looked fast earlier in the day. Excited to see them line up against the form team.
We are still waiting for someone to try and slam dunk, for want of a better phrase, the Italians, and give them their first loss, just to remind everybody that they're human. They come in on port at 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Good work here.
They are well disciplined, they Italians. Just look at that. Pretty much a perfect entry into port. And now we wait for Ineos Britannia to come in.
That's working away here.
Gee, they're both on it now. Let's go.
Perfectly on-time entry there by both teams, so very, very well disciplined. And we will see a full-on restart here with the two teams.
Going jib here.
It's still on two boards.
You're well then. Come on. Hey, grading 50. 125.
Biggie's on jib, mate. It's out.
A lot to hill here.
We will be bearing away pretty soon along the wall.
He's still more than 2 boards. He's still up.
Working down
slowly here.
One coming down here.
Get rotation in, please. Hey, Greeny is 15.
Stand by time.
Good job, mate. Dummy them here. Okay.
Both yachts 2 boards down, just slowing it down a little, keeping the control. Running down along the edge of the course, along the edge of the start box.
Rachel rolling to attack here.
holding board. Copy. Not to kill. Yeah, coming down. Okay, coming down here now. Yeah. Do you think potential roll or not? Yeah. Can we roll? Got roll. We do have roll. Copy. Roll.
British calling roll, so they'll be trying to sail across the front of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli to start to leeward.
We are on our line. Yeah, a lot of main to come. They're still killing a lot here. He will be far away.
Luna Rossa happy to let them go.
12 to kill. Happy with the high mod here. 10 to kill.
Slow even.
9 to kill.
Not yet.
Both inside the ley lines.
6 to kill. Start edging maybe.
Okay. Coming down here now. 4 to kill.
3 to kill. Edging.
Both boats really quite slow here, so it's going to be the battle of acceleration.
All the way, boys. Send it. All the way, boys. You cannot be early. Performance here, okay?
We are racing in the final race of the day on day 7 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Ineos Britannia, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Pressure coming in. 2, 1.
Well, a very even start, but both boats are full boat lengths back. They got really slow and quite conservative in the box.
Yeah, nice. 20 seconds till boundary. Happy for a nice sneak on this tack.
He's going to tack pretty soon.
300. 15. Just go underneath, right?
We are a little weak, so we will go to leeward. Goodbye, guys.
8 seconds. 2, 1, 4 down. 3, 2, 1, made. Yeah. Down it.
1, 4 down.
2, 1. Tack. Normal build.
But this race well and truly on there, so Luna Rossa not being able to punch far enough forward to actually hurt Ineos. So Ineos Britannia, first blood to them. They'll be wanting to put the bow down and actually sail across the top of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. So they'll be sailing a fast mode here to try and put the pressure on Luna Rossa.
That's a long way down in the river.
You can come up if you want to click.
Very nice.
Should start seeing some high boat speed numbers here now.
Good work, you guys.
38 though. He's just going forwards a little.
Copy.
It's an absolute drag race here across to this right-hand side.
Nice turn, Fled.
We've got 35 here.
We hit them on the tack. We might board down if they go.
He's still maintaining his sweep here.
Really simple.
Over, boys.
Nice.
Very good.
Okay, we will hit them on the tack.
Good shape here.
Really important here for the British to match the board down of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli and turn the boat at the same time.
Okay, board's down. Board's moving. 2, 1, mate. 2, 1, going forward. Normal mode here.
Ineos Britannia in control here.
Get me to come. 2 leeward. Yeah.
Good angle to build here.
Let's go to chase 0. Pete, cracking start. Love a drag race, don't we?
Yeah, we were bow on as they came across on that long port, and looked to me as though Ineos Britannia were pointing a little bit higher than Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. And the other thing I can notice is it looks like Ineos are on a slightly smaller jib than Luna Rossa, and we saw with the New Zealanders, smaller jib, faster upwind.
We're just going to lane. Yeah, copy. Real nice speed here, nice bleed into this tack. Pretty even here. Recovering.
As long as they have to coming.
Okay, 5 seconds on the box. Okay, stand by. 2, 1, board down. 2, 1, made. Got it. Push you. I will. 2, 1, go board. Nice surge here. Anyone's. Move the trip.
See Ben, just the G-forces there, just leaning inside the cockpit there, railing the boat through the turn.
Need to come. Happy level boat at the minute.
Huge G's on these boats when you flip them around.
Good gain here. Should be straight in here.
For the second race in a row, we are seeing Ineos Britannia really with the foot to the floor and showing some incredibly good speed upwind. And we know they're good downwind.
Down here in 2, 1, all the way down. Yours. 50. 2, 1. In and down.
Around go Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, but have the Brits got him on the ropes?
Big wobble there. Big
wow. Pressure maybe.
Loosest we've seen Luna Rossa there. Big negative leeway skid there to windward. So big ventilation on the shaft of the foil there.
3, 2, 1, 4. Jive up there.
Still tight, this race, not much in it.
It really is a tight race, and both boats running really skinny bottom sections on their foils, so right on the edge of grip, particularly in the roundings.
Just look at the top of the mast of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, sitting around 46 knots downwind. As Ineos Britannia starts to find the speed as well.
A long jive by far. Good speed here.
Long wave here.
Nicola Prezzivili, Emmanuel Iuzzi, absolutely boosting it down there. 179 beats per minute on the heart rate. Those guys are absolutely bouncing there to try and stay in touch with the British team. Really well executed jibe there from the British.
Out there with us. Right here.
The team's pushing hard here, not only on the cycles, but pushing the boats hard as well.
This race has the making of a classic. Last race of the day, day 7 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Challenger of record against the team that were the match back in Auckland in AC 36.
They're going to go left turn here, Ben. I think we match them. Yeah, copy. Okay, building here.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 208.
We've got eyes on. Yeah. 400. 13 seconds this way.
How good has the racing been today? And we're still not done. And to be fair, every boat has been pretty clean and made not too many mistakes. Ineos Britannia will lead Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at the bottom gate for the first time. They look strong today, but maybe, just maybe, they like these conditions.
Certainly sailing really well here, the British. And Luna Rossa, 2-board rounding, they'll be wanting to just keep high there, clear their air, and they're going to have to look at tacking out of there pretty quickly.
It's going to chase 0. Peter, can you see Luna Rossa running them down the way Ineos have been sailing today?
Well, you know, it's only one bad tackle, one slight touchdown, and for Ineos Britannia, they're just walking on eggshells to keep the flying Italians behind them. This is a cracker of a race.
Building here, 29. Okay, 2 lower now. Yeah. Going to hit them on the way back. Yeah.
Let's go to Rob Wilson, coach of Ineos Britannia on the chase boat. Rob, this is an absolutely classic unfolding, but you must be so happy the way this boat's being sailed today. It's flying.
Yeah, the boys are doing a really nice job. So yeah, really pleased about that. We've got a tight race left, you know, like 2 more full laps. So you know, there's plenty to play for, and the Italians certainly pushing hard. Yeah, we've just got to try and keep control.
All right, thanks, mate.
Yeah, high mode's good. Yeah, good
Thank you.
Ben Ainsley calling for a high mode. Trying to give maximum dirt to Luna Rossa.
Yeah, the Italians will be just about out of tear-offs by now. Absolutely getting roosted. And really trying hard to just keep their air clear. The British doing a really nice job of just placing their boat accurately to keep the Italians behind. But
it's getting too narrow on the land.
absolutely wouldn't be a cyclor for quids today.
Keep hitting them. I think we definitely should do them on this next one because
Take a dirt bike over a cycle today, any day of the week, but the Italians throwing every kitchen implement they can find at the British at the moment to dig their way back into this. The British just locking down relentlessly, spinning some dirt right in their faces.
Well, you know the Italians won't be panicking. They'll just try to figure out how they can get them.
Contact when you're ready. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. They may go one and in, we do the same.
Great.
Let's get boat speed up. Using 4.
Emirates Team New Zealand.
Gas coming in now.
Ineos Britannia made some gains here. They've just been relentless, haven't they? Tacking on the Italians all the way.
A little bit lighter here. Okay, pushing me onto us in 2. Okay, pushing 2 leeward now.
Possibly another manoeuvre needed by the Italians here, so
I think I'm happy
one extra manoeuvre, quite costly in distance.
To us at the moment. Take a breath, you lads. Yeah, we're well in it. 10 seconds. I see, good pressure. Like 12 metres this way. Okay, good pressure on the mark. Yeah, okay, go straight then. Yeah, my wheel. Come flat. Hands coming in. You'll get a little bit.
Ineos Britannia are delivering on their promise of being a dangerous boat, being the dark horse in the regatta, albeit being the challenger of record, because today might prove their most consistent day and a real wake-up call for the rest of the challenger fleet. And the wake-up call will be felt most potentially by this team. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli in the challenger standings are 6-0. They could be 3 legs away from their first defeat.
Hey, 30 second, no rush.
Ghost boat there, just showing the trajectory down the course and looking really good there for the British, just getting a nice tow away there. Big angle difference there between the two boats heading downwind there, and although they're a fraction slower in boat speed, their angle towards the bottom of the course is better, so distance to those leeward marks.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.85 nautical miles.
On to chase 0 with Peter Lester. Where does the difference lie today, Pete? Why do Luna Rossa look vulnerable today?
I think some of it's geographic out here with just the looking down the course. The left-hand side of the course is so flow-favoured. And Ineos, Ben Ainsley, and they've done a great job of just forcing Luna Rossa back to the left every time they can on those upwind legs. And downwind with that smaller jib, they don't seem to be paying a penalty.
Just had a hole for weight. Yep. Okay,
really nice jibe there from Ineos Britannia. Lee McMillan led them on, flying the boat well. You see the VMG on Luna Rossa now back in their favour. A 5-knot delta there at times, so really sailing into some nice breeze there and really needing to try and claw back some distance to the British here to keep this race alive.
You've got to say, all boats are putting in a 5-star performance today. 1 day left in the round robin series.
Neil Hunter and Harry Lest there, absolutely doing those cranks to perfection. Working hard.
Ineos Britannia extending their lead on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli to complete the 4th leg of 6. 1 more upwind beat and then home for the finish. Cannot afford a mistake.
2, 1, go aboard. Fine. Here we go. Harry Stokes coming. Okay. Okay, off the insert. Couple leeward dill. Gang mains, coming on that. Big surge here.
Still plenty of sea state out there at the moment. These boats just making the water look flat.
Luna Rossa, Pride of Pirelli taking the left-hand mark as you see at the bottom gate for the last time, barring the finish. 29 seconds behind. That's what the delta says.
Come on, leaders on the edge.
This is a huge moment for the British team to be able to be sailing so well and so quickly in these conditions. So have they found the extra gear they've been looking for?
Okay, anytime, Jimmy.
3, 2, 1.
Let's go to Philippe Presti on the chase boat for Luna Rossa, Pride of Pirelli. Different sort of day today, Philippe.
It was a hard one. I thought we had a great start, but we couldn't capitalize on the start we had. And then the right side of the course is very strong, and it seems that the British are doing a very good job just nailing that and pushing us on the left.
Yeah,
and,
Philippe, Glenn here. Is there any options for the boys here on this upwind? What are your thoughts?
It's pretty hard because there's kind of a twist on the right side. We call the banana on the right side, and it seems that every time the Brits are going to this right side, they're gaining. So if you see what they're doing, they're just pushing us to the left. So we have to accept to go with them, otherwise we're losing a lot.
Copy. Thanks, mate.
You're welcome.
Philippe, it's the first time the boys have been on the back foot. Are you surprised?
Oh, I'm happy because we're going to learn heaps from there, and you know, there's a lot of lessons to be learned, and we're early in the competition, hopefully, and you know, this race like that make us understanding that we still have something to work on, which is great.
Thanks for your time, Philippe.
You're welcome.
Okay, good push me on here. You're working up now? 400 quid. Okay, 2, Louis. Yeah. There's good gains here.
Philippe Presti, the most coolest, calmest dudes in the world. A lot of experience in match racing and in sailing himself, so a lot of fantastically experienced people there in Luna Rossa, Pride of Pirelli, so fantastic optimism and fantastic attitude to racing.
He's been Jimmy Spittle's coach for as long as I can remember. It was with him in Oracle, and what a great partnership, the pair of them together.
Touching with the bow.
Francesco Bruni steering the little green wheel on the screen.
Pretty steady wind.
I wonder if we should do 2. He's going to go 1 and in for sure.
Yeah, I think 2 for us, eh? Just take the right.
Stand by, guys.
Bit of a lefty at the moment.
Stand by, guys. Oh, in 3, 2, 1.
A little bit of frustration in the voice of Francesco Bruni. We haven't heard much of that so far.
Yacht Britannia there, just matching tacks, just making sure they're in phase the whole time and protecting what they think is the favoured side of the course.
Underturn right a little.
And no more manoeuvres for them coming into this top gate.
30 seconds to the mark. Just take a breath. Nice pressure down this side. If he's going, I reckon we go right here. Yeah, okay, happy. Yeah, right turn. Come by.
Emirates Britannia have looked quick all day, but this race might mean more than any other race in the regatta so far. Luna Rossa, Pride of Pirelli, to this point, have been unbeaten. And they've looked second best today in this race against Emirates Britannia, who have looked sharp from the get-go. One more leg for the challenger of record.
This way at the moment.
As I said, no more manoeuvres for the British. They decide to take that right-hand turn, and either way there, I think would have achieved a similar result, but deciding to go the same way.
And in comes Luna Rossa, Pride of Pirelli, now just quite simply in small damage limitation mode. Not about the boat speed, probably more about the mental.
Here we go, all the way.
Italians sailing the boat beautifully as well, but just haven't been given any opportunity to get back into the race. Just totally owned in this race by the British.
Well, the Ghost Boat has Ineos Britannia extending on this downwind leg.
Slower than this. Just watching, don't push too fast here, Blooding. It's quite light. Copy that. Okay, driving our line, we can get one and in at the moment.
Let's go to chase zero. Pete, give us a thought before Ineos Britannia hit the first line.
Well, they haven't put a step wrong, and the most impressive bit to me was the pass that they managed to generate against the wind shift, against the favoured side of the course. Remember, the pass was created on the left-hand side of the course. It's been a right-hand favoured upwind leg each time. So for me, it was that lead change over on that boundary on leg one that'll stay with me.
Oh, and a big touchdown by the British. Oh, disaster for the British team. They need to regroup here quickly.
2 seconds. Put it out, mate. Let's go. Okay, boat's coming up. Everything okay. Working away here. And still
hold all bets. That's what they say.
No trap. Let's go, boys.
Seeing what happened here. And just a loss of the rudder there. And big ventilation on the elevator, so full loss of, see the rudder just spin out there. That's basically a ventilation, an air path going down the rudder shaft and blowing up the pitch stability control of the elevator. So very, very lucky escape by the British there. You see the team there on board. Cannot believe what's happened, but the British pushing the boat super hard and luckily enough having enough of a lead over the Italians. So very close moment there for the British.
There is so little rudder in the water, isn't it?
Let's be blunt, Ineos Britannia like to entertain, but entertain they have, because one thing we have discovered today, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli are human after all, and the Challenger of Record serves up their first loss in the Challenger Selection Series, and a big win for Ineos Britannia.
A definite change of undies required there, not only on the yacht but the chase boat as well. But well done to Ineos Britannia. A huge scalp there against Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli must have seen their dreams come true when they saw the boat go down, but they was well recovered by Ineos Britannia. And for the first time in the regatta, the Italians lose.
Hey, bad luck, boys.
No worries.
So, wind is up, race is good to go. What will unfold in race 26 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series? Coming in on port will be American Magic, and then on starboard it will be Orient Express Racing. And I can imagine throwing these things around, these 7-ton monsters in these conditions, is a challenge in itself.
There's certainly going to be an interesting race, this one. Breeze stepping up about 5 or 6 knots more than it was earlier in the day's racing, so definitely a different game now for both these teams than it was earlier.
Steaming in, they can't get in there before 2 minutes and 10 seconds. They're cutting it fine. No, they're not. They are on the money. And in comes American Magic. 2 minutes is the point for Orient Express Racing. They're cutting it fine, really fine, but they are good.
Just washing off enough speed there, the French. Good job getting in there and not being over the entry early.
Staying on 2 for now.
Okay, have it take a bit of height here early if you need.
Massive race for Orient Express. They are fighting for their America's Cup lives.
Might only be 8 people on the boat, but there's another 120 or 130 people behind the scenes and really on the boat with them from Orient Express Racing. So fingers crossed they can have a solid race here and stay alive.
Ok, j'essaie de descendre avec lui. Dans un round-up dans 5. Dans 3. Ok, round-up. Doucement les gars. Round-up.
Orient Express go behind and head up, just gapping off the opposition.
The Americans here, still both boats well above committee boat ley line there, so the French will need to sort of come down and start putting some pressure on the Americans and not get locked out to windward here.
French need to start pushing. Look very vulnerable there.
Ok, t'es libre devant. 2 pin. Ok, il coupe notre axe bientôt. Boats open now.
Inside the last 30 seconds to the start of the race.
Time on distance here, critical.
7 line.
All the way up.
Coming down quick.
Hey, stand by. Forward up in 2, 1.
Big push here, man.
Big trim here for the cycles.
Go hard, go.
It is on, the race between Orient Express Racing and American Magic. If there was one day the French need to go everything go right, this is the race.
Well executed, clean start by Orient Express.
I really need to get the pace on here because the Americans will be lining them up for the next tack, so all important to get a clean tack in and position yourself well here.
That left-hand boundary comes so quickly.
The Americans here will just be lamping straight on them here, so French needing to just try and survive there to windward and keep their air clear, but the Americans doing a good job of blocking the gap up there. Still an extremely tight race here.
Little build there.
No choice but to get out of there. We just saw American Magic slowly extending.
Yeah, so the French really needing to get clear here and really sail their own race. Shirley, just sail the boat fast on the jib. Both boats on very, very similar sails, so the battle here is just to try and sail their own race if they can and just lock in and really hand it to the speed department of just sailing the boat fast forwards.
Perfectly positioned by American Magic.
He takes away.
On to chase zero. Peter, your thoughts of the first part of this leg?
Yeah, nice jump off the line by American Magic, and they took the action all the way across to that left-hand side, and then when that first tack came, it was advantage to the Americans. For Orient, they just need to get into their work. You know this boat's pretty quick, and try and have an error-free race, and just, you know, put together a good solid one, because with the breeze being up like 17, 18 knots and a wee bit more big seaway, reliability could come into play.
Lots of manoeuvres, Shirley, and we saw the Americans the other day against Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Lots and lots of manoeuvres, and they certainly look like they're having no trouble manoeuvring that big blue American Magic yacht on this upwind leg.
The meterage just keeps growing.
He goes back here, I think we go to lay, eh?
Yep, happy. And let's lock her in here.
Just got 20 seconds this way and only 10 back the other for a right turn.
Bluey black, I should say, not blue. Lovely paint job.
Really backloaded.
Probably just coming in hard.
Okay, trying to press a little bit more.
5 seconds.
Okay, stand by. We're down here in 3, 2, 1. And turn.
15 seconds through 10. American Magic with a strong first upwind leg in this race of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. One thing we do know about the French, though, if they're close, they will hang in. So left-hand mark for American Magic. Not too far behind is Orient Express Racing taking the right-hand mark.
Well in this race, Orient Express Racing, so just got to keep the hammer down, keep sailing the boat well. Just try and hang in there and put some pressure on your opponent, which they're doing well at the moment.
We know they've got good speed. They got a good package.
Anton Delapierre handing the helming duties over now to Kevin Pepinay. Got a little gain there to Orient Express Racing, sailing at a nice pressure there initially, so interesting to see the gap now. Slight gains to the French team for me.
Happy to go there. Okay, stand by. We're down here in 3, 2.
C'est pas loin d'être moins limite, mais... Face mode, un peu d'intensité. Pas de mauvais drive pour lui.
Allez, c'est bien.
Ok, il faut l'offrir un peu.
Ouais.
Allez, on a ce qu'on fait les coups. C'est pas mal, on va être phasé avec lui, mais on va pouvoir faire déjà grande up en bas, je pense.
Ouais.
Bon, on y va maintenant. T'as plus de vent de ton côté, la Jazz, ou pas?
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.75 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 208.
I'm not concerned about him, just concerned about us. Okay, in about 5 seconds we'll set up. Okay, happy to go. He's gone.
The voice of Tom Slingsby bringing the attention back on board.
This is the rotation coming
See the reflection of that windward foil arm and the rigging there in Tom Slingsby's goggles. He'll be full concentration here.
This right mark is favourite here.
Yep, we're going to be in. He is unlikely, so he's going to split, so we're just going to do a nice 2-board rounding.
Yeah, copy.
Just looking at the both helmsmen there, that gives you an indication of how the boat's moving around through the water, watching them move in unison, so definitely not a smooth ride, which is hard to pick up on the TV, but really feeling everything through the body there. Boat's moving around a lot.
Go right turn.
Not that easy if you're sitting on a bike, I imagine.
There's 2 boards.
This is a race that has both teams in their chase boats sitting on the edge of their seats. American Magic through the bottom gate to complete leg number 2 and heading upwind on the 3rd leg. You heard him say 2 boards down, and down they go. And in come Orient Express Racing as well. They go around the opposing mark.
Take me out of 2 board, please.
Slight gain downwind by American Magic.
Stand by. We're down here in 3. And turning. Nice one.
On continue à faire.
Superman. Il faut vraiment le lancer le whip.
C'est du gain, mec, c'est bien.
Orient Express Racing doing a nice job getting the boat locked in upwind there.
Onto the chase boat for American Magic. Coach Tom Burnham is here. Tight one here, Tom.
Yeah, it is a tight one for sure. We're making it, keeping everybody on the edge of their seats, even here in the chase boat. We're all getting plenty of nerves going on over here, that's for sure.
What are you concerned about?
It's tough conditions, and there's a lot of debris in the water and big waves, and so there's a lot of potholes out here that we just need to be aware of, but keep sailing hard and racing the boat well. So it's tough.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
The race well and truly on here. As Tom Burnham was just saying, what's going on out there, a lot of waves to deal with here, and to see how fast these boats are going upwind in this sea state. Really tricky job here, and both teams doing a great job.
France doing so well at keeping it tight. I mean, they haven't made a mistake this whole race. A real classy performance today.
I'd be intrigued to know, who would you rather be, the leader or the chaser in conditions like this, with the pressure coming from Orient Express to get that win?
You're always looking forwards up the course, whether you're leading or trailing. You're just trying to do everything you can to keep your boat going well.
Pretty even wind direction. Okay, stand by. We're down here in 3, 2, 1. And turning.
Definitely nice to be able to tack where you want to tack, being the leading boat. So trailing boat.
Okay, he comes back.
A little more dictated too, but
Happy to just go open course.
French out of phase now and staying in touch. So just need to keep chipping away here, the French, to stay in touch, and still quite a lot of racing to go in this race.
This guy to chase zero, Peter Lester. Can you see Orient Express Racing hauling them in?
I think the boats are very even, but what I'm looking at on this right-hand side, I think there's a bit of a geographic shift in the top third of the course. So on the extreme right on the land, there's a hill, and the container port, and the wind is wrapping round the bottom of that hill and through the container port, creating this geographic shift coming in on starboard at the top mark.
He looks like he's setting up for on and in right.
So having a look at the 3D, sorry Shirley, really great footage there, and that wind field so crucial in providing the direction of which way to go there, and what Pete was saying, definitely some winds of breeze there which are probably advantaging the Americans here a little bit. You can see the track there lifting up, winding around, and they'll take the left-hand turn.
It's about 10 seconds, fellas.
American Magic still leading Orient Express Racing in race 26 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. But there isn't too much in this. You do not want to put a foot wrong here. Otherwise, it could mean disaster.
A little more. There it is. Okay, nice.
Orient Express Racing, and they've completed the halfway mark.
Big push there from the cyclers to get that traveller back up closer to centre and use the acceleration. Ghost boat here, saying still an advantage to the Americans exiting this manoeuvre.
Is the helmsman and the trimmer side by side on American Magic, and behind them facing backwards is the cyclers. But the US cyclers today are producing more power, both the average and the higher peaks during the manoeuvres, which gives the trimmers more and more options to do exactly what they want. So
which was something they struggled with the other day.
We're not going to lay on and in left now, on and in right. We're very hot. Down with that, please. Goody, I got a big trim down for you.
Okay, trim.
We're working on it. No. Okay, we're going to have to just pick. Actually, let's go to a boundary, and then we might.
Stand by. Go down in 3, 2, 1.
in here, gents.
Nice job there on American Magic. They'll be happy with that. That was a really good bottom speed there.
Big touchdowns.
Nice job.
Joe's back there, so he's going to follow us in.
Losing rudder.
Big push.
Good Tom Slingsby there, so lost the rudder. It's a big drift, loss of traction.
Definitely take it in.
Right on the edge, pushing hard.
He'll be thinking about the race against Ineos Britannia when at the top leg, when they were leading comfortably, they had a big skid at the leg 5 and almost blew it, but they came home and they came home well. Still 2 and a bit legs to go in this race.
Yep, full power on here.
Okay, we're getting a light patch from here.
Pressure does crazy things to any sports person at the elite level.
It'll be it'll be a 2 board in 10 seconds.
It's going to need a big push to get stuff on out of this.
Down here in 3.
The New York Yacht Club's American Magic sailing Patriot, complete leg 4.
Turning up here.
2 more legs to go to get a valuable point and pretty much slot them into the semi-finals of the Louis Vuitton Cup.
He's going to follow.
Yeah.
French still hanging in here.
Orient Express Racing have completed 4 legs. They are still trying to hunt down American Magic. And they've sailed a pretty immaculate race.
Sailing well, Orient Express Racing, certainly not letting go of American Magic, so a lot of pressure on the Americans here to keep executing well. The French breathing down their necks here at the moment. Really nice tack there on American Magic.
On board the chase boat for Orient Express Racing, Coach Thierry Douillard joins us right now. You're still in this, Thierry. Where do you think you can get them?
We are fighting for the right side of the start and the right side of the course. Currently, we didn't get it for the first cross, so it's a bit hard, but keep pushing and we'll see what's going on. Boys are doing a great job, but I'm sure he's still a bit behind, so let's push.
Thanks, buddy.
Let's get out here to the right.
Yeah.
The head bobbing up and down, you can see it. The back left of
all the way
the
to
cyclists, they
boundary,
are pushing hard.
Yeah, copy. Little press.
We can do
the American Magic choosing to have recumbent bikes, so the guys are sitting down on the floor of the boat. It meant that they could radically change the design of their platform.
5 seconds to boundary.
Oh, here's the ghost boat.
Go to.
Likes the way American Magic's going. Slight lift as they come out of that right-hand boundary.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1.
That's a really nice tack on board American Magic there.
Yeah, copy.
You see the projected frontal area of Patriot, a little bit less than some of the other teams with that recumbent cycling position. So the Americans
going all the way to ley line here.
Yep.
taking a different design path to some of the other teams.
Where's everything, boys?
Very close on the rudder here.
This is trimming out.
Actually got something on the rudder. I can feel it vibrating, but just keep coming.
Yeah, Tom Slingsby suggesting he's got a bit of weeds or something on the rudder.
They're pressing again now. Still got something on the rudder.
Okay, what do you want to do about it?
Nothing. Just keep coming.
Understood.
Not sure what can you do.
10 seconds.
Well, if they get too high, it's one way of clearing it, to get it out of the water, but that's not ideal.
Stand by.
Just got to have to hope it disappears, whatever it is, but hopefully we can get a little shot of that. Fantastic.
And
camera work there.
The question I have is how delicate are those rows? You start dragging something, you know, how susceptible are they? Well,
you can see the weed there, just a little bit of weed on that leeward foil, so it may not have actually been on the rudder itself. On the actual foil there, you can see that little bit of debris just wrapped around the bottom of the foil. Just a bit of seagrass just blowing off there, so that's a good sign for American Magic. They probably won't have even noticed that at this point in time, but so foil related, not rudder related.
There's always a twist in the tail, isn't there, when we come to American Magic of late, as they come in to complete the 5th leg, the second to last leg of this race. They will round that top gate ahead of Orient Express Racing.
You're all clear. Coming away. Skateboard.
And they are gone. They are on the homeward run. And so too will be Orient Express Racing. One of their best performances of the regatta so far.
Plenty going on in this sea state for both teams. Driving a Formula 1 car down a set of moguls, not that easy to do.
Orient Express Racing have not let go of American Magic. This is the final leg.
See that pressure coming down through the middle of the course there, both boats sailing into that, possibly just a little more advantageous for the Americans there. Average speed just 0.7 of a knot or so faster to the Americans.
Here in 3, 2, 1. And turning. I think hands wide. Understood. Hands coming under now. The trap. Backhand's made now.
Probably. Trim it down and touch when we can.
Go, boys. That's coming. Meet me.
Okay, we are clear. Okay, happy to jibe here.
Okay, stand by. 3, 2, 1.
Turning. Big pressure manoeuvre here for the Americans.
It's a lot of shit.
Gotta keep it together here.
Straight through this.
French absolutely not letting go here and actually closing the gap back up again. So really, really pushing the boat hard to try and get back into this race.
Hang up a little around that one.
Closing in on the finish. And the French, who would dearly love a point, still in the hunt to the end. They have not given up. They have given it everything in race 26. It's not going to be enough. And American Magic, representing the New York Yacht Club, will bank win number 4 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series and lock themselves into the semi-finals.
There's some hard conditions, man.
Turning up here.
Yeah, great result there for American Magic.
And Orient Express Racing come up empty, but they still have one race to go. They're still only one race behind Alinghi Red Bull Racing, but they are below the cut line. So we are live for race 27 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Emirates Team New Zealand will be kicking themselves with that loss they had against Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, and it was a nice little jab to the ribs from Luna Rossa.
Well, we just saw in that last race massive gains from the right-hand side of the track, so expect a fight to own that right-hand side in the pre-start.
So it'll be Emirates Team New Zealand coming in on port entry at 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And from starboard, it'll be Aligi Red Bull Racing at 2 minutes.
Just sliding up again.
2, 1, rolling away.
They had to wiggle to get in there, didn't they? They were coming in hot, Emirates Team New Zealand, but they got the green light, and then come Aligi Red Bull Racing.
Yeah, just a little pump of the brakes there on Emirates Team New Zealand, so big pressure here, lots of wind on the race course.
Full jibe, okay?
Happy to go from now.
Okay, both down, fashion. And made.
And turning, giving control, hard up.
Yeah, copy.
One step long way left down here.
Yeah, so clear with the mark. Nice one.
Slightly better on this
Maybe
side.
later, 14 knots. 45 to 90.
Biased and then lefty, but not much. Wide drop. What you done?
Cruising down one now.
25.
Easy, easy. Keep to the kick. Okay, down the inside of the mark.
10. Almost at zone.
Split up.
Almost 0.
20 pin, 30
split up.
Yep, all good. I got him up. Just switched up
Team
for the
New Zealand,
re-roll.
a slow turn, having a look at the time and distance.
Re-roll, mate. You are just above boat low. What are your thoughts? They've continued, they've attacked now. 20 to the boat.
Aligi setting up high.
To get at you here.
Pretty easy to with.
Going away. Going down. 20 of times.
Keep bottoms.
Pins open in tree. Hey, they're down hard now, mate.
No problem. They will be early at the
15 and you're just on boat.
We're down now, all the way to downwards.
No, just through boat lane now. They've come. They're still down on 2. They're up hard now.
Final win.
4 for the boat.
2, 1.
3 for the boat.
Yeah, 4 noisy.
Big Nitro's doing our job for us on Emirates Team New Zealand.
1.5.
Breezes left will want to go with them when they go.
Full speed here.
1.5.
Big push, boys.
1.5.
Inside the last 10 seconds.
Open, open. Racing.
Emirates Team New Zealand just a click late there for the line. I've got Aligi Red Bull Racing there with quite a solid start there, Shirley. Over speed and bow down, pressing on the jib, so early advantage to the Swiss.
Well down, fashion.
Aligi Red Bull Racing defending hard. Great start by them. They were fast, on time, on the right-hand side. Great work.
Happy to start. That's good. Happy to stay here.
Fresh shoulders.
Yes, bit of breeze. That's
Lower,
higher.
faster.
Bit of
It's
breeze
alright.
as we
Really
go
good
here.
mode. Happy to stay.
A little left for us.
Anti-air, slower. Still no issue with them. 44 to battery.
Got a good lane here.
So they're going a little higher.
Okay, they're staying faster. They might time before us. Happy to be going to the right. No lower.
Right to come.
25.
Obviously a different size of jibs there on both boats, so Emirates Team New Zealand there on 5 and possibly Aligi there on their 4, so should see a slight advantage to the smaller jib upwind and a slight advantage to the bigger jib downwind.
2, 1, and bottom.
Emirates Team New Zealand, they're getting their tack in and allowing their boat to be air forward, so clear air for Emirates Team New Zealand. Now the Swiss having to make sure they lock in and then hurt them again on the following tack if they can.
I'm not sure, but yeah, I think you will.
Very, very close race here. Not much in these zones between the two boats. The electronic boundaries not far away at all here, so umpire Richard Slater will be definitely having a look. The Swiss team there feeling like they need to tack away.
I think you'll want to go sooner than later for the phase. Yeah, just get over this. Nice.
Lead change on the first upwind leg, race 27.
Out of it, so let's get about 10 passes.
Yeah, that sounds good.
It was great positioning, wasn't it, by Emirates Team New Zealand. Also had that ability just to close the gap. It was a slow down for the Swiss.
It was just that slightly smaller jib coming out of those tacks, a little bit less drag, aero drag going through the tack, so every time you tack, a little advantage to the boat with a smaller jib.
Yeah, you're right on the depth.
Particularly in these uprange conditions.
And bottom.
It'll move.
Right away boat here is the Swiss, but I think Emirates Team New Zealand clear ahead now. Aligi on the back foot now.
now, so if you're right, Sticky.
They might have been beaten at the start, but Emirates Team New Zealand now trying to exert their control on Lingy Red Bull Racing before we hit the top gate. Peter Lester, what did you make of all of that?
You don't see too many lead changes in this sort of racing in these conditions. And for Emirates Team New Zealand, they were well behind off the line. It wasn't a great start by Peter Burling. But then you just saw that moding that we've talked about so often with the New Zealanders, that they just at times seem to have an extra gear. I'll be interested on this downwind to see how they cope with that smaller jib against Lingy, because they've certainly capitalised on the upwind. Can they hold on to it on the downwind?
On the left mark on the bow.
Yeah, it's pretty easy lay if we want it.
See where we go in the zone. They're gone. They're going to be outside the zone. We can hit them if we want.
Takeaway coming up.
Take the right marking.
Yes.
Takeaway. 3, 2, 1. Happy.
Pretty slow turn. Keep everyone here. Good pressure for the burway.
Difficult maneuver here coming up. Sorry, Stephen, for Emirates Team New Zealand.
Well, you knew exactly what was going on through very clear comms between Peter Burling and Nathan Atteridge. They will round the top gate for the first time, but right on their transom, basically, is Lingy Red Bull Racing.
That's good. Getting lighter here.
Beat back.
What do you see down the middle?
Nice one.
Back straight's good.
Bit close. No rush to jibe here.
Lighter on the job, man.
Slightly getting into more wind and fibre on the boundary.
Boundary's only 20, so I think just boundary drive us.
Yeah, still a good mode.
If they go now.
Nice mode here.
Still good boundary.
Remember, there are no points on offer for this race if you're a Swiss fan getting excited, but a lot of learning and a lot of confidence building. And to be racing this tight to the defenders, this is a good race so far, isn't it, for the Swiss?
Okay, so we on the nice. It's a good jibe, guys.
On board, Lingy Red Bull Racing, chasing down the defender.
Oh, we're down.
Yeah,
Lily Puff coming back in 15.
Super solid start there for the Swiss, and
right now.
an early advantage. Did a great job off that start, and little lead change there, but right up the exhaust pipe of Emirates Team New Zealand. They'll be seeing the pistons going up and down there so far up the exhaust. Nothing in this race at the moment.
On to chase zero, Peter.
Yeah, I was getting a good shot there of the boats heading away from us, looking at their mainsail twist. The Kiwis had a wee bit more twist than Lingy. Lingy were a little bit tighter, certainly from the halfway, mid-girth to the head. So New Zealand a little bit more twisted on the downwind.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.7 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 202.
Yeah, there's a little bit less wind. And we've seen the peak in the breeze for today.
Excellent. That's about the average when we got to. It's late line 20. It wasn't too much right at the top, but it did look like it had the potential for it. So
yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. So we're happy, right turn at the moment.
Yeah.
I need to figure it out after.
Either light or lifting here, or the low peak.
If you start the jibe on the line's good.
2, 1, and board.
Yeah, nice spot. Slow turn for a big little.
Have gone, and they'll be just up inside you.
1 and board. Here comes.
Bias is even. If they go the other mark, I'd roll into attack relatively early.
Yep, probably.
If they follow, then I think we just attack when they
go 1 or 2B. I think 2. Normal.
Emirates Team New Zealand, the defender of the Louis Vuitton
They look like they're pacing
37th America's Cup, leading Lingy Red Bull Racing to complete leg 2 of 6. Need to put their foot on the gas. Big skid. Oh, hang on.
Big slide there.
They're around the other markers.
Big loss there and wash off the speed for Emirates Team New Zealand. So tried to go around on 1. Paid the price for a huge loss of grip there on both foils. Big slide, big touchdown, big speed loss.
That's what happens when you come on hot, right? Super hot.
Once we have the speed.
No traction control on the AC75. It's old school throttle control.
Didn't warm up the slicks enough.
That's getting to boundary now.
Very nice pressure.
3, 2, 1, fall down. Goes, ready?
Okay, 2, 1, and roll up.
And 6 behind in about 10 seconds.
Try and get over that. Run.
Yeah,
Okay.
no worries, Leon. Oh,
Let's go on the Emirates Team New Zealand chase boat to Coach Ray Davies. Well, they're providing you plenty of entertainment today.
Yeah, not all the entertainment we want to be watching, to be honest. But yeah, no, it's yeah, we're getting comfortable now. But yeah, tricky conditions.
Average breeze.
You're concerned at the start again?
Happy to go to the right pressure.
As Glenn would probably say, the wheels were spinning, but we weren't going forward. And you know, we just turned up a little bit late on that final approach and got ourselves late at the start. Pretty hard to be super accurate in these conditions, but yeah, we paid for that off the line. But the boat's going really well, got plenty of pace, and they're joining the docks now, so happy again.
Good to watch these in strong conditions as they rip up.
Yeah, they're really showcasing these boats for sure in these conditions. These waves a few years ago, people wouldn't have thought we could have sailed in these conditions, so it's great to be able to be in front of all the classic boats out here, and a huge spectacle showcasing what these boats can do. It's awesome.
Yeah, thanks, Ray.
And I'm going to get heaps of leverage on you.
Let's take a look at that rounding again, because that was one to clutch in the throat.
Just watch the foil blow up here as it goes round, bang, and full loss of grip there, and that's not a good feeling on board. And the only way to really stop you going further is actually the middle of the hull touching the water there. So a huge loss in performance, but good lessons to learn, and good to be pushing hard. And see Lingy Red Bull Racing there, opting for the 2-board rounding. Little safer, little slower, but full grip.
Yeah, we have a lot less wind now. I mean, it's probably an average of kind of 12 knots with some lulls 8, so really requiring a bit of gear shifting. And I wonder really if that's why we see New Zealand just kind of edging away now.
Happy with this.
Both boats on different jibs, so as that breeze drops, advantage will be coming back towards Lingy Red Bull Racing.
Right, the left mark slightly favoured.
They'll be a little more balanced.
Too, but it's not.
A lot more helm load on Emirates Team New Zealand as the mainsail is powering up relative to the jib. Put more and more load on that little skinny rudder.
2, 1. Normal build.
All the teams doing a great job with their sail programs, getting both sails through a huge range of conditions. So really important to have that range if you can.
Really stuck on the back of this.
Emirates Team New Zealand coming into the top gate, 2 complete leg, 3 of 6. Got over the skid at the bottom, the average start, and they're showing the pace that Te Horo has. But remember, smaller jib versus bigger jib. Can that be a difference? Will it be a difference on downward leg number 4? We shall wait and see.
Yep, all good.
Good, that narrator say, yep, all good. Now we wait for a Lingy Red Bull Racing to come around the top gate and play follow the leader.
We're certainly not out of this race. One little wobble from Emirates Team New Zealand, they'll be absolutely right there and pushing hard and sailing well.
110.
Doing a great job.
130. Nice.
It's quite a dramatic look when they come around that mark and really push up, isn't it? As we take a look at the Ghost boat, which is the optimal route now simulated by Cap Gemini is telling us to go.
110. Anyway, 2, 1, board.
And tomorrow will be the last day we will see the Defender for quite some time. And when you think how much improvement there's been in racecraft and execution, I mean, you've been in this position, Glenn. Are they a little nervous of that?
Look, every race is things you're learning, and you know the team will be doing a lot of sailing between now and the actual America's Cup itself. So great opportunity now for Emirates Team New Zealand to be trying different settings, different things, different foil setups, different sails. They'll be learning stuff all the time. That'll be going into the bank. So no doubt there will be absolutely more to come from Emirates Team New Zealand, but all the other teams will be improving as well. So the development will not stop all the way through to the America's Cup final.
Let's go to chase zero. Pete, what are you thinking about this race at this point?
Well, I think it's interesting in terms of performance, and the New Zealanders always seem to be able to select a code down and jib and hang in with it. I thought they'd be slower, and I think Glenn agreed on the downwind leg with the smaller jib, but they aren't. And so they've found a mode and a sail plan set up that means they can just sail with a smaller jib, and then upwind they've got a little bit more grip because you get a bit more loading on the rudder. I'm really impressed by that moding of the Kiwis.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 205.
I see them squeezing their end up. Nice breeze to come. Make sure you go out of it, Andy. Yeah. Wind number 2. Are they for you, sir? Should have said you're a bit windier and more right down here. Not too bad.
Mel Roberts and Ian Murray adjusting the course to keep it dead into the wind, which is their job. Lingy Red Bull Racing quite high out of that jibe, but still keeping in touch there. So really important rounding by Emirates Team New Zealand here. Sorry, to keep the boat on the foils.
Emirates Team New Zealand, leg number 4, 2 to go. It's a no-point scoring race, but it's all practice for the defender.
F-face currently. Keep going, nice breeze in front. Yeah, definitely keep going, the lefty 25 to boundary.
And Lingy Red Bull Racing will come around the bottom mark and complete the 4th leg and head upwind for the second to last, the last time.
Trending right. Let's go 2, 1, bottom.
Emirates Team New Zealand, lots of weed at the top of the rudder, thankfully it's at that end.
And button. Yeah, you don't mind if it's up there in the air so much. It's like Tommy Slingsby was saying earlier, not so good when it's around the bottom, but
yeah, I agree. It's pressure inside.
They've just tacked.
You would probably hit them on this one. Let's stay there. Pressure on us.
Off we go to Lingy Red Bull Racing's chase boat and their coach Pedro Sabello. Great start, Pedro.
Yeah, very good start. I mean, after the first race, the goal for us was really to push the start, to be aggressive, and then from there play the race. The guys did it really good. We were fast and on top of Team New Zealand, trying to control it. It's not so easy, but so far so good. It's a good race for us.
All right, thanks for your time.
Just try to
Thanks.
slightly faster to see if we can.
Pressure on us.
To boundary here, assume you want to go all the way. Yes, breeze, that looks good again.
Dan Webster and Louis Sinclair there.
10 now, eh?
Ticking along.
A little bit
Certainly not max, but you watch the wattage go up here as the boys turn the boat.
Another look ticking. Yeah, nice.
And that's where the power goes into the cranks. Big push there from all 4 cyclors.
Is it there or not? It's hard to see. There's no air coming off it, so it might have got shaken off.
Big gear changes.
Yep. There now.
All boats having to push hard.
I think it's clear, mate. Yeah, nice. Well, wait now.
Still left phase, just probably sticking with them. I assume they're going to step up when they get over this one.
Yeah, I think we're going to hit them on the lay if they do it. They're doing a pretty high mode to lower.
I agree. I think we go up with them.
I'll have eyes on them.
Good pressure in 10.
Peter Burling
probably
there.
Just going to lift from here, but
helming duties at the moment. Nath Outridge having a look at his opponent and the course software.
Build on here, ticking.
Claire Chuk flying the boat with Andy Maloney.
Let's go 3, 2, 1.
Emirates Team New Zealand upwind has the hammer down. How much stress, Glenn, is on the boat in tanks like that at that sort of speed?
The design of the boats are basically all designed to take quite a lot, and
bounce on that fire out.
Very, very on edge, all these boats as far as structure goes, but very, very well designed. So if you went up and punched the side of the hull with your fist, you'd probably put your fist straight through it, but the whole boat glowing red when they light up. Very, very well designed with a huge amount of modelling and resource that's gone into the structure of these boats. So very, very light for the size and can be pushed extremely hard.
Emirates Team New Zealand has taken control of race 27 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series against Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They may have buffed the start a little bit, but it didn't take them too long to drag them back in and get to that top gate for the first time. And they're there for the last time in this race and heading home towards the finish.
It's right phase, so as soon as you come here, I think we would go for a win.
They have really put a gap on the Swiss.
Swiss really sailed a clean race. Actually, a clean day all day today, so really nice, smooth job by the Swiss team.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing, last race of the day for them. No points on the board here, but they will learn plenty. Remember, they are on 2 points, only 1 win ahead of Orient Express Racing. They are still not out of the danger zone to make the final 4.
Happy to go. 20. 1. And ball down, just in the wave. Remade +3. 2. 1.
See the track there of Alinghi Red Bull Racing versus Emirates Team New Zealand around the top mark. Just a tighter turn there from Emirates Team New Zealand and taking probably a 50 to 60 metre gain to leeward there. So just a little tighter, more aggressive bear away there from the Kiwis versus the Swiss.
It seems in this final lap there has been a general kind of bleed all the way round, and perhaps that is conditions related. We have seen a change in
They've got a hell of a ride here
conditions.
This is going deep.
See the sea state there in the background, the yacht's rolling around and people probably hanging over the back feeding the fish at this period of the day after a couple of gin and tonics. But there's only one boat you'd want to be on at the moment, and that is an AC-75 doing 42 knots downwind. There's not many other boats that could do that in this sea state.
Let's go on to chase 0 with Peter Lesser. Okay, so what's impressed you so far before they hit the finish line?
Obviously the lead change I thought was significant, but what I'm going through my mind is the relative performance of Alinghi against Emirates Team New Zealand and the earlier race against Ben Ainsley. And in that one, it was 53 seconds at the finishing line. I'll be interested to see what the deficit is between Emirates Team New Zealand and Alinghi when they go over the line.
Emirates Team New Zealand in their second to last race in the regatta before the match do a job on Alinghi Red Bull Racing, but it wasn't perfect. But it'll still be another W in the win column, and the defender gets another point.
Flying footer. Just cruise through.
Just passed him now, didn't it, the wind?
And finally, Alinghi Red Bull Racing chased them home. They may get a point, but it's on the 6-team scoreboard. It's a meaningless point because the only point you really want is when you're racing one of the other 4 challenges. But they've had a good day. A good day, had by all, you might say, as they cross the finish line in race 27.
Je pense que j'ai dopé trop tard, Nico.
Ouais, en fait, ça a ventilé complet et j'avais un peu le les doigts aussi.
We have a race. The first reserve day at the end of the Louis Vuitton Cup round robin series. Coming on port will be Orient Express Racing. Coming on starboard will be Ineos Britannia. 2 minutes and 10 for port, 2 minutes for starboard. I'm a bit nervous. I'm a bit nervous. I'm a bit giddy.
S'il y va par le drive, on le gaz.
15 secondes. Ouais, copie. Ouais, l'entrée. Allez, stand by 1.
Dernier ligne.
C'est pas mal, tu peux l'amener vraiment proche de nous.
D'accord.
Orient Express Racing pretty much on target. You see the green light go up on the bar. They're good to go. Ineos Britannia. What's their time on distance like? They got the green light as well. So we are on.
French having to just keep clear of the British here. I think the British deciding that they weren't close enough to enforce a foul. Both boats, as we know, having to stay on the foils in this light air.
Still very light at the bottom part of this track. There's only 7 knots, more up at the top. So still very much in the danger zone of touching down.
Look at the heart rates here. And the wattage, and in the pre-start, this is where the cyclists have to work super hard and keep the boats on the foils here. Big gear changes with the sails in this light.
Back underneath them. We'll be running for the pin. Thirsty for the pin at the moment. A lot to kill. You go past here, right? Okay, yeah. Leave it.
Both boats on their J1s and big mainsails, so opting for max power in this light air.
Ineos Britannia attacking round to follow them.
A lot of time to kill here for the French, so the British needing to stay on the foils. The wattage being put out there by the French team. A lot of movement here of the sails needed to keep the boat on the foils. So
France very early.
On a du baby 60 mètres dans notre faveur. Ça part de là.
It should be a gradual up. Like a round. All the way up. Here we go. Here we go. All the way.
We have got a race start on race 28 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Today, how much fight have the French got? How much defence have Britannia got?
A lovely clean start, but a lot of gauge for the British team.
the British well over speed there, coming in with a big run-up, so they've converted that extra speed into fight and forward, so slight advantage to the British at the moment, and we'll be looking to make the French's life difficult out of this next manoeuvre.
Nice
tack on Orient Express Racing, and they will remain air forward there, although a slight advantage to the British.
Nice, that's good. Happy a couple of wind whistles. Let me know when you want them. From now, down the slope. Yeah. Okay, 4 wind whistles, good still, no more.
Je pense que le capteur est mort.
Ok.
Continue.
Orient Express in the dirt from Ineos Britannia, trying to go fast, limit the damage.
Kevin Pepinay on the wheel on the port side of the yacht at the moment. As we have a look at the British boat, Dylan Fletcher on the wheel for the British.
Devant nous à gauche.
Ça va être compliqué les gars.
Let's go to chase zero with Peter Lister. Tight start. British look strong.
Yeah, advantage to Ineos off the line. They came in with more pace and managed to just convert that to windward gauge immediately after the start. And Ineos are just carrying on from their big improvement through the Louis Vuitton Cup round robin stage. For Orient, they just have to get into their work now. You can see they're nudging into a bit more pressure as they come across the left-hand boundary.
The pressure is strong on the left-hand side of the top. Ineos Britannia protecting that, staying to the left of the French.
Breeze just showing that it's slowly increasing across the race course at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's good pressure out that side. Yep. Thank you, final trim. Okay, we've got 10 to lay line. Okay, stand by here. Yep. 2, 1, forward down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning. Okay, mine. 2, 1, going forward. Happy left hand. Either way. 15 away. Happy to women.
We are almost at the top gate for the first time in this six-leg race. Race 28 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. The lead currently being held by the official challenger of record, Ineos Britannia. The French, we know, do not go away. We're in this position, but they're going to have to do a lot more if they want to survive another day. That's how big today is.
20. 30.
And they will attempt to take the opposite mark at the top.
They keep the boat rumbling here for Orient Express Racing. Every manoeuvre costing a little bit of distance and time, so we'll lock the boat in here and sail fast to keep putting pressure on the English. Still quite a few puffs and lulls there, Shirley, across the course, so these only early days of filling in, so both teams having to watch out carefully for big holes on the course and making sure they manoeuvre in pressure.
Let's go on to chase zero. Pete, they're heading towards that sort of that middle part of the course. What are you thinking about what Orient Express needs to do?
Well, they they just need to complete their manoeuvres. For me, looking down the course now, the right-hand side, as this sea breeze builds, it builds from the sea side. Later in the day, it will go back in favour coming up over the city side, over on the right. But Ineos have extended here. They went round, they got into that pressure breeze, and they've jumped out, and looks like they've increased their lead by probably as much as 8 openings.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 180.
Continue, on dirait qu'il va en one and in. C'est pas possible, hésite match, désolé. Il y va maintenant. Je pense qu'il faut y aller par là. Attends, le one and in. Two and in, pardon.
In a massive game for Ineos Britannia. In more pressure, better VMG.
Sailed a nice downwind there, Shirley, and breeze slowly building there, and some heart rates there. Neil Hunter, Matt Rossiter, the port side, Matt Guttrell, Ben Cornish on the starboard side, working hard to keep providing the sail trimmers the oil they require to trim accurately.
Options of this fluid. 10 to a line. Okay, 10 seconds on the fox, but pretty flaky, isn't it? Looks like coming into light stuff.
It's so good to hear the comms between Ben Ainsley and Dylan Fletcher. As we've watched this series progress, it's more and more confident. We can hear the trust between them growing with every outing.
Kate is slightly biased left. Kate into a lull, I think, at the mark. Yeah, lift is slightly right, isn't it?
Ineos Britannia coming into the bottom of the mark for the first time. And they have put on a huge showing on this first downward leg. And that gap is quite significant now with 2 to go. But I'm sure the conversation, Glenn Ashby, we saw them very good in strong weather. Now they're showing in lighter air. They are just as quick.
Ineos Britannia sailing a really, really clinical, clean race. Some lovely manoeuvres there. Nice round up straight into attack there. So using that extra speed from the downwind to help them spin the boat round and stay on the foils. And French working hard now to try and stay in touch and keep a little pressure on.
Sûrement être gêné vu comment on est axé par rapport à lui.
Ineos Britannia coming in to complete leg number 2. And if you look at the bottom left of your screen, you'll see what we call the delta, the gap they are trailing. It's a 47-second gap as Ineos Britannia quite simply rips upwind on leg 3.
Ah oui, le 2. Attendez.
There you go, Phil, letting it pop on that. Up to the 2. Brisé dans le 3.
Ouais, sur du droit.
Allez, on continue, c'est long les gros. Prochain risé, il est un peu plus devant.
Let's go on the chase boat of Ineos Britannia. Rob Wilson joins us right now. Rob, we've just been talking about how this boat goes in different conditions. The other day she was ripping in strong conditions, not so strong today, but man, you have felt that go fast button.
Yeah, like I think that's testimony for the whole team on the performance side and the shore side. They've been all working really hard just to eke out every bit of performance. So it's all those little bits that do add up. So yeah, pleased how she's going.
Honestly, how much more have you got in the tank when you get to the pointy end of this competition?
Hopefully it's not over yet in terms of pushing forward. But all the teams are of the same mindset. So yeah, just keep pushing.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
8, turning. 5, 2, 1, going forward.
Happy for flat if you want here.
Windward, yeah, forward, pretty light here, yeah.
Windward is good.
Instead of righty bend, might come left as we get over the side. Okay, good pressure in 5 here. 190
Still these manoeuvres, very, very important to pull off.
Okay, nice pressure here.
To make sure your bottom speed is 2 or 3 knots above the 20 knot sort of cut-off limit. Anything less than 20 knots of boat speed as well as the bottom speed is marginal to keep the boat on the foils. So for the viewers, they're the bottom speed numbers you're needing to look at to stay above.
Right here, 190.
Je pense qu'il faut y aller par là.
Let's head out into the water with Peter Lester. Peter, can you see anywhere on the course where Orient Express Racing might be able to get up?
I don't see too many passing lanes with the pattern of what the wind's doing. There's a bit of breeze at the top of the course, and that means the leading boat will probably extend between now and going around the mark and then punching on the downwind leg. We are starting to hear the trend of the direction going back to the right, but the pressure is in the left, so we're still in that building sea breeze phase.
Ineos Britannia are about to complete the halfway stage of race 28 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series here in Barcelona after a horrible day weather-wise yesterday, which saw all racing cancelled. Barcelona has turned on a gem of a day today.
Very, very light breeze here as we watch Ineos Britannia come up. You can see the bow down. This is going to be a marginal manoeuvre for the British here, and they have to pull it off to get through the gate, so stand by.
5, 4 down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning, 5. Take down if you can. 1, going board. Okay, 21s. Hurry up. Okay, quite light.
They're right on the edge here, the British. Can they dig it out?
Okay, speed starting to come. Light trap here. Light trap.
Ineos Britannia would appear to have pulled off a very tight manoeuvre in light wind. You can see above them. They get around. They've completed the halfway stage of race 28. British fans are slowly holding their breath, and away goes Britannia.
Yeah, we've got to keep going.
Really, really marginal manoeuvre there, executed really well there by the British.
Pressure looks
A lot
okay
of
this
pressure
side
now
at the moment.
on the French to execute their final manoeuvre to the top as well.
All
It's
the way
definitely
here,
not over
15.
though. We have seen boats coming off the foils previously, and we see how quickly
10 seconds.
the lead can be gobbled up.
Looking here, 2, 1, 4 down. Exit. 1, made. We like it. I will. Big one, boys. Power up. Main board. Nice. Stay with it.
French going way past the boundary there to keep the boat on the foils. Big rebuild here, powering up the sails. On Orient Express Racing, very, very light at the top end of the course here, so still a lot of racing to go here. French now having to go up. They'll actually carry on straight and they will take the right turn, the left mark looking at the screen.
Orient Express Racing, excruciating to watch, but they have kept the boats up and they will complete 50% of the course and take a look where the opposition is. Still many stories to be told in the next 3 legs.
Orient Express is a true wind speed of 6 knots. Britannia 5. Look at Ineos Britannia. It is mowing the lawn back and forward across the course, not really making progress to the bottom gate.
They are right shift coming down.
Just watching the last attack here of Orient Express Racing, and little touchdown there, really marginal conditions, but the flight controllers, they're doing a great job just to pop the boat back up and reduce the wetted surface area of the hull.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 185 and shortening the leg to 1.2 nautical miles.
Wow, that wind really has dropped off. That's why we're talking about these boats now using as much of the course as possible to stay up. I tell you what, if you're British or you're a French fan, you go, okay, settle in because there's butterflies fluttering and lots of them.
Ledge items up from our line. Yeah, got them. Bottom right of the course looks okay for, as in, we go left, we go one and in left, it looks okay. Good pressure here.
Calm heads on Ineos
Little
Britannia.
building 5.
Really important in these conditions to look a long way down the course and a long way out to the sides of what the breeze is actually doing. So you see Dylan Fletcher there jumping up out of his seat, having a look around. Really important to get that elevated view if you can, to look at what you're likely to sailing to in the future.
Anytime. Okay, stand by.
Of course, they're going so fast that they're sailing into breeze. It's not coming from behind. Looking ahead.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.1 nautical miles.
Britannia having a moment.
It's calling left-hand gate bias. Yeah, with that, at the moment we're in big right here. I'm not sure it's gonna be that far right when we get there. Yep. Keep a little bit in the bag here. You're happy with the pressure on this right-hand side looking upwind, and we just go straight, eh? Yeah, what do you think, Lee?
I haven't been looking back, but yeah, the breeze. It's a little light this
Ineos
corner.
Britannia about to complete the 4th leg of 6 in this do or die day for Orient Express Racing. They've been very strong today, Ineos Britannia. Sailed this mighty boat beautifully.
2, I can hit it. 5, forward down. 3, 2, 1, made. Turning. 9, 2, 1, going forward. It's going up. It's the main heel here.
One more manoeuvre for the French team here to get through the gate. So Ineos Britannia just staying above the minimum foiling speed there on that last tack. So French needing to pull off a nice clean job here and get through the gate and keep the race as close as possible.
Orient Express Racing.
Great job into that Orient Express
Bottom
Racing.
gates. Glenn's happy, so will the team. They're still up on the falls and winds that are lightning in a shortened course because of that. Oh, that's close. That's close. And away they go again.
Right on the edge here of keeping the boat on the foils here, both teams. So
let's go on the chase boat for Orient Express Racing coach Thierry, who joins us right now. Probably another awkward moment to join you, but there's still a lot of racing to go. How are you feeling at the moment?
But we are not in a good position, but we still have one up and down. It's very patchy, and one mistake and you are falling out of the foil. So we have just need to keep pushing to have a smaller gap and to be able to jump if there is doing a mistake, but there is not so much to do right now.
Thierry's been a huge 24 hours. How proud are you of this whole team getting, as you say, your baby back onto the water?
Yeah, we fight hard to be on the water today, but we need this point. So let's cross finger if something happens before the end.
All right, thanks for your time.
Thanks.
On n'a pas encore le bonine, on n'est pas matché, on n'est pas gazé.
with both boats being able to stay on the foils in that manoeuvre, and starboard helmsman there, Quentin Delapierre, taking over from Kevin Pepinay. Jason Saunders on flying duties with Mathieu Van Dam.
Je pense qu'on peut y retourner là dans le 5 si tu veux.
Orient Express Racing, just if you are joining us and you haven't been following the story, this could be it for them today. They have to win this race. They need to beat Ineos Britannia to at least stay alive for a potential sail-off with Alinghi Red Bull Racing, and then they'll have to sit and watch what Alinghi Red Bull Racing do. Oh, no, it's not what they were wanting. Got to get back up on those foils. They were making gains on the upward leg until that tap.
Just back on the foils there, Orient Express Racing. Really, one of their only options from here is a mistake by Ineos Britannia.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line, shortening the leg to 1 nautical mile.
Wow, how about that? Ineos Britannia about to complete leg number 5. And they are about to consign, Orient Express Racing to packing up and heading home and saying au revoir to the America's Cup in 2024.
All the way. Diving 2. Right up. 1. Right down. 3, 2, 1. Main. Heading. All the way.
Plutôt à l'envers sur le début du portant. On va chauffer le gaz, Jazz.
Allez. On va venir. Dernier portant. Nice.
Ça s'est passé. Regarde un petit peu de loin. Au milieu, c'est vraiment des mots. C'est vraiment mou, il faudra choisir un côté.
Orient Express Racing will now complete the 5th leg of 6 in race 28 of the Louis Vuitton Challenger Selection Series. Is this the last time for good that they round the top gate in Barcelona?
Really nice rounding there by Orient Express Racing, sailing the boat well.
we're just on the back edge of the pressure here.
Okay.
Still a few big wobbly patches of breeze down the course, so the British having to execute their next manoeuvre really well. Otherwise, the French will be right there.
Massive credit to the French short team that the boat is performing so well in these conditions. They did a nosedive. They went from doing 29 knots to 1.
It looks pretty much that Ineos Britannia have done a job on the French today in race 28. The most impressive thing we have seen is that the official challenger of record in the last 3 or 4 days have found how to handle Britannia, and in different conditions. We talked about them flourishing in heavy conditions. They've done super well today in much, much lighter conditions. And yes, the fleet will be taking a close look, going, okie dokie.
Super impressive.
Game on, and as they cross the finish line, they are now level with Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli on 6 wins, which puts all the pressure back on the Italians for the next race. But there they go. Ineos Britannia, it's win number 6, and the game is on again.
Nice work.
So a beautiful race there. Ineos Britannia, really clean execution of their manoeuvres in really, really light air. So a great effort.
Settle off the course here.
Surely, as we wait for Orient Express Raid to come back, that's another impressive day for Ineos Britannia.
Yeah, they weren't really pushed. I mean, they had a great start, but they're really getting more and more clinical and cleaner, and the weaknesses that we saw early on in the series have gone.
And here come Orient Express Racing. We've said it before, their development profile was vertical, but it is not to be. And Orient Express Racing will depart Barcelona, and they will be at the bottom of the table, which means Alinghi Red Bull Racing survive and complete the 4. But they must be applauded for the effort, the passion, the joie de vivre they have shown. But all we can say is thank you, Orient Express Racing. Simple answer is yes, we have enough Windigo Racing. Coming in on port, it will be Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, and on starboard, it will be Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Now we'll see how hungry the Italians are to finish top and get the chance to choose their opponent in the semi-final.
Nice breeze coming across the course here now, so a big battle on our hands here, and looking forward to some great racing. Just having a look at Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli here, not setting up for their entry, so Alinghi Red Bull Racing
This is the
coming in.
umpires. Italy's disqualified out of the boundary more than 85 metres.
Just coming down, making our
So, not sure if we
awarded
got some
to the Swiss.
tactical play going on here. So Luna Rossa possibly tactically pulling out of this race and gifting the win to Alinghi Red Bull Racing. So stand by for some more news on that, but very, very interesting play by the Italians there.
We don't know that for sure. They might have an issue. I mean, why would they want to? What do you think they might be thinking, Glenn?
Well, it certainly does mix up the points scenario. So whether Italy are playing a little tactical card there to help choose the pathway for the semi-final, we will see.
Well, hang on a minute. We're going to have a sail-off for first. We've got 2 teams which are now officially 6 and 2. So when we're at the tie-break rule says sail off. We said there were more stories to unfold. Didn't see this one coming, but I think one of you will tell me this is the America's Cup.
Yeah, stand by to stand by. There's a lot of moving cogs behind the scenes here, so let the games begin. And Alinghi Red Bull Racing just have to basically cross the start line here cleanly. They will be awarded the race win. And it is game on in the days of our lives of the America's Cup.
I know we just heard Ben Ainsley say, I'd love to finish top. I don't think he realised that he might actually have to race for top. He thought, oh, yeah, we'll go back and sure, debunk, and hopefully Luna Rossa beat Alinghi Red Bull Racing, who will now officially have to start. But as we know, Luna Rossa Pirelli has been DQ'd in race 29. Okay, but head's starting to spin.
1 minute to boundary average breeze.
Well, for America's Cup fans, we will have an additional race.
It's getting lighter.
Next, we will see New Zealand beat USA, and then after that, it will be a sail-off for first place in this round-robin series. So plenty more action.
Let's just go onto the water with Chase Zero and Pete Lester. Peter, what do you think about this? Have we just seen a true America's Cup move from the Italians?
Well, it's never a dull moment in the America's Cup, and I just wonder if, you know, Jimmy Spittle was hurting a little bit, getting cleaned out by Ineos, you know, in the windy day, and he just wants to win the, you know, the round-robin stage on the water. And so we're going to have a real ding-dong when they go winner takes all for the round-robin stage between Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli and Ineos. I think it's brilliant.
Look, we're not 100% sure that Italy have done that on purpose, so they possibly could have had a technical issue. So you just don't know, and we're only speculating here in the commentary booth.
The Yacht Cup coming in on starboard at 2 minutes, and it'll be Emirates Team New Zealand coming in at 2 minutes and 10 seconds on port.
And I think we've possibly got a late entry for the Americans here. American Magic looking like they're potentially off the foils, so Emirates Team New Zealand potentially on time, but American Magic there just not getting off the foils in that last manoeuvre. So
what more can this day throw at us? Final day of the Louis Vuitton Cup round robin series. Green light for the defender, Emirates Team New Zealand. But trouble again before the start for American Magic, still off the foils.
Boundary penalty USA, boundary penalty USA.
So time on distance now for Emirates Team New Zealand. See American Magic there in the background with a boundary penalty, not executing that manoeuvre out wide, and it's a long way back, low riding back to the entry. So just building speed there to take off American Magic. So a lot of pressure on them now.
Wind is light in this bottom half of the track, 6-7 knots.
This looks really soft ahead of us.
There's a good sign, Patrick, back up on the foils.
They continue on port.
Yeah.
So they'll just probably want to sail across and execute one manoeuvre from there to come back, possibly for a split start. The Americans, so time on distance, Emirates Team New Zealand. They will start on starboard.
They're at a disadvantage already because they've got the boundary penalty.
Split tack start here.
Okay, 30 to kill.
5 for the pin.
We're racing for the boat, so we're going to turn up into attack here.
3 for the pin.
Okay, stand by.
Can't voice of Tom Slingsby.
2, 1. And
Pressure manoeuvre here for the Americans.
Coming down. Aiming at them is probably pretty good.
Keeping the boat on the foils, so nice manoeuvre there by the Americans. We'll see potentially quite a clean split start here. Emirates Team New Zealand will wind these guys up and force them low.
Happy to come up here.
stay with me.
But you don't do a late game.
We still have penalty to kill.
Up in.
Keep fast here.
Up in, give me fast.
175.
Race start in race 30 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. American Magic with the boundary penalty. Split tack start.
Up in.
30.
Americans having to wash off that 75-metre penalty. You see them putting the bow down. You see the metres ticking up there. It's Emirates Team New Zealand gaining, so...
Lock in here, guys.
Helming at the moment. Stand in helm for Paul Goodison as Luca Calabresi. Big day for him.
Now we've got a lot to build here.
Certainly is, and not easy conditions to jump straight in the hot seat and execute these manoeuvres in these right air. So
15 to boundary.
I'll press.
10, stand by.
He has done a lot of helming in training, but there's nothing like the hot seat in a race.
just staying on the foils there, the Americans. So nice job to keep the boat on the foil there, just over that bottom speed, to around 20 knots to keep the boat on the foils.
Hi, Trav.
Let's go to Chase Zero, Peter Lester. Wow, another poor start by the Americans off the foils, and tricky conditions. Have they changed quite a bit at the bottom?
I just think for American Magic, it just looks at the bottom of the range, they do struggle to stay on the foils. Wasn't a bad recovery given the situation they're in. And for Lucas Calabresi, you know, they're on, he came off on port, so he's got his first experience of sailing in the America's Cup, and that's a milestone for that sailor.
50 to boundary.
Yeah, Lucas obviously has done a huge amount of sailing, obviously on the simulator and with the team, and the depth of talent that all these teams have is quite immense. And obviously a fantastic day for him and his family to be in the hot seat, and they'll be trying to chase down the current defenders of the America's Cup.
This is much better breeze, yeah. One and button.
Just wondering.
I don't think we lay, but we're close to it.
Would Emirates Team New Zealand have been pushed a little bit since, let's be blunt, their last couple of starts have been pretty sort of 5 out of 10.
Oh, look, every minute Emirates Team New Zealand now. This is the last remaining probably 18 minutes or so of their racing for the next 4 weeks before they line up for the America's Cup. So little gain back to the Americans there. Right away boat, Emirates Team New Zealand, give way boat, American Magic have made a gain out that left-hand side of the course and sailing well.
No issues.
I'd be prepared to go down the market.
A bit more pressure coming.
I think it'll knock if anything.
They have recovered extremely well, American Magic, surely.
We are seeing quite big swings in the breeze in direction, and also it's pretty up and down in pressure. Great breeze on the top left-hand side of the course.
Stand by.
Happy to go
We're
there.
down in 2. Continue.
Initial thoughts?
They come back. I think we'd take left off.
Well, despite the average start by American Magic, they have really put the hammer down upwind. And there's a slight subtle lead change as they get to that top gate. Both boats are head around on the first downward leg in race 30. Emirates Team New Zealand goes around first, but hot on their tail, American Magic.
Down here. Right on that left side, and short side.
Any questions if you want to lead it when we get to zone?
Put down here in 2, 1.
Have gone.
Turning.
So surely American Magic here having to execute every manoeuvre really cleanly, and 20 knots bottom speed there, just keeping the boat on the foil and accelerating out of that corner there. So Lucas Calabresi taking over from Tom Slingsby, doing a really nice job of keeping the boat on the foil there, and certainly a close race, which is what Emirates Team New Zealand are looking for.
You're at the bottom there.
For that last minute racing experience.
Got more to come down now.
They've done so well to close it all up. But with every manoeuvre on American Magic at the moment, your heart's in your mouth. And you think how much Tom Slingsby and Cole Goodison have got better and better over the last 2 weeks. It is a big ask just to step in and execute these tricky manoeuvres perfectly.
We keep talking about hard racing cycles. I'm sure the heart rate of Lucas Calabrese is trying to jump out of his chest at the moment, because a magnificent opportunity, not so great for Paul Goodison, but we wish again Paul well to get back into the boat. But wow, what a day for the career of Lucas Calabrese, and American Magic trying to chase down the defender.
And then it looks soft, so I think we're going soon.
Certainly a big shout out from all of us here to Paul, and hope you get well soon, mate.
Board.
And on board with Emirates Team New Zealand.
What are we thinking out of the bottom marks?
Board.
I'll be back offshore.
Yeah, I think in this offshore is not bad.
So, a little bit of gate vice, like 25 to the right. I'm wondering if you...
Probably left for an early tack.
Left for an early tack, but that's giving
This
about
is
40
the race
meters.
committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1 nautical mile.
We're coming on this ley line, we don't want to take the right
It's going to be a lot of gas if we go right,
of the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup here in Barcelona, being trailed by American Magic, and conditions that are up and down like a yo-yo today.
I think there's conditions where we just sail our faces up to speed as well.
That Orient Express Racing will not take any further part in this regatta, as Alinghi Red Bull Racing were, well, let's put it the other way around. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli were disqualified in race 2 of the day and handed another point to Alinghi Red Bull Racing to confirm them in the final 4. This is a no-points race, but remember, this is the last time that the defender you see right there gets the chance to race competitively before the match, which starts October 12th. That's some time off.
It's going to be gas. This side to hopefully we can get down.
I think we'll get a header as we go.
This is looking pretty good for us. Yeah. We just have to make sure we go past their gas. Yep. And then it'll be a long one back out to the... A little fast, mate, isn't it? Left boundary. Marker in 10.
Emirates Team New Zealand coming in to complete the second leg of 6 in race 30 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Last day of round robin, and still one race to come. The sail-off for top spot.
Nice breeze all the way.
Nice one board rounding there by Emirates Team New Zealand, really railing hard on one board in these conditions.
Yeah, I think we can.
Nice apex of that turn.
Good ridey though, so I'm happy just to...
And here comes the New York Yacht Club's American Magic. Got themselves out of a big hole at the start. They've done so well.
Hey,
and they're within touching distance, you might say, but it's been a strong downward leg for Emirates Team New Zealand. Around goes American Magic, heading upwind on leg number 3.
Bingo. Missing. Okay, he's tacked back. Nice pressure on the bow here. Left side looks pretty good still.
Breeze still not really kicking in. Surely it's still pretty soft and wobbly.
Yeah, we're seeing 7 knots at that bottom gate.
Stand by.
The wind field just showing us a little bit where there's more pressure in the middle of the course.
At the moment we hit them for sure. Just gonna float.
Yep.
Better pressure.
And they've gone now.
Top right as well.
So the hit's in about 8 to 10.
That's good for phase as well, and pressure.
We hear a lot in Emirates Team New Zealand from Andy Maloney, one of the trimmers. I mean, he's really involved in not just performance, but tactical decision making.
Okay, just happy to build and go back on your timing.
The offside for trimmer there, having all the information in front of them to help with those tactical decisions. A lot of the teams opting for a similar program, and even some of the cyclors that are handy at yachting as well as cycling can chip in with some valuable information. So all teams taking slightly different approaches to provide that tactical and course information to the helmsman of both sides of the yacht.
We do see in most teams the makeup of the cyclers is normally 2 kind of rowers or cyclists and and a couple of sailors as well. So for sure they have roles within the decision making and the function of the boat. We don't entirely know what, but they must be doing stuff with their hands.
They absolutely do, and that's the beauty about putting the power in with your legs. It does leave your hands free and your fingers to be able to have input and help sail the boat around the track. So a lot of gear changing, a lot of pressure and pump management, and helping the trimming of those giant twin skin mainsails on the AC-75. So big job by all the crew to sail these boats accurately around the track.
Hell of a line and left there. Yeah. Big gain to us though.
On board with Emirates Team New Zealand and
they'll be going
Peter
left,
Burling
left.
on the helm, top left.
It's lifting now with pressure.
We're thinking the right turn, but I think we'd be happy with that. There's good pressure on the right turn. Okay,
yeah, good
coming
control
fast now.
I think there's a lift coming here.
Yeah. I think they're lost on the first down.
They are super slick, the defender. Any chance out on the water against an opposing team that they potentially could see in the match is valuable time. And they're about to complete the halfway mark of race 30.
Yeah, golden minutes on the water here for Emirates Team New Zealand. So going through the process, not just on the race course, but the whole day. Shore crew, shore team, the whole team going through a race day process, which they won't get to do as accurately as this for the next few weeks. So valuable time for the team.
Emirates Team New Zealand complete the first half of this race. 3 of 6 legs are done. They take the left-hand mark as you see it, right for them on Taihoro, the name of the boat. They're now going downwind on leg number 4. They're not going away, American Magic. They are sort of just quite dainty coming upwind. It's as if it looks like they're pushing. It seems like they're pushing, or not able to push because of the wind, and they complete the halfway mark.
All the way down.
Nice.
Let's go on board with Peter Lester, who is on Chase 0. Pete, what do you make of the Americans at the moment?
30 seconds this way.
They look good on that upwind. They took, what, 10 seconds out of the New Zealanders on that leg. It just, it's really fickle out here. It's light, there's big light spots. And looking up the course, the left-hand side is paying. And I thought the American Magic took full advantage of that. They're not out of this. And for the New Zealanders, the boat just looks a little bit more lively through the manoeuvres.
So we're on leg 4 of 6. Let's go into the chase boat for Emirates Team New Zealand and Coach Ray Davies. Would you have liked a stronger challenge at the start, Ray?
Yeah, well, it shows how hard the entries are almost one of the hardest things to do out here today. So that was, yeah, Americans obviously had a bit of a tough entry, and it's a tough day out here for sure. So stoked with the way the guys are sailing and getting in phase really nicely. Huge gains down that first run, and they're away again now.
This is potentially the last time we have a chat to you. I'm sure you'll miss our chats. But what's the process now ahead of the first race in the match, October 12?
Yeah, look, long way to go for us, obviously. We've got a lot to work on. We've got plenty of kit to keep working through and making sure we keep getting faster. We've got a big window of development coming up, and still learning about this tricky venue here as well. So we'll be watching the Challengers racing as much as we possibly can and keep learning all the time here.
What do you make of the sail-off for first?
Yeah, that's exciting. It's great. It's a nice little feature. So
right,
yeah, hopefully this breeze hangs in there.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 175.
So we see Emirates Team New Zealand coming into the bottom gate for the second to last time, because the next time they meet it will be at the finish line. Still a very substantial lead against
have a good look there at the win.
American Magic. Remember, a non-points scoring race.
That doesn't look as this way.
Got to remember
time,
that.
So we want to
American Magic are locked into the semi-finals, and
any time for
you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that the defender is locked into the match. Starting October 12, wherever you are around the world, this is the place to be for the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup. 2 more legs for Taihoro.
5, so it's actually okay here. Actually quite good and lifted. So we're going a little further now, but
I'm still following it, so just worried about pressure, no worries.
Button, 2, 1, forward.
Well and truly above
struggling to lay the
bottom foiling speed there for Emirates Team New Zealand, but American Magic really struggling to get hooked up here out of this jibe, and they are going to struggle to lay this left-hand turn. So possibly another manoeuvre coming up here for American Magic. Very difficult manoeuvre here to get through the gate.
Board down in 2, 1. Board 26 knots.
So let's see if they can keep Patriot up and going. Weather conditions changing by the second.
Expired.
Wait for it.
Only 18 knots of boat speed here, 19 for Patriot. Just keeping the boat on the foil there. Really tricky manoeuvre there, and very well executed to keep the boat on the foil. Unfortunately, a little light there for them, so you can see the track they've had to do. You'd think they would have got through the gate comfortably, but just a little light and that extra manoeuvre, so big loss for American Magic.
Press hard here, try to build. Okay, stand by.
On to the American Magic chase boat. Quick chat with Coach Tom Burnham. Coach, I think we'll ignore the start and let's talk about Lucas Calabresi getting an opportunity. We know it's tough for Paul to watch this, but big day for him and his family, mate.
Yeah, it's great. Awesome. Lucas is doing a great job out here for his first race in the America's Cup Challenger Series. So, yeah, really happy he's out doing this and doing a great job. So it's a really good day.
How much time has he had in the AC-75 in that seat?
He's had a bunch of time over the last few months since we've sailed the boat, and he's been sailing the 40s and the 75. I don't even know how many days, but a lot of days. So it's great to have him out here. Obviously, not the result we're looking for right now. We're not going so well right now. We got pretty light at the bottom of the race course, but Lucas is doing a good job, and look for him to come in off for the day, and I'm sure he'll have a lot of new experiences.
Yeah, but a lot to look forward to, Coach, because you're locked into the semi-finals of the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Yeah, exactly. Looking forward to that starting on Saturday. We're eagerly awaiting to see who we're going to race against, and I guess we'll find out that later in the week.
All right, thanks for your time.
Thanks, guys.
Maybe bottom left. Full press. Yeah, well, it's open course here now.
Very tricky race course today. So just when we thought it was going to be straightforward. We're seeing really quite big shifts, 20, 30 degrees, massive holes.
2, 1, and board. I think I've given you things to say.
1, and button.
There's no way.
Nice, mate.
3 or so years ago that these boats would remain foiling in this amount of breeze. So really impressive to see boats racing in such light breeze as we watch. American Magic just coming off her foils there as we talked about it, and they've sailed into some light air in that manoeuvre. So
Emirates Team New Zealand coming in to complete the top leg for the fifth leg, excuse me, for the final time. I think they're pretty happy with that tack. I've heard someone say, yeah, nice job. And they've got the downward and final leg to go.
35 knot exit speed there, 65 kilometres per hour, and very light air. And American Magic doing a really big build there to try and get Patriot back up on her foils, and they'll be hoping for another light air patch for Emirates Team New Zealand to fall into. They found one. They definitely are out there on the course.
2, 1,
lot of errors from American Magic today, not just unlucky sailing into holes. I guess it just shows us really how refined the jobs are and how important it is to sail with your regular team. It's a big ask to put somebody new in at this stage.
Big day for American Magic, but they do have a fantastic depth of talent and very tricky conditions here to sail in as we'll watch them execute this tack. Tom Slingsby ripping the boat round, and Lucas Calabrese now taking over control of helming duties. And a big handover of roles for all the teams there, going from one tack or one jibe to the other.
They are a team that pre this regatta did a mountain, I mean a Everest-like mountain of work off Pensacola, and they were drilling themselves before they got Patriot christened, and they were running both AC40s in their feet constantly, probably doing as much as Lingy Red Bull Racing did in Barcelona off Pensacola. So they are a well-drilled crew, so they will have huge expectations, as will the defender of the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup, Emirates Team New Zealand. Been a slick performance in changeable conditions today by the defender.
So just go as far as we can here and keep the numbers high.
Glenn, you've been in this very position where you have to stop racing and wait. What's that like? What's it really like?
Oh, look, it just feels like it's a never-ending semi-final series. You're just like, when are we going to get to the big show? But what you do get, though, is you get to see all the fruits of your labour coming on in material and go fast items down the track. So be they large or small, they all add up, and a lot of work goes in behind the scenes to keep improving, and all the teams are doing that constantly, and that's all you can really do as the defender, is keep improving and hope that you've got enough in the tank when you finally get to line up against
just quickly, what kind of areas are we going to see the biggest performance?
Inside, so we can see better with the sun.
Oh, aero and hydro would be my guess there.
So for the final time in this Louis Vuitton Cup, the defender of the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup, Emirates Team New Zealand, finish on a high note. They get another win off the coast of Barcelona, and now go back into prep mode for the match, which starts October 12th. And as you heard their coach Ray Davies say, we've got a lot of kit to throw at it. And you know what that means? How much better can the defender get?
Thanks, Rizal. Top mark in the right-hand side on the sun got us again.
Way up the top is American Magic. I think the important thing to understand here is they're in the semi-finals, right? It starts Saturday.
Absolutely. Very important to be in that final four for all four of these teams, and they'll all keep continuing to develop.
I mean, they'll be hoping Paul Goodison makes a recovery. We don't really know the extent of his injury, and it does give him a few days as a bit of breathing period, both for the boat and for the crew, before they're out in anger again.
Quick question. We talk about the defenders, or should I say the challengers, feeling at a disadvantage because now the defender has plenty of time to throw, quote, more kit at it. How much more do you think the challengers have to improve their boats, to develop them before they get going this weekend?
Well, not only do they keep getting to develop their boat and their equipment, they also get to keep racing, and that's one of the most important things for the challengers, is they will be race fit. Whoever makes it through this Challenger final, this Louis Vuitton final, to race off against the current defenders, Emirates Team New Zealand, they will be race fit and match fit, and that's one thing that Emirates Team New Zealand will not be as match fit as they'd like to be. But that is the America's Cup, and that's what it is being a defender.
Hence the reason they threw themselves into these round robins, to give them valuable time. And as we all know about the America's Cup, have a closer look at the opposition, potentially one of the 5 challengers, which is now down to 4, as Orient Express we have said goodbye to after being beaten by Ineos Britannia in the opening race of the day today. So American Magic will complete race number 30 of this Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series and almost complete the round robin, because we have one more race to come, and that's a playoff race for first. But Patriot will cross the line. And how much better can she get? And what is the best conditions for Patriot to show how quick she is? The America's Cup story just keeps keeping on. Okay, now let the tension build. It will be Ineos Britannia coming in at port, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Luna Rossa coming in on starboard at 2 minutes. The sail-off is a good-to-go event, and we cannot wait for this one. We did suggest it was going to be a hell of a day, and it's turned into be one.
Currently 8-9 knots in the start box, so plenty of breeze for an aggressive, action-packed restart.
I'm on the edge, okay? So you can kill a bit this better.
Here comes Ineos Britannia. Wait for the green light. And they are good to enter the start box. 7 seconds and counting for Luna Rossa Prada to get the green light. And they get the green light a tiny bit later, and it is on.
All the jibe, but good pump on here.
3, 2, 1, empty to go.
Coming down.
They drive now? Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Hey, circle here, I think.
Have up a little. Power out of this, boys.
Going board.
A little bit of dirty air for Luna Rossa to sail through here soon.
Nicholas Browsey up there, wow, nearly 1,000 watts.
That's a good push. Cycles there, pre-start in these conditions. Most amount of work the cycles will do.
Okay, your wheel then. Doing a minute 5. Line is even.
Brady's gone.
Quite high in the box at the moment.
60 seconds to go for the sail-off to get underway.
They're very early. I think that will go behind us. You have to press there.
Luna Rossa Prada taking a really early exit there, so a lot of time to kill for Luna Rossa Prada. It'll be interesting to see if they soak here.
Killing 10. Coming deep and feeling. Killing 9. Decent jet.
Big speed build coming for the British here.
21. Luna Rossa is slow.
Killing 6.
Just above foiling speed there, Luna Rossa.
Line 9. Killing 4.
Big push, boys.
Here we go, boys. 13. Killing 3.
10 seconds to go to race start.
6. 1. Here we go. All the way. 3. Here we go. 1.
The sail-off is a go. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli, and Ineos Britannia. Who wants top spot?
Trying to get the boat up.
Got a slight gain to Ineos Britannia there, just slightly over speed and actually winding the boat up onto the breeze just a little before Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, so early gains to Ineos Britannia.
Thinking here. I think we'll just hit them right. We've got. Okay, stand by here. Yep. 2, 1. Forward down. Forward down. 2, 1. Landing. I will. 2, 1.
Britannia in a great position there to hit them and hurt them all the way across to the other boundary.
Nice here, normal build.
Luna Rossa too slow now to immediately tack back, exiting that tack, so they have to build speed to keep the boat on the floor.
Liking the ride at the moment. Yep. Taking main laps.
Fast mode Ineos Britannia, so they'll be trying to put the bow down and match their moves across the left-hand side of the course and shut them down.
Going to chase zero with Peter Lesnar. Peter, Britannia seems to be getting better and better.
Whenever you want.
Yeah, it was almost a replay of the start earlier in the day, and that was a ripper. Breeze is up a little bit, and it looks pretty even over the course as they come up to, coming up to halfway. So both teams will be starting to think about how do they set themselves up for this top mark rounding, because top mark rounding and exit could be a real pinch point in this one.
Final mate. What do you think about the run here, the top gate? I like the right. Okay, we can get one and in, but how does top left look? Because It looks okay, but I like the right pressure. Yeah, okay. Continue.
Dylan Fletcher asking the questions about the next leg.
Right-hand shift there, which has suited Ineos Britannia. So both boats sort of getting turned to the right, the inside boat taking the slightly shorter course, so gains to the British.
Hit them here. Stand by here. Nice stack on the mate. Forward down. Forward down. 2, 1, made. I don't think he can lag from there. No. So we go one more.
You've got a little bit of time this way.
We can go straight for one in here, maybe? Follow him left or?
Yeah, it's showing 30 left at the moment.
Pretty square at the top.
Top right looks all right though, but I think desk damage controls probably follow him here, eh?
No.
That was the voice of Jimmy Spittle. Happy just to sit in the dirt for a bit, limit the damage limitation.
Okay, we go just after him.
So we keep the speed here.
Stand by, guys. Going 3.
Ineos Britannia, official challenger record, heading to the top gate for the first time, and we'll call it race 31. It's the sail off the top spot at the end of the round robin series, and a lot to play for. They will lead Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli around. They will take the right markers that you set and left for them on Britannia.
Very nice mark down in there by the British.
And in comes Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli playing follow the leader.
Here we go. And powering.
He's going early. I think we have to go. We cannot go after him, so
let's try and get
I have to go here.
Yeah, 2, 1.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 185 and lengthening the course to 1.4 nautical miles.
A little light on this downwind at the moment. Push to leeward there.
Hey boys, we're just going to keep
Leeward gate's pretty square.
back into this.
How's the pressure look on this right side upwind? Yeah, it looks good. Just in a bit of a hole here. Here we go. Nice.
So the British team there
Good work on them right
already
now.
talking about what they'll be sailing into on the next beat.
Good.
So
Let down. I guess if they jive, we keep going, probably. Yeah.
like a game of chess, planning 3 or 4 moves ahead of where they are currently.
45 this way. Looks like some quite decent pressure on the boundary. Is that right, Lee? Or?
British team look like they've got a click more pace on this downwind leg.
A light patch to get through it. Yeah. Nice. Come back. This is the live spot. Come back left a touch. Yeah. Don't get too slow.
I'm out of windward in this.
It's going to chase 0. Peter Lester. Hard not to admire what Ben Ainsley and the team on Britannia are doing right now.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. We're right behind them, tracking them. Ineos is just sailing a little bit hotter, sailing slightly closer to the wing, and she's extended, but the gauge has reduced, and that's meant it's set up for that jibe where Luna Rossa were able to gauge back down, take some separation, and now they'll put themselves in quite a strong position tactically in terms of airflow.
Still building and touch them.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, that gauge that Peter was just talking about there is the distance sort of basically to windward of the other boat. So bearing is sort of the forward or the aft, and the gauge is the sideways distance. So both teams threading the eye of the needle for best performance.
A little build here, guys.
They're going to follow. Maybe a slight softer patch here. Nice.
Ineos Britannia coming down to the bottom gate to complete leg number 2 of 6. And if you talk about body language of a boat, Ineos looks in control. Just a look about that boat right now we've seen in the last few days that suggests they're finding that window and finding it faster. Their development of Britannia is really going forward quickly.
All the way. Thank goodness. They continue at the moment. Yeah, going, mate.
A little bit of Livorino.
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli. Remember, they were the official challenger in the last time out of the America's Cup, AC36 Auckland. They go around, fire it around and see what's in front of them. They're trying a real chase.
Very good pressure here.
Negative 2.
Anything before or after? Good pressure coming down that right-hand side of the course. You can see it there on the water. The Italians now having to tack before the British just to sail across to the left-hand side of the course with clean air. Very, very important to have that air coming on the sails clean, and their only option to tack earlier there than the British to keep the airflow on those sails fresh.
Approach right here.
Up.
We've gone in -2 here.
We're going softer and then another bit of pressure in 20. Yeah, see what that does. I can say tack. I think we've got to protect the rider. Yeah, I think, we might, whether or not we want to hit them on the way back. Nice righties here, but we're going to get to intersection shortly. A new pressure line in 5. I think we tack when they tack.
Dylan Fletcher, the port helm.
Could take it if you want. Hell slow. Over them.
British there sailing into a little more pressure.
No, trying to get it.
They've been talking about.
Let's go. 2, 1, board down. 2, 1, lead. I will. 2, 5, get board.
Nice pressure on it. Big wheel hands, give it a nudge. Down.
Yeah, got it.
Nice. What can do it? Here we go, 25. 8.
Okay, couple of windward dull.
Let's try and get some grip.
It's down slow.
Picking main.
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli not going away in this race. They're not
nice lefty here, so then we just
disappearing. They're definitely hanging in there, so
can't get
there's a bit of work to do. And the British well and truly in control, but not a whole lot in it here.
Just bear with me.
Nice. There's a quite good reload in 5.
If they go, we take it with them.
Team left here. We look.
Coming on the bow in 10.
Those boys there, Stephen, eagerly watching what's going on here, because potentially could one of these teams be the challenger for the America's Cup.
Good old-fashioned spying, sitting on the water. Why not?
Don't think they'll have the chili bin out quite yet, but definitely be enjoying this battle unfolding.
It's a good one too.
Little pressure inside here coming on us at 5.
The British are more confident with their boat.
Okay, what do we think about top of the course
here? They really, in all they can do, but also execution has been impressive from the get-go.
15 seconds to a lay line.
They had a plan at that pre-start and they executed it beautifully and have been in control ever since.
It's been really noticeable, and we've said it a number of times today and yesterday, about they seem to have suddenly gone, the switch has gone on. They've gone, we know now where this boat sits in each condition. Now we'll take it and show everybody how quick and how all that resource has gone into it. You know, AMG Petronas Mercedes, that it's actually a really quick boat.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it, but it's not the whole story. They've just got slicker at racing it. They trust each other. The starts, they're textbook, they're executed beautifully.
Yep, they are on fire, you might say. The team of Ineos Britannia, the official challenger of record, they will hit that top gate for the 3rd time. And that'll be the halfway mark in this sail-off in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Advantage Ineos Britannia as they head downwind for the 4th time, or leg 4.
I think some of the biggest gains, Stephen and Shirley, have actually been just in the sailability of the boat. They're just confident and they're sailing the boat well, and that's often the biggest gains, is just learning how to use your equipment.
Nice. Right here. Going left mark. Okay,
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli at the gate. They'll take the right-hand mark, as you said, left for them, and they are on that downwind 4th leg.
Aaron?
Trying to find something to go back along the shore.
Not great here,
but we have to go early, unfortunately, anytime.
Still really patchy there on the water.
One, styling this down. Grabs up.
Time to hit on the chase boat for Ineos Britannia. Talk to Coach Rob Wilson. Robert, I would suggest right now there's a rather large smile on your face because it would appear the confidence in sailing Britannia is going through the roof, and not just today, but maybe this last week.
Yeah, no, yeah, we're pleased. I think, yeah, the boys are sailing well, so it's really nice to see. And it was good to do that in a bit of breeze yesterday, or the day before yesterday, and the lighter winds today. You know, there's still a lot to play for. It's super light. And, you know, that first race we had, it was really on edge. So, you know, let's hope this breeze stays in a little bit more.
Where do you think the biggest gains have come from in the last week?
I can't tell you that. Top secret.
Okay, I'll let you sit back on that white picket fence, mate.
Thank you.
You're one leg either side, Robbie. That'll be no good for you. Great job by the team, sailing the boat beautifully here, and I'll be hoping the breeze stays in for the rest of this race to get the job done.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Against the all-powerful Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, so a lot to play for here.
But if this gap remains, this is actually quite a humbling loss to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Remembering too, they got beaten by American Magic, and they got pretty well beaten too. So maybe there's a little bit of a shake going on with the Italian camp, and they're going, okay, well, you know, remember we were going, they're the team to beat, they're the team to beat, they're the team to beat. We've seen improvement along the board from the likes of Ineos Britannia, Lingy Red Bull Racing, American Magic, and the team we were talking about has sort of softened up somewhat.
Just getting more even, but struggling to get there at the moment.
Yeah, it could be a joke.
Potentially go left. Off patch here.
Ineos Britannia are steaming into the bottom gate for the second to last time. They will complete leg number 4 and head up for leg number 5, the last upwind leg.
Still high pressure manoeuvres on here to keep executing well, and very difficult for the trailing boat to break clear in these conditions. A lot of dirty air coming off the back of the Ineos Britannia rig there, making it very difficult for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli to get some clear air in their air intakes, and very, very turbulent breeze for them. Not many options for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, hoping for a mistake by the British here to get back in the game.
It's an intimidating looking boat shot, isn't it? Muscular. It's a big boat.
Good pressure here.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli trailing by 49 seconds on Ineos Britannia.
I think we go straight for now.
Yeah.
Coming.
I got 30 seconds.
Let's go on board the chase bot for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. It's a good afternoon to Philippe Pressy. Philippe, are you happy you had to have the sail off?
Good mode.
Well, it was quite disappointing to have this failure before the start of the previous race. But yeah, we took the challenge, and unfortunately we didn't have a great start. And from there on, we're struggling to get good lanes. So yeah, well, it is like it is. We're obviously not super happy about the outcome of the day.
Philippe, what will you take from this round robin? Because at one point we were saying you are the team to beat, you are the team to beat, but it seems you've softened off a little bit. What will you learn from this round robin?
Every races are hard to pull. So, you know, if we were quite unlucky with the breakdown on the race before. That's one design system, so we kind of support the issue. And on second race, if you miss the start, if you have a bad start, you can't come back. It's it's just a easy. It's not a fast yacht race. It's really a sailor pre-start plus good shift race. The way I see it.
Okay, thank you for your time, Philippe, as always.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Philippe explaining just the importance there of the start, and if you're just a little bit behind at the start, like in a lot of motor racing or in sailing as well, you have a bad start, definitely puts you off on the back foot, and obviously a shame there with a breakdown in the previous race. Unsure of what the issue was there, but not many options now for the Italian team to get back into this race.
2, 1, come on.
I'm sure we'll review the start at some point, but it's so powerful. We've seen it time and time again. To be fast into windward.
Absolutely, just having a look at those LED lights there for Ben Cornish.
It's all good for taking that right turn at the top.
Love to know what they're doing. He's definitely not playing a computer game. He's helping very much sail the boat. And some fantastic onboard shots there of the aero developments that the team have done. The aero side of things being a huge part of these AC75s, making a big difference as they do in Formula One. It's all the sum of the parts added up that make the difference in the end.
He's having a look around, Ben Cornish. He'll be in trouble for that.
About 12 on exit. Come by. On the main.
Yeah, I'll bear away, boys.
2, 1, main. I will. 2, 1, get on board. Let's tap lads. Hold it.
Ineos Britannia about to complete the 5th leg of 6 in this sail-off with top spot in the round-robin section of the Louis Vuitton Cup. It's a huge bonus as they round the mark and head down on leg number 6 and head for home, and an advantage going into the semi-finals.
My wheel. Yeah, give it a tap with it. Your wheel. Fine. Go trap. Fine. Yep. In it, lads. In it, lads. Nice work. Just get out.
Big push there. Healy, McMillan, pin it, lads.
It's slightly left.
Only means one thing if you're a cyclor.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli was 49 seconds at the bottom mark.
3, 2,
so a little bit less than that at the last gate, 37 seconds. So good upwind leg, but is it enough? Can they mow down Ineos Britannia? You'd have to suggest with the form Britannia are showing, maybe it's a no.
Pretty inside the jib.
So the next
good moment here, 190.
manoeuvre, very, very critical for the British. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli obviously needing to pull this one off nicely as well, but the British just need to be conservative, sail the boat well here. They will be in the top spot.
Let's go on to the chase boat 0 with Peter Lester. Peter, let's ask this question as we see Ineos Britannia looking in control. Remember, it's the America's Cup and anything can happen. If you were Ineos Britannia, who would you be choosing as semi-final opponent?
That's not my decision, Stephen. I'm sure they'll have all those scenarios mapped out. Well, I guess you'd choose a Lingy, but you know, who knows? Look, we'll see how that plays out. But what's going through my mind right now is, you know, the role that Dylan Fletcher's playing here. You know, a 49er gold medalist from, you know, and I just think those 49er sailors, given their understanding of apparent wind and how that interacts with the boat, I just think they are the benchmark sailors in terms of, you look at the helming technique and how detailed they are, how accurate they are. I think he deserves a big rap.
Yeah, thanks for not answering the question. Would you like another go?
No, not particularly. Toss it to Glenn. He'll have an opinion.
Certainly, these boats are high-performance machines, and I think every member of the sailing teams of all these teams have done plenty of high-performance yachting in their careers, and a lot of them making a transition, as is the helm of Ineos Britannia, Ben Ainsley. Certainly not sailing high-performance fin, but transitioning beautifully into high-performance sailing. So a lot of experience right across the board.
What a way to finish the round-robin series. A sail-off, and it will be advantage Ineos Britannia. They will beat up Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli and get to choose who they sail in the semi-final. They'll get to choose entry and win their race 1 or 2. Big day out for Britannia.
You! 81.
They were quietly going about their business all through this, just inching their way forward, and when it matters the most, they have put the hammer down and said, we're the official challenger of record, we want to be in the match come October 12 against Emirates Team New Zealand. But you know, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli have got plenty in the tank. This one will hurt the Italians.
Turning right, boys. Bad luck, boys. All good.